It's going to be a tremendous Thursday afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, as BGIS The Grind 2024 has reached its halfway stage. And we're going to kick off the second half right about now. But before that, let me introduce myself. My name is Salty. I'm going to be your host and caster for the day. Joining alongside is going to be my main man, and Necros. And Necros, of course, we know that the groups have been shuffled. There's been a lot of changes. So I want to know from you, of course, what are you thinking for these new groups and what are your expectations from week 3?
I mean, 2 weeks have passed. We've seen so much performance coming from a lot of teams. Yes, some are good, some are bad, but it all comes down to this group because, again, it has been reshuffled. We see a lot of teams, those who have played in week 2 play with the teams of week 1 now. This is a big opportunity for them as well to step up and give their best shot because this is the last chance, the last 3 sets of game that will determine whether or not they're going to stay in the top 64.
Exactly. I mean, there are varied situations, of course. There are certain teams who are sort of battling for survival. They will get, just like you said, their last set of chances, the last 3 games to kind of prove their worth. But what are they fighting for? Everyone, of course, is fighting to be inside the top 64 so that they can qualify for that BGIS main stage. Of course, we're going to talk about the format later on, but there are certain teams which you have witnessed during the pre-segment as well. We have to talk about a few, right? IQOO, Seoul, as a matter of fact, everybody has been looking out for this team. They've been playing brilliantly so far. In fact, extremely consistent, extremely aggressive. There are other big names as well that you have to talk about. YouTube Skulls, as a matter of fact, inside of week 1, 2 great chicken dinners. I don't know from you, Necros, any specific team that comes to your mind that you think will do really good today?
I mean, yes, if we talk about Boss Esports, FORCAZYN Esports, I have kind of noted down their names because, again, these are those underdog teams, or I would say the underdog teams, those have stepped up and they have performed pretty well in their 3 matches that they have got allotted in the previous weeks itself. But when it comes down to this moment or this day, again, 3 more matches left. They're still in that top 64. These 2 names that I have written it down. And they will look forward to at least, jump onto some better positions because one is in hashtag 33. If you talk about Boss Esports, that one is in 64. They will also make sure to be in top 32 at least by the end of the day. And it's very necessary. If you're an underdog team, you're looking for some good opportunities in performance. This is it. If you want to keep yourself alive in the top 64 competition, which I am looking forward should be above at least 70 to 80 points. If you just keep it like that, you're good to go.
You know, the biggest disadvantage that these teams are going to face is that they're going to be the first set of teams playing their last set of games. Now, to break down what exactly I said is basically they will have no idea where the cutoff is, right? They're going to be the ones who set the target and the other teams are going to be chasing it. And if I just take a reference from different sports like cricket, then I feel like there's going to be a little bit of a disadvantage because currently, if you think about it, they have no idea if the cutoff is going to be 70, if the cutoff is going to be 80. They will have to try and aggress as much as possible. But ladies and gentlemen, speaking of aggressing as much as possible, there's been one player who has sort of aggressed above all. He has sort of surpassed everyone. We are talking about the player spotlight. We're talking about IQOO Seoul S Power. 9 finishes in total, a finish contribution of 21%, and 2 winner chicken dinners out of the 3 games that they've played. Necros, I want to know your thoughts about this player because in my fair opinion, he is currently one of India's finest right now.
Yeah, there's no doubt in that. You just put him in any tough situations where it kind of things like, this moment cannot be clutched. S Power is there standing tall and he says, just wait, let me handle the situation. He'll clutch it out, that situation for you. And that's the speciality. Playing under pressure in those crucial moments, winning the fights for your team and gaining extra points is always something that every player desires. And S Power have stepped up. If you just kind of comparatively go up and kind of compare their own teammates like Ronnie or Knuckle or the other players, S Power have got a little low finish in that case, but still a very key player to the lineup.
Definitely a very key player. In fact, I think in his own team, Nakul surpasses him. But in terms of
Mm-hmm.
roles and the way S Power does his job, not just with the weaponry, not just with his shotgun, that the DPS power that he is known for right now, I think he sort of shifted that. He has been using nades quite efficiently as well. And I think that is one of the reasons why Team IQOO have been so successful. But ladies and gentlemen, we have to talk about this team right now. We have been talking about IQOO for a while. Let's just have a look at their entire statistic as a team, because currently they're on that hashtag 1 inside of the grind.
Mm-hmm.
Overall point 68, which is above and beyond everyone. Total finishes 42 and 2 chicken dinners once again. Necros, I'm gonna come at you with a very simple question. Do you think there is gonna be any sort of competition that IQOO are gonna face today? Anybody who can beat them?
I mean, if it is a chance, I would pick blind. They're still a little bit far away, but once again, they're in Group 2. They will have a different set of matches, not in that same group itself. But it's very tough. If IQOO kind of continues the domination that they did in the first 3 games, I really doubt that anybody can touch them, because they've already made a huge difference, a point buffer between the first and second spot. So, I mean, if an only aggressive team who can beat them, it should be blind, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, we will have to find out, of course. Currently, they're not in the same groups. Maybe on the overall standings, there will be some sort of difference. But for now, I think inside of this one group, along with Team IQOO, we have talked about that one underdog team. You've mentioned Boss Esports. You've mentioned YouTube Skulls as well. YouTube Skulls specifically, there was that one clutch from that player Wicked that got everyone's attention. That 1v6 clutch that we were talking about for a while. And I think those are the moments that make waves. Those are the moments where stars are born. And this is what BGIS, the grind, is all about, ladies and gentlemen. But what is at stakes inside of this competition, BGIS, is a massive prize pool of 2 crore rupees, where the winners, Necros, run away with 60 lakh in the bank.
Yeah, that's a huge. That's a lot of money, actually. But if you just talk about from the 2nd to the 16th spot, if you make it to the grand finals, you are just walking with at least some chunk of the prize pool. So if you won that one share, you have to reach to the grand finals, and for that you need to clear every other stage. But we'll quickly jump on to the format of this entire system of the grind and the BGIS. But there's still a lot of things coming in question in my mind. I mean, Salty, if you just kind of pick a name of any team who you think will make it to the BGIS Grand Finals, which team will it be?
There are a lot of names, and one name that I can proudly say right now will be Hyderabad Hydras. They're not playing today, but they have massively improved from BGIS 2023 to BGIS 2024. I have great expectations. But ladies and gentlemen, let's just talk about the format for a second, because currently we are inside of the grind where 256 teams were invited inside of this competition. They were broken down into 16 groups, and each 16 groups are going to play 3 matches in 1 week. So in total of 2 weeks, they're going to play 6 matches, and out of the 6 matches, they will have to get the most amount of points. They will have to accumulate the most amount of points that they possibly can. This is that phase of the grind where the groups will be reshuffled. New groups have been formed depending on their standings on the overall leaderboard. And I'm so excited, Necros, to find out what is going to be the outcome of this reshuffle, because the lobbies are going to be different. There are going to be new opposition, and I think we will find some new rivalries brewing up in front of us.
Yeah, I mean, for all the teams, I mean, there has been chance that they don't know about which team actually takes a drop in their own location. We might be seeing some similar drop clashes, but once again, the top 64 teams will be divided into the stages of BGIS round 4, 3, and 2 respectively. The first 16 teams in the overall ranking after the end of the grind will be placed in the BGIS round 4. From there, 17 to 32 will get a chance in round 3, and from 33 to 64, they will be going down to BGIS round 2. But now at this point, I mean, everybody is looking for those finishes, everybody is looking for those aggressive performance. And why is it? It is just because of the points distribution. For hashtag 1, you get 10 points. This for second, you get 6, then 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. From hashtag 7 to 8, you just get 1. From 9 to 16, Salty, you get none.
Exactly. And for you who's watching back from home, I'm pretty sure this new points distribution does not come across as a surprise because we've been using it for a while. This is the first official tournament that actually utilizes this new system where for that chicken dinner, you only get those 10 points, Necro. And I wonder
Mm-hmm.
what has been the output of this new change, because if you think about it, right, teams have started to get more aggressive. They've kind of stopped worrying about those placement points as a matter of fact. But in my fair opinion, Necros, the chicken dinner still matters because there's that massive gap between first and second, 10
Uh-huh.
and 6. I feel like that is going to make a huge difference. But coming to the groups that are going to play today, Group 1, some interesting names inside the competition. And of course, you've mentioned about Boss Esports. Any other lineup that you think is going to do good?
I mean, I still pick up WINDGOD Esports as well because they have been a promising tier 1 lineup in the circuit, in the domestic circuits. They haven't performed that well if you just compare it in the first 3 games, but I really expect that this 3 last games that they will put their 101% to bring up their A game and make it to the top 64 by the end of the day.
You know, it is really important for WINGODs to step up because in terms of their strengths, I feel they play really great on the map of Miramar. It's just the maps of Sanhok and Erangle where they will have to buck up a little bit. In fact, the chicken dinner came on the map of Sanhok. But for now, let's just focus on the next group that we have scheduled for today, group number 2, where we do have interesting names like Blind Esports, of course, who are inside of the top 5. You've got Enigma, you've got Entity being among the popular names, you've got Team TAMILAS as well. But there are certain teams that I'm really concerned, in fact, really looking forward to. MetalWings being one of them. You've got MG Esports, Galaxy Racers. Galaxy Racers, a new lineup, a new underguarded team, and I'm expecting this team to really shine in this day itself.
I mean, you have got a big logo on your chest, right? You need to just kind of prove yourself. But once again, if you jump onto today's schedule of matches that we will be seeing for Group 1, again, we'll start with Erangle, then it's Miramar, then Sanhok, and the loop continues, but the groups will be changed. From Group 1, we'll shift to Group 2 in the second half of the day, and the same maps will be played along, Erangle, Miramar, and then Sanhok. The first 2 maps, I really believe, Salty, the Erangle and Miramar will determine a lot of things for a lot of teams, because on Sanhok, you never know which team will be coming in your own replication to take an early flag.
Exactly, and I think the biggest change, in fact, the biggest pattern that we have observed over the last few days is the fact that Sanhok has been an opportunity for the teams who could not really perform on the maps of Erangle and Miramar. Great comebacks have been built up on this map, and I'm pretty sure I think similar situations will arise. But the only question is, since this is going to be the last shot of opportunity for these teams from Group 1, I wonder if that map of Sanhok, that singular map of Sanhok, is going to be of any help. Of course, you have to be consistent throughout, and for that, you obviously start on the default maps of Erangle and Miramar, where we've seen the action being a little more stable. It is a little more controlled, and it was not the case when this new points distribution arose. In fact, the first day of the grind, you remember how aggressive things were, but I think now things have calmed down. Teams have understood where to drop, where to actually rotate from, and we have seen the pattern of action or collision starting to happen from the 4th circle or the 5th circle onwards.
I mean, first of all, the teams have decided, you know, this is a good fight, this is a bad fight. They have kind of figured it out pretty well, and that's really amazing. And I mean, I really look forward to see if that same thing continues in today's day as well.
Absolutely. But as of now, ladies and gentlemen, we have talked about the teams who will be great. But I think there is something great which Craft India Esports have brought for us as well. And that is the new X suit. This is a beautiful promo that is coming across the screen right about now. You know, if you have to feel royal inside of the game, I think the Ignis X-Suit is the perfect companion. In fact, speaking of companion, imagine this, having three lines just right next to you. Of course, that's not going to be there, but you feel like you have those three lines are right next to you. And I'm pretty sure, I think people who actually get this new Ignis X-Suit, they're going to enjoy a lot. But let's just bring our focus back to what we're going to expect today, right, Necros? We
Hmm.
just talked about Boss Esports. I want to take their case for a while. 33 points, 15 finish points, and one chicken dinner is what they already have. And they have a really good platform for themselves to kind of push through. Do you think like they will be able to sort of push forward and maybe get 35 extra points and set up that huge target of 70 as a cutoff?
Yeah, I really think that they will be able to do it because if they have put up this much performance right now, they will be also looking forward to kind of put that same efforts once again. And the last three matches is definitely going to be very crucial.
Absolutely. And also, of course, ladies and gentlemen, there's been a massive announcement that has been made on Craft India Esports on the Instagram handle. Team
Hmm.
Cannonballs, they have been banned and disqualified from BGIS for using suspicious applications. But of course, all of that information will be there on that Instagram post. You can go and check it out. The points which they had acquired will be redistributed in their group. The 15 teams will receive 2 points each, and the updated point standings from that particular group has also been posted. So do make sure that you go to Craft India Esports and check it out, because we always promote fair gameplay, and I think this was a very important step. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are prepared for the first game of the day. Necros, are you ready?
Oh, I am always ready for this one, and I really hope that the audience is as ready as well because this matchup, this match one, is going to be really crucial as the Group 1 teams are getting just prepared and buckled up for this very first map of Erangle, where they will almost look forward because the last three games, the pressure is on their heads, and they will be looking forward to just push it inside the game and get as many points as
Yeah.
possible for their side.
Exactly. Of course, the teams are in front of us. And in terms of favorites, I think the audience, us, as well as everyone who is involved inside of the community, everyone knows that maybe IQOO is going to be one of the favorites inside of this particular group. But apart from them, I think we have to focus a little bit on WINGOD Esports. We have to focus a little on Boss
Mm-hmm.
Esports as well. I have spoken my heart out for YouTube Skull. I'm really rooting for this team because the way
Mm-hmm.
this underdog team has managed to, come up and show that their calm and composed gameplay is the way that you can actually progress forward is scintillating. They don't really have a lot of points, 33 points once again, but two chicken dinners and the way they have played, of course. Wicked's
Mm-hmm.
clutch. You've also got to mention Top, the way he clutched out Miramar as well. I've been a big fan of this team, Necro. I want to know your thoughts on what do you think about YouTube Skull and what are your expectations from the day, of course, from this team.
I mean, getting two chicken dinners out of three games is a big task, and especially for an underdog team. And to come in this stage where others are facing a lot of difficulties to bag up matches, bag up points, this team have stepped up big time. They're in the 32nd position of the entire overall standings. They will be looking forward to at least finish in the top 16 or maybe in the top 8 by the end of the day. But yes, today it's going to be very hectic. It's going to be a little pressurizing, but if they play it naturally as what they have done before, it should be easy peasy for them.
Exactly. And speaking of that natural gameplay, I think what exactly is that natural gameplay? Just trying to avoid the bad fights in the initial stages of the game, of course,
Mm-hmm.
and preserving their manpower has been a very important key in their wheel. And the way they kind of enter the final circle is also very sneaky. But when they do so, when they strike, is exactly when the iron is hot. You remember the Miramar game, the way they struck against Hyderabad Hydras. You remember Wicked, of course, pulling up a solo display on the map of Erangle as well. Hoping that this team again performs in this week in the first game, ladies and gentlemen. But with that being said, there is not going to be any more delay. The flight has taken off, and currently we are going to be flying on the beautiful grasslands of Erangle. Your pilot is going to be Salty, myself, and a Necros. And for now, I think our journey starts from military base and ends at shooting range. Necros, what do you have to say with this flight path?
Oh, it's completely favoring the western side. So the teams going in the areas of Milta Power and Lipovka or maybe Kamishki, they might have to just secure the vehicles in an early node so that they don't face any difficulties in reaching their own drop locations. But when you have got teams like IQOO, YouTube Skull in your lobby, specifically a team to be highlighted will be IQOO because they have dominated like anything in the first 3 matches. So all eyes will be on them. But also, as we mentioned earlier, Boss Esports, FORCAZYN, WINDGOD, and YouTube Skull, they will be also looking forward for a promising performance in today's game. But for now, as we see, two teams going in the direction of military base and Novo Ripnoy just to collect some early vehicles. We might be experiencing some early clashes towards Novo.
We might be expecting some early clashes towards Novo, but I think the way the teams are gliding, there isn't really going to be an early drop collision as of now. They are on the two different ends of that military base island, and in fact, Team MG, they've sort of stuck to that southern shoreline, so I'm really excited on how much loot that they can gather. On the northern frontiers, of course, I'm still waiting for any drop collisions that are about to begin. We know that Team IQOO, they will go to the usual drop location of the apartments region, and how much are they going to be challenged in the early phases is what I want to see. They certainly can be challenged in the early phases. They can be taken down, but will the undergods have the courage or the anticipation of going up in early and maybe trying to finish them off? That's something which we'll have to find out. And there you go. There we have the circle.
Interesting one, just lying in the western side. But for teams like, if you see Forza, they're also going, even ASLAAA, they will be looking forward to secure some vehicles and maybe go over the areas of Yasnaya. But oh, this is going to be hefty. One player just in the open might be getting punished. A lot of shots being taken by Justice, but just unable to take this finish in their pocket.
Oh no, do we have a chase situation coming up here? Team Forza, they're actually going up against their own comrades right now. It's not comrades specifically, it's Forza Official versus FORCAZYN Esports. And Justice constantly on the hunt, tap shots being taken, and not a lot of shots being connected on top of side X, but they are relentless. Really want to see where this comes up. Oh my god, look at that jump!
Oh, it finally goes down. He finally goes down, and this chase is indeed successful for FORCA officials, it seems. But now, with this start, they will be looking forward to retreat and get their loots done. They wanted to get at least one finish, and they have done it, and they will be satisfied by that. But for this team, it's a huge, huge setback.
It certainly will be a huge setback. They were just looking to gather those vehicles and then go on their merry ways. But of course, when you do not really know about your drop locations, I think this is exactly what happens. But on the other side, we have something special. Star players, they're looking to invade into Boss Esports and their compounds. And right at the get-go, Necros, I think Sparky has had a disadvantage. He's being challenged by two players. And a 1v2 situation, I'm not really sure if that's going to be easy for him.
His teammates are also coming into the question, maybe a kind of reinforcement that he is called up for, but they have to be a little quick. They're still providing him as much as backup possible, and Sparky is trying desperately to go on the rooftop so that he can buy some time for his teammates, and that's a really, really great move. There is one player from Boss Esports who is on a flank, and he can be very, very much valuable for his side, but for now, it's a very, very big contention.
It certainly is, because Boss Esports, like we mentioned, it's a huge opportunity for them. And now have a look at this. Lavish just finds that huge knock on towards a flank, which means Boss Esports, they're going to be at a massive disadvantage. The only player who could have actually done something was Sparky, but his position was marked accurately. Star players, brilliant nade from that player. And with that, I think Boss Esports have started to crumble. Two players being knocked down, two remain. And I think they're going to flee from this position. AimGod and Harsh, they will have to battle for survival.
This is real bad. I mean, I expected a lot from Boss Esports, but oh, Lavish. Oh, he's just going for the confirmation, and Boss Esports, they won't even try to get the revivals done or maybe try to save their teammates because it won't matter. SP will be looking forward to capitalize on two finishes on the early game itself. So that's a good start for them, but for Boss Esports, I mean, they were a kind of team that grabbed a lot of attention from the casters panel itself because they have performed pretty well. They have got one chicken dinner previously and a good kind of 33 points on the board in 3 matches on an 11 average. So we are also looking forward whether or not those two players, those who will be surviving, will be able to accumulate as many points as possible. But yes, a team which is highlighted everywhere, IQOO on our screen.
Yeah, I mean, IQOO, they've got their vehicles for themselves. Sometimes I do like to call them the corporate squad because they move in tandem and their movements, their rotations are so well coordinated that it seems like 4 similar vehicles are going along the same path. They definitely look like the corporate squad, but I wonder what is going to be their approach in this week specifically, because they already have a great advantage, almost 70 points acquired from the 3 games that they have played, and it's almost certain that they are going to be securing their position inside of the top 16, so they can play a defensive game. But is that their approach? Will they ever play a defensive game? That is the question.
No, I really don't think that IQOO will be going for any defensive approach, because that's a natural game, right? They
Yeah.
always tend to go aggressive. They tend to go for those finishes, no matter what stage it is. And for them, it's not like a very competitive lobby in that sense, because all the teams are trying hard. But for them, it's like, we have got this. The confidence that they have within themselves, it's way too much high as compared to any other team.
And that kind of comes out of Manya and his leadership skills as well. They've got a fabulous management team that kind of helps them from the back lines in terms of their coach and their analyst. But there you go. We do have the map in front of our screens. We were talking about IQOO. They are venturing out in the Rozok School region. But one team and whose position I really like is WINGOD, because they are slowly and steadily moving towards the Everest, possibly acquiring the Gatka region as well. And we've seen circles like these that are towards that western side of the map do end around that Gatka or that Everest region. So I think this position can actually be very fruitful for this lineup.
Yeah, I mean, if they can hold it till the very end, I really believe they are going to find a lot more finishes as well, because, again, a lot of rotations do take place from that area, right, Salty, because we've seen it, as you mentioned earlier. We usually see the circle just ending in that particular region, but overall, when we just talk out, and I mean, for FORCAZYN losing some early players, it has always been a little tough for them, and for them from Meshki to that area would be very difficult. But look at the chase once again, 2 similar, I mean, for FORCAZYN versus FORCA official, and I really thought that he would escape. I mean, bike stunts were really cool.
Exactly right. I mean, as a matter of fact, he jumped up so high that maybe just like, out of a Bollywood film, he would just disappear in thin air. But in fact, he actually got disappeared from the lobby itself. He was cleaned up by FORCAZYN, and that was brilliant. But, you couldn't really do anything over there. FORCAZYN, they had their intentions clear, and this is something which I like, from the undergod specifically. If you have decided already that you're going to go and chase a team, give it all that you've got, especially in the early stages, because your opposition is at a disadvantage. They don't really have a lot of weaponry. So maybe there's going to be a nice chance. But now look at this. This team, Necros, I really want to talk about them, because KARUNAADU Esports, they were known as team troublemakers inside of the last season. They were one of my favorite lineups. In fact, I remember having such great conversations with Johnny regarding this team, and they were one of my favorites. I'm not gonna lie. They went till the semi-finals. They got invited for BMPS as well. But now this is going to be a new opportunity. They're not troublemakers anymore. They are KARUNAADU Esports. What are your expectations from this lineup? Any particular player that you are looking out for?
I mean, not as players, Salty, but once again, I would like to highlight, because, in the previous seasons, they have performed decently. Yeah. But for now, the first 3 matches, they have just accumulated 8 points, and that too only for finishes. They haven't got any placement points. But that being said, the circle this time tends to shift in a different way. It has gone in the southeastern side, still keeping the areas of military base itself. So for Megatron Esports, it's going to be Megatron Gaming. They will be having that kind of privilege to just hold on the shorelines as long as they want.
I mean, they possibly can hold on to the shorelines, but then since the circle is drifting southwards, I wonder how long is it still going to be touching that military base island, because at one point or the other, you do have to cross over, right? There is no chance that this circle is going to end up on that base. And if you have to cross over, you have to do it very quick, because on the other side of the bridge, there's already multiple teams trying to block you out. have to be very wary of that. We've seen multiple instances of bridge blockades inside of the grind, inside of the 2 weeks that we've seen already. So for Megatron Gaming, I'm not really sure if this rotation is going to be easy. But as of now, Boss Esports, they do have a strategy for themselves. And I'm really excited to find out what or how long are they going to save themselves. The shoreline definitely is going to protect them for a while. But I don't really think that's going to, work out for a very long time.
I mean, just being 2 players, it's very difficult to survive in a lobby like this. But right now, it's Rippers. Curse, he has got all his eyes on that squad house, and he knows that there's just one team who came to hold that position. And Rippers haven't been performed that well in the past 3 games that they have played. They're in the 130th position in the overall standings. For them to come back to top 64, they at least need to bag like 30-40 points in the 3 games that they're getting today. And it's very difficult. As easy as we say, it's very difficult for them and for Rippers to go that aggressive and collect so many finishes to gain that much points.
Exactly. I think for both Rippers and ASLAAA, I would also like to kind of club these 2 teams together. They're both in that 10 to 15 point region where I'm not really sure if they are safe inside of this competition so far. Like you said, the cutoff is going to be massive. Even for top 64, it's going to be huge. But for now, I think we do have a huge fight on board. Team IQOO slowly invading and charging up against another team, Team BCN. They will have to be very wary because the invasion has come in. And as of now, Ronnie is already there with his nades and his annihilation. Do you think the first knock is going to come in favor of Team IQOO?
When his power is cooking in 8 salty, I have no doubt about it. But Knuckle is dropped down to some pretty good low HP. BCN, they're trying to fight back as much as possible, but the continuous position has been revealed, and that's the first 2 picks came in the very same time. One from Mania, one from Espower, and Aerox will be completed as well as Pika.
Just sitting in the backlines, BCN, they will have to find a way to sort of resist Team IQOO and their onslaught. Mania continuously bombarding those nades. Another knock has been found. And with that being said, BCN, they've been cleaned up in no time. Team IQOO just establishing that authority. And this is the beauty of the game. But now on the other side, Team Boss Esports, no, this isn't really good for them. Team Megatron Gaming, they have crossed over. What? AimGod! AimGod, what are you doing? Why isn't he moving? Megatron Gaming just climbing up, really huddling up in front of him. And shots, of course, being connected. Really easy squad wipe, and that is how Boss Esports, they are going to get eliminated in the first game of the day. Really not a good start for both PCN and Boss Esports, Necros.
I mean, they didn't have a great start, lost 2 players, and now with the position that they were holding, little did they expect that a team like Megatron Gaming would be just jumping on their head like this, and that too in this position. But Boss Esports, not a performance, not a start at least that what they had expected. But PCN, if you talk about, again, they were just wiped in how? 30-40 seconds max as how Team IQOO pushed on them.
Yeah, and that wasn't really long, especially with that first knock coming in from that S12K from S-Power. Beautiful use of the DPP advantage as well. Got the information where exactly the player is. He knew he had to flick his crosshair up, connect that first shot. And that's how he actually found the rest of the finish as well. But the rest of the team, with how they utilize the utility, I think this has been a trademark for IQOO, using their utility well. They never really invade into a compound without getting proper information. They never really invade into a compound, without utilizing these nades. And look at this, every single time they have accurate information of where the player is, they land those nades accurately. And even here, right, utility was the initial pick, even though there was a massive man advantage. Using those frag grenades accurately, get the first knock, gives you the advantage, and then you push over.
This is a kind of situation that you want to apply in your own games, but I mean, if you kind of look towards their rotation, everybody's watching. Yes, a team is rotating. Rippers, they're completely dead silent, cutting off all these sounds. They don't want to give their presence to any other team who is around the surroundings. But Mania, again, he's doing his scouting work, might have a little intel about that. Yes, there is one team holding, but a lot of shots being taken on him. Has to retreat from this position, because if they want to engage with, at this point, KARUNAADU Esports, they will be looking forward to hold off a little in a distant area, because FFC, they also have their eyes on them.
Yeah, there's also Team Rippers in the background. So for Team IQOO, I think this is a really dangerous territory. They definitely want to rotate from the outskirts. Oh no, actually no, they do not want to rotate. They are heading straight towards Team Rippers. And right at the get-go, Man is going to get the first knock for himself. Proton was running back. This is the fear that IQOO has struck in the eyes of the opposition. Players just pushing back, not really wanting to engage. And Team IQOO just constantly upping up the aggression. 2 knocks already for them. Oxen and Shoko, they're still holding the back lines, but I don't really think they are going to be able to survive for long because Team IQOO, they won this temple region.
5 finishes already in their bag, and there is another team. I mean, the other players of Rippers are still there in the compounds of Pochinki. They have compromised one of their players, and yeah, that's not a great sign for them. But eventually, to gain a lot of more points, they need to keep all the other 3 players alive. And IQOO, I really don't think that they will be going down in those compounds of Pochinki to take a head-on competition with them. 1 finish done, and now again the rotation continues for them.
Yeah, the rotation does continue, but right in front of them, they're going to find Forza. And look at this, Vicky was spotted, but this time around, Team IQOO was like, let's not force it. We have been taking multiple fights as of now. Now we can sort of focus on positioning. Oh wait, that's not really the question. Team IQOO, they're on a hunting mission right now. Another shot being confirmed, and Manya definitely is going to get the first knock. Is this man an IGL or is he an entry fragger? We'll have to find out, but there has been a little bit of a setback. Kanwar is going to find that knock on towards S-Power, and now the things have been balanced a little bit. Ronnie has been knocked down as well. Slowly but steadily, Team IQOO might be taking down the 3rd knock. Manya is on a sliver of HP, and that's it. Beautiful stuff from Team KARUNAADU Esports, and finally, Team IQOO have plummeted. They have been taken down, Necros.
The big storm has been stopped by them, and they might have lost one of their players, but what a beautiful hold by KARUNAADU Esports in this moment. Yeah. This 4 finishes that they have accumulated for themselves will help them a lot. For a good start that they wanted, they have got it, but now the later stages depends. IQOO will be taking an exit with a total of 7 finishes in their bag, but now it's the time. If you have defeated the team who is being highlighted by every other audience or a person who is being appreciated by every other person, you gain a lot of confidence within yourself to take many head-on fights in the later part of the game, and which I really believe KARUNAADU Esports will be looking forward to it.
And I think this has been their approach every single time they step on the battlegrounds. Last season as well, right? They were the ones who were always ready to take down the big dogs, but this is how the fight broke out. The first team, of course, who were feeling the wrath of Team IQOO was Team Rippers. 2 players who were in the front lines, they were almost demolished with those DBSs. And now look at this. Shotgun from Manya as well, the S12K just running out. Guri was being taken down, but beautifully Kanwar held on to that first floor, used his utility as well, drops down that shot. So nice, so accurate. And then the rest of the players, of course, just charging in from all directions. Once the first 2 knocks were confirmed, especially coming in from Kanwar, I think the job was half done already. That is where the numbers advantage was established. But for KARUNAADU Esports, just like you mentioned, I think this is going to be the setting stone. Now they are going to be very confident for the rest of the game.
Coming on to Forza officials as well now, they have their eyes on ASLAAA, and a team in question, I would like to highlight ASLAAA. They haven't had a great performance. They're in the 159th position, but look at the circle, Salty, where it has gone in the areas of Pochinki and the church.
Yeah, I mean, I did not really expect this massive of a shift, a hard shift which takes us back to those days of Pochinki drop clashes. In fact, if you are playing your games back at home as well, you know Pochinki might just be your favorite drop location. And that is where a lot of these drop collisions happen. But this is where the influx of steam starts to begin. Team Mad just charging on top of Megatron Gaming. The first knock and finish has been confirmed. First player being taken down already. But where are these players looking? Snake Eyes, you're supposed to have great eyes for yourself, but you're not looking in the right direction. Megatron, they find a little bit of a trade-off, but Team Mad, they are not looking to stop, Necros.
Oh, they want to go and just finish off the players right now. They've got the opening, but for them to advance, oh, the nade was way too close. Hitler, he could have got that knock, but VT will be looking forward to just back off from this position, giving Megatron Gaming some little bit of breather for them. They've already lost Falcon. They could not afford to lose any more player at this point, because Pochinki compounds, there will be a lot of teams slamming in and trying to get a hold of these compounds, because in the later stages, I'm expecting, Salty, that we will be having a lot more players alive, probably in stage 5 or 6.
Yeah, for sure. But I think I'm really concerned about Megatron Gaming right now, because the circle is right on top of Pochinki. And there's going to be a huge influx of teams coming in from their southern side, from their backlines. And if Team Megatron Gaming, they aren't really careful, maybe they might just be third party while they're still scrambling for those finishes against MADSOUL. On the other side of the circle, you've got Team FSC Esports just trying to fight against RVNC, and the first fight has been successfully converted. The first player goes down, but here comes the trade. Yasaroji has been knocked out. Manu and Oxide are the only two players who are still surviving, but in the open ground with so many teams around them, I think it's going to be a very difficult task.
2 players already were in the bag, but Manu, he has got a big job to do. He has find the finishes that were required for his team, but now to get his teammate back on his feet is a big task. But Vamp is cooking up some nades, multiple nades coming in the direction. Oxide goes down, and FORCA officials, they're just getting this momentum in their hands, while FFC, they have got nowhere to go out.
Absolutely, it's a barrage of nades, annihilation from Team FORCA, and they are going to clean up the crew. Still just trying to use their vehicles to find that one last remaining survivor, and I think Team FFC, they have been cleaned up. They have been properly cleaned up. Team FORCA, they are going to move up and find a little corner inside the circle, but I don't think the circle is going to favor them. Look at that massive shift.
Oh my
Ladies and gentlemen, let's just welcome the new zone meta, and this is going to make things so much more interesting. Shifts right outside those compounds, but we'll talk about later. Hold on to that conversation, because Team ASLAAA and FORCAZYN, they are going to be duking it out. An instant smoke coming in from Vamp, and he wants to fall back. This is not a fight that he can take, Necros.
Yeah, that's for sure. A lot of hefty damage has been dealt, and for now, they have to advance as well. 5 finishes in their back, 4 players already alive, but ASLAAA, they're just charging in with so many nades. Vampy is barely surviving. I really thought he just patched himself up, but there is no more room for them, as ASLAAA wants to clear them as fast as possible. But RVNC, in the meantime, they have been flushed out of this map.
Yeah, they certainly have been. The circle, of course, not favoring this fight for both ASLAAA and FORCAZYN. They will have to find a conclusion to this battle extremely soon. But Pahari, I think he has a TPP visual on where the players are. The nade was quite accurate, but not cooked well enough. Rio is going to find that knock on towards Tony, and now slowly and steadily the split coming in from ASLAAA is actually paying dividend. The flank was not observed. Pahari takes in a massive chunk of damage, but the smoke screen is going to help him. Not really for long. He gets knocked out, and now he needs backup from the rest of his comrades, Necros.
Oh my god, they're just trying to give them as much as support possible. There's just 2 players remaining, Salty. Asur and Rio has to do a big job. If they allow FORCA officials to just come up front and enter the circle, this would be a big disaster, because Pahari, he cannot be revived at this point, and Vicky is in a little spread from FORCA officials. They are still trying to get the revival done on Vamp, but also constant sprays are coming in, distracting the players, and Rio, he's even lost his helmet.
What? Rio, you do have a visual. That's an easy picking. Vicky has been taken down finally. And now I think for ASLAAA Esports, there's a huge opportunity. Just fall back and try and preserve these 2 men. And I think those plans have again been squandered. Team FORCA official just constantly pressuring them at every single frontier. Another player has been knocked down, but the rest of the other 2 survivors, they are going to flee this camp. Enter Pochinki directly, but I don't really think they're going to survive this onslaught. Their backseat has been cleaned up. Rio is the last one who is still standing. And now look at this. KARUNAADU Esports. What a timing to come on top of FORCAZYN. This is where they can capitalize a lot.
We are talking about the momentum that they would be building up after clearing IQOO, but now look at them. All the aggression pouring into this map. Wicked also getting 1 player down. The circle, it's still completely in the open lands. It's a big opportunity for them to go up front and take the battle, but right now when you talk down, Megatron Gaming, they are just facing a lot of difficulties as they have a lot of knocked players.
Yeah, for sure. But now look at this, KARUNAADU Esports. They are knocking on the doors of Team YouTube Skull. And this is the team that we talked about. 2 players being knocked out. Unique was burning to death. Sword is still on his knees. And now slowly and steadily it all comes down to Wicked. The man who did so much for his team in the first game of the tournament. Will he be able to repeat the miracles yet again is the question. Vertical nade still coming up, and there comes KARUNAADU Esports charging in with the shotgun. He doesn't even need a visual. The shot connects, and Kanwar, this man is on fire. 5 finishes Necros, and I think he does not want to stop. His next prey, of course, is going to be WINGOD.
Savitar is barely surviving, and this nade should be doing a hefty amount of damage. It does give him a little bit of chip damage, but he survives still right now. KARUNAADU Esports, they have got the biggest position that you desire in this kind of circular compound with a high ground advantage. You can have a lot of visuals of other teams and a lot of intel being gathered by them. WINGOD, they will still be there in the areas of sewers and still trying to hold up those positions because they don't want to allow Rippers or any other team pass them away. But look at Rippers, they're just going through all the teams. What? This is a big opportunity. If they want to slam in, they have done it. KARUNAADU, they have got a new problem that they have to clear out.
Not really a problem, I think more a reward for this team. Of course, it's a 1v3 situation. Choco,
look at the HP.
Still heals himself up, kind of resurrects back his team and his hopes. But I like the way nades have been utilized. Not a lot of information on where the players are, but finally another player is going to get knocked out. KARUNAADU just doing a brilliant job so far. 8 finishes on them, possibly 2 more. And Rippers, what have they done? The slam-in has definitely not paid them dividends, and now Oxen has to battle for his life. 3 players are right in front of him. And look at the damage he takes in from that vehicle explosion. How will he manage to survive? Does get that 1 knock, but once again it was Karanjot who finds that finish. And now this team, KARUNAADU Esports, 10 eliminations on them, Necros.
Oh my god, one problem god, another came into the question. There is just no breathing time for KARUNAADU Esports in this moment, but the nades! ADILJOD, what is this man up to? Not letting anybody come nearby to his teammates. What a brilliant game coming up for KARUNAADU Esports, but right now, version 9, what are they looking forward? Alien is surviving, and the one player is getting the revival, but will Adil give him that breather? That's a big question.
It certainly is a big question. That nade from ADILJOD was so quintessential. Just halted Team Version 9 on their tracks. But now look at Kanwar's position. That's beautiful. Just needs to find that clearance. Another nade comes in, and Kanwar, the sneaky bugger, he gets another shot connected. He does get cleaned up right now. But Rapid has found a brilliant opening for his team. Version 9 just resetting themselves back in this fight. And now things are looking much better. ADILJOD has so much responsibility on his shoulders, but he will have to find another knock. So that's even grounds for him. It's not just Version 9, there's WINGOD, there's 2 more teams, and of course, there's a blue circle that's closing in. So much to worry about. And there you go, Team Version 9, in fact, they're not stopping Necros.
Oh no, there's no stopping in this, but WINGOD takes an exit in the 4th spot itself. ADILJOD, he might be looking forward to secure some exit frags if possible, because yes, he's getting the knockouts for sure, but will he be able to turn out to those finishes? That's a big question. And look at SP, they're looking forward to get this chicken in their favor, in their pocket, because they have the circle advantage with them.
Yeah, the circle advantage, the man advantage, everything, of course. But if Team Version 9 do manage to capitalize, I think there might be some different outcome to this fight. Version 9 just trying to play it sneaky across the rice fields. They know exactly where the positioning is. No smoke screen, no pieces of cover. It's just those haystacks, but the nade comes flying in!
Wow.
And it is dead on spot. It's an exchange of nades. Alien has been taken down. Lapid finds another one. The second nade was also very accurate. But this man is doing so much for his team Version 9. They will have to find an opening. Constantly keeping himself alive, but the nade's trajectory has given his position away, and I think this is where Team SP, they're gonna clean him up, clinch the chicken dinner, and find themselves the first winner chicken dinner of the day. But what a game we have had, Necros.
It's just amazing top players. I mean, Team which I at least haven't thought of coming up and stepping in this manner. They have backed up the first chicken dinner of the day. It's a big win for star players. From where they started to where they ended, it has been a complete roller coaster ride for them. But overall, if you talk about from the past 3 matches performance that they had, it wasn't that good, only 14 points. But right now, this match will determine a lot of changes. But obviously, when you just look back to those fights where KARUNAADU Esports actually stepped up, I really thought that they would be getting this chicken dinner, but I mean, the intentions were different of the other teams.
Yeah, for sure, I think. But credit has to be given to KARUNAADU Esports, the way they survived multiple slam-ins. In fact,
Mm-hmm.
I think at one point there were 3 back-to-back slam-ins coming in at this team, and managing to survive that onslaught and still getting so many finishes out of this game. I think they've done something fabulous, and this brings back memories. I'm so nostalgic right now, I can't really explain, because TMZ, I have been constantly talking about them. I think Karunadu, they are upholding the same sort of gameplay, and it does make me happy. And I wish that this team does go very deep inside of the tournament. But for now, I think they've got a start for themselves. I think
Mm-hmm.
somewhere about 10 to 12 eliminations is what they've had, possibly the 3rd position as well. So decent number of points from the first game, but they have to be consistent. On the other side, I think for you mentioned about star players, finding that position inside the circle, being able to control an open area like the rice fields, it's very difficult. But the way they utilize their utility in the final fight also has to be given a lot of credit.
Yeah, I mean, even if you talk about a kind of get a replay about it, star players completely cut it off the sound. They were not engaging with any other teams till the time when it came down that they need to take the fight to secure the chicken dinner. They were completely shut off. They were like playing through the smokes, having those vehicles cover for themselves. And that was a good strategy because they didn't want to go a little bit more aggressive and compromise the chicken dinner for themselves. And I really believe that's a good move. But for WINGOD, yes, they might have got 5 to 6 finishes as far as I remember, but to get eliminated from that position was really something that they wouldn't have expected. But yet again, I really expect WINGOD to step up a bit more in the terms of finishes because again, the entire point system gives a lot of credits, give a lot of preferences for you to go aggressive and get as many finishes as you want.
Exactly. But watch out for the map of Miramar. I'm really positive for
Yeah.
WinGold because they have found out the algorithm on how to make Miramar work. In fact, I believe that has been their most successful map, consisting of all the tournaments that have happened recently on the new point system. So I'm really hoping that WinGold, they do find their footing. And in fact, they're not really in a very bad position. They had that one chicken dinner to kind of play with that gave them that platform of around 30 points. And I think one more chicken dinner can solidify the position inside the top 64, of course. We don't really have an idea of where the cutoff is going to be, but the best case scenario for WinGod is to try and get the best performance. They have had a chicken dinner on Sanhok. They are good on Miramar. Things should be looking bright from this point on.
Yeah, I mean, even when you have players like Savitar in your team, who is like a brilliant assaulter, you can just go in like what S Power does it for IQOO, he can do it for WINGOD as well. He has that much of capability. But it really seemed like WINGOD, I don't know, I might have a thought like this, Salty, but it seems like they're playing a little bit more defensive as what their usual gameplay is. I don't know, was it a pressure of the grind or making up to a top 64 or not, but they really need to step up. To be in top 64, you need to perform like what KARUNAADU Esports did.
Yeah, for sure. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, I'm not going to be surprised if Kanwar is going to be the MVP of the game. There's been
Uh,
massive performances coming in from him. Great aggression with 5, in fact 6 finishes in total. Kanwar Noob from Team Karunadu Esports will be the MVP of the match. Have a map impact of 11% and finish contribution. Just look at that number. 54% is what he has. Now, we do expect that every single player, since there are 4 in a team, there's going to be like 25% finish contribution. But when a single player, when a solo man goes in and gets more than 50%, you know he's been doing some heavy lifting, especially with his gun power, isn't it, Necro?
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, we have seen them changing the positions in that one compound fight, finding some crucial angles in the picks was really important. But again, the
Yes.
top performers from this very first match, again, majority of the players, at least 2 you will see from Karunadu Esports. One is Karunjot, one is Kanwar, but Manya, he doesn't step aside. He is the one finding the entry frags for IQOO today.
Exactly, and I think that was surprising. IQOO's approach. I did ask you, right, what can be the approach of Team IQOO, and I think currently they also understand that they have accumulated enough points to kind of ensure their position inside the top 16. So right now, I believe they're going all out. They're trying to test themselves in terms of how aggressive they can be. And that also gave them good results, almost 10 finishes on board for them. Not really a lot of position points, but that's fine. We move on to star players. Lavish has also been brilliant in that fight. 3 finishes, 42 points, 42% finish contribution. You've got Karan Jodh with 3 finishes, and Lapid from version 9. I think this guy also has to be given credit because he was that one man who almost brought team KARUNAADU esports on their knees.
Yeah, he just never left the hope that, this fight is gone. He never had the second thoughts, that's for sure. But talking about the point standings of the day 1, match 1 of this week, number 3, star players with a total of 17 points they have bagged up from this match will help them a lot to bounce upwards to in the overall standings itself. But KARUNAADU esports not that far behind, 11 finishes that they have accumulated and 5 position points, completing it to 16 total points from this game. It's a huge jump that they will be also taking. Followed by that, we've got version 9 with 11 total points. They've also got a good fight, but I still look forward that version 9 will be putting some more extra efforts to be at least in the top 100 or maybe trying to close it up to the top 64 by the end of the day.
Yeah, they might actually be because they've got a good balance of finish and position points. But if you look downwards, FORCA officials as well as IQOO, these two teams, they've been all out aggressive. I kind of overestimated the finishes on Team IQOO. They've got 7 for themselves, so 7 total points. For ASLAAA, I had a little more expectations because their first week was not really great. 11 points was all that they had, and now 5 points is possibly not the best start of the competition, but it's still something. Maybe they might be able to build up a comeback in the next 2 games, of course. But if we flip pages, we're going to find Team Rippers with 3 total points. You've got Megatron Gaming with 3 total points. And then, of course, it's all going to be binary. FFC Esports, disappointing performance for them once again. FORCAZYN Esports, they started off with that chase, but that is where their journey ended. That's just that 1 point is all that they have.
I mean, a bad start for Boss Esports as well. 0 point a game for them. Just the first game in the next week that they are playing. Not a start that they expected, not for RVNC or PECN as well. I mean, they wanted to try something better. They wanted to have some better results for themselves, but little did they expect for PECN, I would say, because the way IQOO stepped up, got those knockouts through just those beautiful frag grenades was really amazing. But Boss Esports engaged in a fight, lost to a couple of players in the early instant. They tried to play a little bit defensive to go a little far away from the usual drop spot and play in a little defensive manner, but little did they expect that Megatron Gaming will be just jumping on their heads and will be eradicating them from this map of Erangle.
Exactly, and a lot of predictions or a lot of anticipation that we had at the start of the day has been proven wrong, Necros. 2 teams you mentioned it, of course, Boss Esports. They could not really capitalize. YouTube Skulls could not really capitalize, and now I wonder where are we heading? Because if the teams who performed in week 1 could not really carry on their momentum, then possibly we're heading towards cutthroat competition. But speaking of cutthroat competition, ladies and gentlemen, there is something which is going to help your cutthroat competition, the Ignis XHIBIT, which is going to come on your screen right about now. You know, if there was an award for the coolest attire inside of the tournament, possibly the one who is donning the Ignis X suit would have got it, because not just the attire, look at the animations. It's so cool, to be honest. That man had great luscious locks of awesomeness. I don't, and I don't think I will be able to don it with perfection. Somebody has to be a great player to don it, but I'm pretty sure you might be the one. And if you like it, just get it for yourself and enjoy it inside of the game, of course. But Necros will have to come back to the conversation that we were
Mm-hmm.
having. Boss Esports YouTube Skulls could not really perform. On the other side, you've got new names who are sort of coming up, including Forza officials and the likes of course, of version 9. I want to know which are the teams or what are your expectations from the map of Miramar? Who do you think will be able to sort of, stitch up a partnership, maybe good games on both Erangle Miramar and start their momentum?
I'm gonna go with your pick itself, Salty. As you talked about WINGOD stepping up in the map of Miramar, I will be looking forward to them as well because this match also it wasn't that bad. They got 5 to 6 finishes, but they couldn't finish it as a chicken dinner. But yes, the next map of Miramar will be very crucial because if they also maintain this kind of momentum, carrying it forward to the next map as well, which is going to be Miramar, they will be looking forward to just come in top 3 or maybe get a chicken dinner. But with that being said, as we have shifted from Erangle to Miramar, I would like to recall my old friend Arka back on the desk with me. Arka, how are you doing, mate?
I'm doing fantabulous, and what a perfect start it is for week 2, if you ask me, because all of a sudden you're able to see a team from Karnataka, KARUNAADU Esports, step up so strong, and they've given a statement over here. You might be Team Soul in week 1, but when it comes to week 2, we undergods are here to make a statement.
Yeah, that's for sure. And we can get a kind of example from the very first match itself. It's Star version 9, it's KARUNAADU Esports stepping in, and the way they've performed in this very first game does give us a heads up that, this 3 games, it might be the undergod stepping up and finding their value and the place for themselves in the top 64.
Completely agreed, but at the same time, there are two sides of the spectrum, right? There's several undergods who are doing really good, and there were several others who couldn't live up to the expectations, especially that of Boss Esports, who did so well in the previous week, had got 33 points in total, and the first game seems like it's not gone their way. So let's see what kind of a comeback they'll be able to do, because the map of Miramar is going to be pretty crucial for all these teams who need to perform, as it's going to be the last 2 maps they'll be playing for this week.
Yeah, last 2 maps. So that actually creates a lot of pressure for the teams, Arka, those who are it's still in those 120s or maybe in the 200 sectors, because there are a lot of teams in this group itself, those who are still looking forward for that opportunities to at least get closer to top 64, because that's where the cutoff line is. You stay inside that kind of top 64 ranking, you get a good position for yourself in the BGIS rounds, round 2, round 3, round 4, as we have seen earlier. So yes, for tops, making it to top 16 would be difficult for them, but at least closing in at least to 64 or in the 60s would be great for them.
Yeah, it's going to be the story for every single team out there, right? They'll be looking forward to make sure that they get that round 3 cushion, not about the round 2 or the round 3, but the teams on the top will be fighting to retain their spot, to be in the top 4. And top 16, I'm sorry, so that they can get into round 4, and it's a cakewalk from there on, because all they have to do is fight 2 stages. One is round 4, then probably the semis, and then finally they'll have that golden ticket into the LAN event itself.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to miss the LAN, right? The top 16 teams, those who will reach the grand finals, will be rewarded with the chunk of prize pool. That's a massive 2 crore, and we have seen the split on the early note in today's day itself. So if you want to be in, it's not just about the prize pool, Arca. It's also about the bragging rights and the kind of recognition you get from this BGIS 2024. We have seen so many teams from the previous edition. And I mean, they were undergods. Now they're pro tier 1 athletes and teams. Again, this time, this is a new set of teams that we're experiencing and seeing in the grind. I really have a lot of expectations from KARUNAADU Esports itself, because such an amazing start, such a aggressive gameplay that they've put up on the table. I mean, next 2 maps is going to be amazing.
Completely agreed. But at the same time, you have to give credit to that single player, Karan, who plays so perfectly. Every single time a push came into his team, he was ready. He had the throwables. He had not taken much damage. He was always holding those off angles and made sure that he gave that initial knock, which the team required. Yes, ultimately, if he was the last man standing in that heal battle, probably he would have chosen to go for those finishes rather than for that heal battle. But everything done and said, they've done a decent job, got that, top position when it comes to that overall standing as of now from this group. So let's see how well they're going to perform in the map of Miramar. But if I have to ask you, which is that one team you feel could perform phenomenal when it comes to the map of Miramar?
I am going to go with WINGOD. I mean, they haven't done, I wouldn't say that they have performed badly in the first map of Erangle. They had a decent performance with 5 to 6 finishes, backed up, and they got eliminated maybe probably in the 4th position itself. But yes, if they have finished in top 4 and top 5 in the first match, I really expect that Miramar is the map where I expect WINGOD to step up, not only with finishes, but also with the chicken dinner itself.
I mean, based on the performance in the last week, their strongest forte was the map of Sanhok, right? So somewhere I feel that WINGOD might take some time to play for those positions rather than being a little aggressive in the map of Miramar and lose as the whole team crumbles down. But I would still, go for an underdog team like Boss Esports or that of, star players, or probably YouTube Skull, who got a chicken dinner in the last week. And let's not forget how they pulled it off. A solo man standing top. And then you have Hyderabad Hydras on the other corner trying to finish off a complete squad. And then he comes out of nowhere, grabs all that limelight with just one finish of Hyderabad Hydras. So I'm expecting something phenomenal like that to take place over here as well.
Yeah, I mean, every map is comprised of a lot of surprises, as what I would say a lot of teams don't expect. If this map of Erangle itself, it's something that we look forward to. But you know what? The audience is waiting for the second map. Group 1, the second match is going to underway in this very map of Miramar where we are heading right now. A lot of questions in our mind, a lot of questions that will be answered in this map of Golden Sand itself as we head on to it.
Oh yes, ladies and gentlemen, the big bluebird has hit the sky, and it seems like the flight path is going to be perfect for all the teams out there as it starts from La Cobreria, ending towards that newly formed island of prison, where we can see that, there's been
Fortuna,
a little bit of a confusion, for me when it comes to that Pertona region, because eventually you see an extra bridge which is going to be connecting that island, and in case the final circle forms in over there, we can witness a very, very different outcome altogether.
I mean, at first it was a little difficult when I used to, take the drop location of those places, Arka, and I tried to go from that one bridge itself. And when there is a bridge come, it's really difficult. You need to swim and cross. But now you've got multiple options for you to safely reach to the main island. And if any team takes a drop, it's going to be good for them. But for now, this is really, really important. A lot of teams going for their drop locations, while version 9, they're heading towards the areas of La Cobreria, which is not a great sign because IQOO, they have the similar drop locations in that area particularly. But yep, they might be going for the areas of ruins or something. They might here to be collect those vehicles, but will they get the chance? That's a big question.
Now, speaking about the chance, I can hear some kind of a, early skirmish taking place. And this time it's going to be version 9 against the side of Team Soul. And I do believe IQOO will be looking forward for those early skirmishes because, yes, the confidence might have been broken down by another 5%, but lions are lions, right? They tend to go in for that hunting, and probably Manya is going to tell his teammates to stack up as quickly as possible, come back, take this fight, get those early 4 finishes, and that might boost up their confidence to bring it back to 100%.
Oh my god, Lapid, he came to just get the UAZ in his favor, but Manya with that Win 94, he's trying to get the knock, and Lapid, he doesn't have any healings on himself. So it's very difficult for him to just continue in that position. The shots are being taken randomly, and Lapid, he has dealt a lot of hefty damage, and there goes the knock. Oh my god, this is bad for version 9. They had a good game previously in the map of Erangle, but a start like this is just something that they never expected.
Manya, the solo man standing over here and not scared at all. He understands the position of each and every player, and he's playing accordingly. Look at that. He's got that 2, guns, and he's using it to perfection as well. One mid-range, one he's got that scope set in, and he's making the best use of it. He wants to confirm that finish as well. And there is going to be the next one. God. And it was a very, very clever move coming in from the side of Alien. He understood that he was taking shots on the other side. And that is when he creeped up closer, did that damage. Manya, in case he had not gone for that peak, the story would have been a little bit different. But Alien is going to be happy to get this confirmation. But guess what? Here comes the reinforcements as S-Power comes in closer, and eventually Alien realizes it's going to be the Assaulters and the Predators have come in closer. They're going to be getting that knock, and Manya will be back on his feet as well.
Lapid was rescued thanks to this kind of distraction that he created, but to just continue and a little bit hunger for that one finish itself costed him his own life. And version 9, they will be dealing with that first casualty. Lapid and Infernus, they will be rotating to their respected drop location, but IQOO, they just don't want to leave their leader, their captain behind. And I have seen it multiple times. IQOO runs on a policy that no man is left behind no matter what.
That's the kind of mindset you need to have also, right? You need to make sure you have all foemen standing. The basics of this battlefield says that itself. You have all foemen standing, you have that 100% chance of getting that chicken dinner. But still, coming back to what's happening, how the cookie crumbled, I really thought that 2 finishes went into the pocket of IQOO. You were speaking about how they've always been there for their IGL whenever is knocked out. It's just that the fight elongated so much that IQOO could stack themselves up and immediately come in for that push. But again, in case Manya had got that knock against the side of Alien, they would have taken some more time probably to go around for that loot and kind of finish off the whole squad. But they do understand that this, road path leads to one corner of the map itself, and they might be going for the hunt itself.
And IQOO is a team who loves taking revenges, right? We have seen it multiple times. You knock one of their players down, they will literally make sure that they will go up front and completely wipe your team off. But when you talk about star players, this is a team who took the chicken in the previous match. They have got a good start for the day. At least they will look forward to maintain this throughout, no matter what the result is or how far they can push themselves in the overall standings. I mean, at least they would be satisfied that we did best in the last 3 matches. We did put our 101%. It's not quite sure that they will be in top 64 or not, but at least they will be happy.
Agreed to this point. But again, I really like the resource management when it comes to the map of Erangle, right? In the final circle, they had so many throwables with them, and eventually that paid off. They did not, burn it out in the initial stages or in the mid stages. They were holding that open ground, staying as silent as possible. Even though WINDGOD was trying to push in towards them, they restricted them at a certain way, and then eventually grabbed that chicken dinner. But in this map, it all comes down to who's going to be holding that high ground position in the map of Miramar. And I do believe as of now, as we can see, most of the teams are inside the circle, apart from the star team and the team which tried to challenge them.
They have a long journey to take, and Miramar is a very, very big map. We all know about it, and it takes a lot of time for the rotation thanks to those ridges. We have seen also sometimes, isn't it, so that a team is rotating or one player is rotating. He might be trying to escape from one situation, but he gets completely bursted off just by fumbling in those ridges. But this moment, Manya, knock was done. Alien should have retreated. If he had, version 9 would have got all the 4 players intact as of now.
Completely agreed. But that Winchester, I mean, the sweet sound of Winchester hitting the skull was so beautiful coming in from the side of Manya. I wasn't expecting him to get that knock. I really thought that he's going to restrict him from coming out in the open, but the opponent underestimated, Manya, and eventually had to pay a very hefty price. But that's the story which is already gone by, and now we'll be looking at KARUNAADU Esports, the stars of the previous round, now holding that Los Leones region right now, being at the very center. They understand that they have all foemen standing at the center of the final circle. They can do wonders because of that confidence boost they've got in the previous map, eliminating the complete squad of IQOO.
Yeah, and for the audience, those who are watching us live, the in-game qualifiers for BGIS 2024 has already started from 15 to 21st. Make sure you play with all the 4 registered players, the main 4 players in your in-game qualifiers, and you get a good performance done, because we are waiting for you to come up and show your performance on the big screen.
Speaking about the big screen, let's speak about the bigger picture. It's got to be RPS, Rippers, who have not done that well when it comes to week 1, right? They're just 13 points, and that too, 12 amongst them came with the finishes. So they're really good when it comes to the close range, but they need to stick together as a team. And we did see that even in the previous map, they had that split near the church region, and due to which, they were facing several issues with IQOO rushing in towards them. And finally, when they did want to take that fight against the side of KARUNAADU in that Pochinki region, they had that man disadvantage, and it became easy picking for the opponents.
They just don't want to continue it once more. And I mean, when you talk about teams, there might be a lot of chances, Arka. We have seen teams bouncing back pretty well. And for Boss Esports, they're in a comfortable position, right? They're in 33rd position in the overall standings. They will be looking forward to just make it to the top 16 by the end of the day to ensure that they will be there in the BGIS round 2 or round 3, or maybe round 4 itself if they can manage in the top 16. But for them to get this start like that was something kind of unpredictable for them itself. But once again, it's a different map. You've got all the 4 players now, and they will be looking forward at least to get maybe 10 plus points in this match.
Yes, that's a decent number if you ask me. All the teams out there, they had to concentrate on getting an average of 12 points in each game they play, right? And by the end of it, they would have had around 70 plus points amongst the 6 games they would have played. But the story has turned out to be different, and now few teams will have to push even more harder, probably break that barrier of 12 points and reach up to 15 to 17 points in each of the games left out, so that they might have that fighting chance into the 64 or the top 64 and place themselves in the round 2 itself. But yes, that's going to be the bigger picture. But as of now, the circle shifting in, making things a little more uncomfortable, because there's going to be several other teams trying to make Los Leones their homes, as it's going to be the epicenter of the circle.
As you can see already, a lot of teams, they have started the rotation to take the higher compounds, the better compounds on the Los Leones. And whenever we see a final circle happening in those big city areas, there are a lot of teams surviving till the later stages, trying to find the values as many finishes as possible, because that's the policy. That's the kind of gameplay we want to see from them in order to get a lot more points. But a lot of teams, again, they might have some different strategies set up for themselves, as they want to just stay out from those compounded areas, maybe in the open lands, because in the previous match itself, in the map of Erangle, we saw a circle happen in the areas of Pochinki compounds, but it shifted right in the rice fields. So the team, those who were in the open lands, had a good advantage in that case.
Completely agreed. But as of now, FFC, another team which had a lot of expectations, if you ask me. In the previous Miramar, which they played last week, they had early 5 finishes and they were almost having that control of the circle. But, they thought of clearing off one corner, stepping out of their comfort zone, had to pay a very, very hefty price. And hopefully this time we'll be able to see a very different story altogether, since they are already closer or inching closer towards that Chumasera region. And probably they'll be making it safely inside the circle as well.
I mean, they don't have any problems for now. But when you talk about FORCAZYN, they didn't have a great start. In the map of Erangle itself, they got taken down on an early note. And from this place, as they have got the circle entry has been done, maybe I would say for the teams who haven't performed pretty well, or they are still lacking the confidence of getting a lot more finishes in their bag, they need to be a little confident in the manners, like we can just hold off for the first, like stage 2, stage 3, but for stage 4, we need to go a little bit aggressive. Otherwise, if you don't get a lot more finishes, Arka, we have seen teams might be getting chicken dinners with 5 or 6 finishes, but that's still not it. You get 15 points, but a team who is getting 10 more finishes and just 5 or 6 placement points is also equals to it. But for now, we've got a fight incoming.
Oh yes, ASLAAA versus FORCA. And I really want to see whether FORCA will be able to, do some more damage. They've got that high ground in their favor. But again, it all depends on where the next circle is going to form up, right? If this fight elongates too long, it's got 17 seconds until this next circle forms up. And I do believe ASLAAA is going to have a little bit of an upper hand, because they've got some hard cover, as FORCA will be looking forward for that, third parties or probably someone else nearby. looking at them, but ASLAAA yet again making the same kind of mistake, will be peeking out from that small openings, which is enough for the side of FORCA to get another knock. And then from here on, probably look forward for some more domination.
Those small angles actually help the other teams a lot to finding those openings, and I'm quite sure ASLAAA was not prepared that they have an angle or there is a team holding above the ridge. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let their guard down. But IQOO, the big sharks, they're just literally rotating from here and there from the areas of power grid. This time they had a little kind of late rotation, and the circle again, it is favoring most of the areas of Los Leones. But you look at the teams, they're still preferring the central area. Specifically, if you talk about KARUNAADU Esports, they will be looking forward to get many finishes in this match itself, because again, it was an incomplete match for them. If you look in their perspective, they got a lot more finishes, but not the chicken dinner.
Yep, agreed. And for many other teams as well, right? Those couldn't execute those chicken dinners last week as well as this week will be looking forward for one good game and one big game as well. They'll need a 20-pointer so that, it becomes easier for them. And they're going to keep their fingers crossed to check whether they are into the top 64. And that's going to be the most important thing for all the teams out there. But yes, V9, what a valiant effort they had in the previous game. They almost grabbed that chicken dinner after finishing off KARUNAADU. And it's just that, they had man disadvantage, no throwables. And the corner of the circle, they had so much of less information regarding the opponents who were holding that open fields. And even they have done a decent job when it comes to the previous map.
Yeah, I mean, Lapid stepping up in the final fight where KARUNAADU almost had that fight under their control. He came up with two beautiful knocks and restricted the entire game. And I would say spoiled the entire game for KARUNAADU Esports. But that's the job. That's a kind of job that you want to do multiple times. But eventually right now, IQOO, they have their eyes on version 9 and they just don't want to let them slip away. They've got one of their players down, and maybe this time again a rotational clash would help them to wipe the entire team at this point. But for now, the circle, it has shifted in the eastern parts over the northern side of Los Leones.
Now, this is an interesting shift. It's an interesting turn of events because look at that location of IQOO completely to the western side. Now, if they have to make it inside the circle, either they'll have to breach through that big barrier of RIP, let it be FFC or any other team out there, or they'll have to take that cleverer rotation from the Picardos to the graveyard and then make it inside the circle. Both of it is going to be a little bit challenging because it's filled with players. But as of now, it seems like the Predators are on a hunt as they're going to go in and get that second knock as well. Because they know the basics, right? Make sure that you aim at the tires, make the opponents vulnerable, and then it becomes easier.
Oh, Ronnie, his position was not kind of revealed and Lapid. With that being said, the entire version 9 will be wiped off in the 16th spot itself. What a brilliant start for IQOO, but what started in the areas of La Cobreria in this pick, now we've got in the question sparking goes on both sports again.
Now this is going to be an interesting fight as well because Boss right now are looking to replicate what they did last week as well. A good performance is what I mean. A grenade tossed into perfection will be getting that knock as well as Manu on the other side. Now he'll have to think twice before going in for that revival because he's put up a smoke in front of him which is going to block his vision completely off the opponents. And Boss will be looking forward to land another throwable inside that building and get that final finish as well. 2 men standing. It's got to be AimGuard with so much of pressure over his shoulders because he was the person to outshine everybody else in the previous map of Miramar which was played.
Again, all the eyes on AimGuard itself. AimGuard and Buntai has been very dominant. 2 finishes for now. Buntai is looking forward to get some openings. But look at this. Rippers are in here for the third party. Wipes down FFC. Now this is another fight that Boss needs to take care. They cannot afford 2 back-to-back matches getting slipped off from their hands. But Rippers, they won't just let this opportunity slip away. This is a great time. This is a great chance for them to wipe down Boss Esports from this map of Miramar.
It's not going to be easy if you ask me because the position is not compromised. They're still searching for the opponents. At the same time, they're calling for reinforcements so that they come in from different angles. But yet again, it's got to be Boss Esports who make that their home as Rippers fall back. They've got the decent early 3 finishes, right? And they'll be looking forward to not extend too much and then lose off on players. As they're holding the corners of the circle, the intentions are clear. Rippers, make sure they clear off 1 or 2 players, hold the corners of the circle, wait for the next circle to shift, and then make sure that you enter inside that as quickly as possible.
Multiple fights is what Boss Esports will have to face right now. They have lost 2 players, but look at that. One team went away, and I was quite sure Rippers, they did not had any info where there was another team holding. But it's FORCAZYN Esports coming into the question. They had a great start in the previous match, but now an head-on competition just comes up against IQOO in a distant hill. And IQOO, they won't hesitate. 1 knock and they'll completely push. But FORCAZYN, they have to be very, very much prepared for this.
Completely agreed. But Team Soul realize that that's a very vulnerable spot they're holding. And it's better they take the brunt of the blue a little bit and make it inside the circle from a different angle altogether. Now this is where we'll have to learn from the pros, right? For those who are playing that, those who are playing at home, you know, in case the circle shifts away from you like this, and look at these professional teams try to challenge it out, and who better to teach us than Team Soul themselves? But yes, we'll have to look at the bigger picture as the circle shifts very far away from them. It's got to be WINGOD and Team SP, both of them inside the circle. And can they pull this off? Can they convert this into a chicken dinner? And let's not forget Rippers as well.
Yeah, there are a lot of teams like ASLAAA as well holding a very good position. But WINGOD, this is their chance. This is the moment that they were looking forward to. They don't have to go in a very distant rotation to enter the circle. They have got the circle advantage within themselves. And what they have to do right now, Arka, is just get the finishes. I mean, it's not that easy in the final circle itself, but if they can do it, WINGOD can accumulate a lot of finishes in their bag, and this Miramar can be a delicious one for themselves.
Now, let's see whether they might, let's see whether they're going to chew on their tongue, or are they going to relish the dishes put in front of them? Because I can see that, now the position's being held by most of these teams in the corner. The next circle is going to be very excruciating. Only for those teams holding the center of the circle will have a better chance, right? Because probably they'll be more closer to the final circle. And speak about Team Rippers. I just realized you were once an analyst and a coach for the very Team Rippers, were doing amazing under another lineup altogether as RIP Mesos, and they've done an amazing job. What do you have to say about that?
I mean, the boys they have been amazing throughout, from the time of True Rippers till now. They have been doing pretty amazing, and really hope that they perform well in the grind as well. But again, Arka, coming back to this match, it seems like there has been a lot of competition with those rotational clashes, because a lot of teams, main cluster was there on the western side, right? We saw in the previous circle, but a lot of teams holding the compounds of Los Leones will be creating a cluster in the southern corridor. But it seems like ASLAAA has got some different intentions. We have seen multiple names coming on the finish feed.
Oh yes, and the names which need to perform are the names popping up, and that's good news from one side. But still the bad news continues for the other teams. RVNC especially, we're still yet to make it inside the circle. And let's not forget FORCA as well, as they've been restricted by the side of Team Soul. Mania gets taken down, and it's important for a Scavengers to now come up, not only give cover, to make sure that they save their IGL and put an end for the opponents who are trying to challenge them.
Oh, again Mania. This time, Power decides, I'm just not going to give the revival right here. We'll go to a much safer place. But it seems like this side, it's so much clustered. Ronnie has to do a big job, because even Boss Esports coming in from the backside is a big trouble. It's a 3-way fight that IQOO has to involve themselves in. But it's Alan Jod from SP taking out Knuckle down. This is tragic side for IQOO.
See how things turn out over here. You said it was a bit, what do you say? Tragic?
Tragic? Yeah.
Yeah. but it seems like they're trying to find their way through it. As Ronnie, he's going to be coming in. He's going to be making sure that he does a little bit of damage before getting taken down. Yes, there's going to be some off angles. There's going to be third parties coming in as well. And this is going to be a great channel for the side of Rippers as well. They'll have to hold on to their nerves, but at the same time pick up some finishes as well.
Now, YouTube Skull coming from the backyard is least that you expect from this position. But look at that. Ronnie in one end, Manya in another end. Not a great spread for IQOO, but now FORCAZYN has to deal with another team itself. But Cyrax finds one. Now this is interesting. Finding those finishes is going to be really crucial. Even Boss Esports, they're just lying low in that particular area. Ronnie has been knocked out and the finish will be converted. But before that, Boss Esports is a team that you want to get rid of from this particular position. And FORCAZYN, they need a desperately need a good match for themselves. But these nades might just give some hefty damage. As Soul went up front, gets one, but instantly gets traded down.
Oh yes, this was inevitable for the side of Team Soul as well. But eventually, who's going to be taking that advantage? As it's going to be MEGATRON coming in closer. Eventually gets taken down as well. As FORCA looking a little bit stronger with a man disadvantage. I do understand that it might become a little hard for them. But with the next circle coming in, the zone damage is going to make things much more harder.
The shift has completely went down to the side of WINDGOD. And now this is something that I am really interested about, because WINDGOD was definitely the pick of Salty and mine as well. Now they have got a circle advantage. Can they just reach to the shoreline and make a big wave right now?
It's going to be a very big question. Now still Manya very low on HP, healing his way through all these commotions. Oh my goodness, does he knock down a player out there? Yes he does, and eventually gets traded off as well. A beautiful gameplay coming in, but yet again it's an untold story as he'll have to come back to another lobby. There's another push coming in from the side of ASLAAA, and they're looking forward to make sure that they make a statement over here. And as they do it, it's got to be FORCA who will be making it backwards to home.
ASLAAA with an exceptional game right now, but look at KARUNAADU Esports taking two different fights. One side it's Rippers, one side it's YouTube Skull. Now this is interesting. Look at the circle in the barren open lands. WINDGOD, they might have a little bit of advantage, a little bit of covers for themselves to play along with. But FORCAZYN also takes an exit with only 3 finishes in their bag. But the position of Max right now, Arca, it seems really, really nice. If we can find at least 2 picks from Rippers, the game can be changed from here and now.
Completely agreed. A little bit of a bird's eye view. Whatever is happening inside of the battlefield. But again, in case all the other teams make it inside the circle, they might have a chance to restrict them as well. ASLAAA, they're playing it to perfection if you ask me. They might be outside of the circle. They had to make it in, but Rex on the other side will be tossing a grenade to the longest range possible and will be putting him down. Or probably it was the explosion of the vehicle which he was hiding behind. And ASLAAA will be losing a player, making things much more easier now for the side of WINDGOD.
That's the kind of game that I really wanted to see from WINDGOD, rising up and completely dominating. Also, they've pushed out the players of MADSOUL Esports. They wanted to get an entry, they wanted to have a position for themselves, but this is completely different story. Savitar is not looking forward to allow, but that was a close call. Even KARUNAADU Esports, they've got a slam in on YouTube Skull itself.
Oh yes, Kanwar trying to come in a bit more closer will be punished completely. Now it comes down to Karanjit, and I don't know how well he'll be able to pull this off, because it's a 1v4 with this zone damage also coming his way. He'll be walking into the crosshairs of Unique, who's going to put an end to him. But at the same time, ASLAAA from the other corner trying to third party. Can he finish off YS and then concentrate on RPS? Because this is going to be a very crucial fight for them as KARUNAADU gets eliminated with just 3 finishes.
Big opening, big opportunity, and YouTube Skull really patching themselves up. Oxen is down, so it's a good opportunity. But ASLAAA, you look at Rio's position. He knows that the players of YouTube Skull will be stepping outside from these compounds, so he needs to make sure the picks are going in their favor. But Avi, he also has an eye on the players of YouTube Skull, so it's very difficult. They don't even have vehicles to just make it quicker, and slowly and gradually, even WINDGOD, they're advancing, stepping out of their own comfort zone, own compounds, and taking the fights. While ASLAAA seems to be unstoppable in this map of Miramar.
Oh yes, I mean Pahadi's position was the most unique one, but eventually he gets punished, taken down, and probably this could be the beginning of the end for ASLAAA, and it depends on how the final player is going to be playing it out. And we're able to see from far away YS still taking the brunt of the blue, going in for revival, waiting for that final moment to step out of that cover as WINGOD, all they're doing is clearing out whoever they find inside of the circle.
This was very much needed, but finally YouTube Skull steps out of that kind of position, but Exist, he won't just give them a single chance. Two of the players down in a single spray. Now this is again a bad side. The retaliation trade has been dealt, but WINGOD, how would just they let them slip away? But Sword, just 3 more first aids if he's looking for a heal battle, because all the 3 players are already down. There is no other option for this man itself, but Avi, again, the focus shifts, reunites with his team. 2 players, or maybe 3 players, you can just say, except the entire team of WINGOD, that they will be looking forward to. But Liability gets Savitar down, but an instant trades from a different angle. It's Rio popping up.
Oh yes, ASLAAA gets third party from somewhere far away, and Sword has done the cutting, giving a great opportunity, and the chicken dinner lands into the pocket of WINGOD. And this was the team vouched for, I think, by Salty as well as Necro, and it seems like everything has fallen in place for them. They're blown in from the right corners, and they made sure that they live up to name to be the gods.
The gods have definitely stepped up, and for this time the fortune favored them. The Erangle was a little too harsh on them, but this Miramar seems to be falling into the pieces as what they expected. A very very good match for the side of WINGOD itself. A lot of finishes being taken, all the 4 players alive in the end circle. It's a complete dream run.
Completely agreed, but at the same time I really loved their rotation as well, right? Every single time the circle formed in, they were the first team to take the center of the circle and find a hard compound from which, you know, they can have the complete bird's eye view. And I do believe that, you know, when you're playing such kind of a textbook basics gameplay, you're bound to get that chicken dinner. And whereas the rest of the teams, right, Rippers and many other teams, they had an opportunity with Old Foreman standing to ram into that compound, probably damage the side of WINGOD. Even though they get taken down, they might take away 1 or 2 players, but you know, this low rotation inside of the circle did punish them ruthlessly.
Yeah, I mean, it did cost them a lot, but overall, if you just stay and kind of analyze the entire picture, ASLAAA Esports, I mean, the appreciation that we are just talking about this team is really vivid, because the kind of performance they have done in this very map of Miramar is exceptional. Because in the previous map of Erangle was different, the Miramar, it's different again. A good jump, a good kind of comeback as what we can expect, but I really expect them to take a chicken in the map of Sanhok. I don't know why, but I do have these feelings.
I mean, see, ASLAAA is capable of doing that, and that's why everybody has that feeling for them, right? It's a brand new lineup which they picked up, and I do believe that, you know, a big org like that would not randomly go with undergods, right? They do see potential in them as well. So let's see how well they might pick up, how well they might convert those knocks to finishes and probably get that circle control as well. And if ASLAAA had got a little bit of a better position inside of the circle, then they would have had a great fighting chance against that of WINGOD.
Yeah, I mean, if the position was a little better, I really believe that Exist and Rio could have pulled off some good frags. Eventually, maybe not the chicken dinner, but at least 2 to 3 players, at least 2 players he would have taken down a WINGOD if he had that opportunity, if both of them had that opportunity. But to make, I mean, to play in that kind of position where you also have to keep a check on YouTube Skull on the right, there are other teams as well, was definitely very difficult. But you know what, Arka, we'll quickly jump onto the MVP. Who is it? But for me, I really believe it's going to be Savitar or someone from WINGOD.
Savitar from WINGOD is going to be one of the best options, yes. But I also feel somebody from ASLAAA could also be the MVP. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be WINGOD Rex on the other side, who's got 36 finish contribution. And I do believe with that bird's eye view, he did most of the damage and also picked up the maximum number of finishes he could.
He did his job brilliantly, holding the position, not letting anybody slip into the kind of radius in which WINGOD made sure that they had the control of. Was definitely a good task. All the 4 players completely fulfilled their roles of what they have been given. But now the main question arises, WINGOD, they've stepped up. They've got two good matches. They were already standing in the 65th position in the overall standings. How much they will be bouncing up. But before that, we'll have the top performers of this match.
Oh yes, ASLAAA. We have Assist coming in. We have Rio as well. The final two players who did try to do their best. Then we have two players coming in from the side of WINGOD. But yes, there's going to be one big name, Soul Mania, who did so well, who did try to contribute for another finish in the final moments before he got taken down. But yes, lack of those first aids due to that blue zone damage which they had to take, taking that longer rotations did not allow him to survive for a longer period of time.
Overall, it was, I would say it was a great game. We had tremendous circle shifts. We even saw one time, right, IQOO rotating downwards. They were planning to go and maybe take the entry from the eastern side of the circle, but instantly the rotation came as the circle shifted towards the hard north. But yeah, overall it was a great match of Miramar that we witnessed. But quickly jumping onto the point standings, let's see how much points have the teams accumulated. And look at WINGOD, 21 points, out of which 11 finishes and 10 placement points that they have got. It's a huge jump for them.
Completely agreed. They had a total of 24 points in the previous week, right? And it seems like they made up almost another 20 by just one game of Miramar. And with this kind of a confidence boost, I do believe they'll be looking forward for a good chicken dinner to end the day. Whereas ASLAAA Esports, a comeback from their side as well. 15-pointer is what they've got. YouTube Skull, yes, this was one of those teams I was vouching for because they had a decent run. And I was speaking about Top, who pulled off that chicken dinner in the map of Miramar. Good to see them also in the top 3.
Yeah, overall, even MADSOUL, Rippers try to step up, got 8 points in their bag, followed by IQOO. Again, they don't have to kind of have the tension that they might qualify or not because they have got plenty amount of points on the overall board. But the first two games, first match 7 finishes, second match 6 finishes, early exits again for IQOO. Again, KARUNAADU Esports, after a brilliant performance, only were able to back 5 points. Same goes for FORCA officials as well. Not a great run, I would say, as what we expected from KARUNAADU Esports. But as we flip the page, there are other set 8 teams.
The other set 8 teams. This is where a few disappointments will be on our screens. RVNC having not such a great day. Version 9 as well, they had a decent run in the previous one, but this time they got caught off guard by the side of Team Soul and eventually had to go empty-handed. PCN as well is going to be another disappointment for the day. But yes, they have another game up ahead in front of them in the name of Sanhok, and they might be able to come up.
Yeah, this is going to be crucial. The Sanhok is always, I actually prefer it as a map of comeback, also as a map of setbacks as well, because it is in two-way fight. For some teams it will be the map of comeback, majorly it does, but for some teams again the map of setbacks, because you don't know exactly against which team you will be facing some drop clashes. But right now the main thing that comes in my mind in the map of Sanhok itself is how would you take on those quick circle shifts and how will you handle those quick rotations?
See, it's about striking a balance between being a little bit aggressive and also being a little bit, passive. And I do believe that some team which will be able to balance this out perfectly will have a greater chance. But again, in the map of Sanhok, if you have got some hard cover inside of the circle and if it's to the very center of the circle itself also, just make sure that you hold it and you'll have a greater chance for that chicken dinner.
Yeah, for that. But right now, you know what, Arka, there is going to be a short promo coming up from our publisher. Let's see what we have got in there, because I really believe there is some interesting stuffs coming up from the publisher's side.
Right. Left. अरे यार, रेलवे ट्रैक की तरफ ले. Left. गाड़ी के पीछे चले. गाड़ी के पीछे. अरे यार, right. जल्दी. उतर. चल. Finish कर दे उसको. रुकना मत.
Action redefined, even on the go. Download Bullet Echo today.
Well,
I'm just waiting after this. I'm just waiting after this, Necro. Trust me. The reason why I wanted to start speaking right now is to make sure that you take that friend request sent to you.
Oh, I've already got it. Don't worry, bro. But once again, I mean, this kind of game is something that you would like to play in your pastiming or maybe while you're traveling, like the boy we saw in the promo video itself. I kind of relate it with myself when I'm playing games while I'm traveling.
Yes, a decent game. I mean, the publishers have been bringing out one of the best the country ever wants, right? So, but coming back to what has happened so far, the map of Miramar has been very special, challenging in several ways. But if there was another team you would like to choose or talk about, apart from that of ASLAAA and WINGOD, who would it be?
I mean, I would go with YouTube Skull. They had a good kind of hold for a longer period of time. They got good finishes as well in their name. But it's unfortunate, right? When you are in that kind of position where the blue zone is just knocking on your doors and telling you to just get inside the circle. Otherwise, you're going to face a lot of problems from my end. And that's a kind of situation YouTube Skull had to move inside the circle, had to opt for that risky play. But they didn't have any kind of chances standing up against 2 to 3 teams who were completely aware of that there is one team who will be stepping outside of that compound and will have to get all the finishes.
Yes, and at the same time, I would like to bring in KARUNAADU as well and Rippers as well, to be frank. Rippers, yes, obviously they were holding the most vulnerable corner of the map. And before coming to the center of the map, before pushing in, if they had used some throwables and eradicated that of KARUNAADU, the story would have been so much different. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to look at the matchup of the next map itself, because it's going to be the crucial map of Sanhok, and this group will be playing their final map itself. And a little bit of a switcheroo in the desk as well, because Necros will be now setting it out, and I'm going to welcome my old friend Salty, who was sitting in the sidelines watching the games, and I do believe that he is going to have one or two things to say, because you did vouch for WINGOD before stepping out.
Exactly. I mean, I did vouch for WINGOD and they played phenomenally. But now it seems like our playtime is over. It's going to be the final game of this particular group. And whoever has to set a target, they have to do it right now. The final chicken dinner is going to be extremely crucial. Just try and get as many finish points as you possibly can. And maybe you will have a better chance. And I did speak of building momentum before leaving. I think WINGOD have done that. ASLAAA have stepped up. YouTube Skull have done that. So I think these are going to be the 3 names who will sort of build on that momentum, Arka. But should we do predictions right now?
I mean, I say that we enjoy the game because the undergods are rising up and they're making sure that they make waves in every single map they play. And I would love to see them, come in and dominate a bit more better. But, for the fun of it, if we'll have to do some predictions or choose a team so that we can push some luck from our side to them, who would it be?
I mean, if you'd ask me, possibly the most obvious choice will be Team IQOO. But then if you actually think of it in a way, I think ASLAAA and YouTube Skull have actually a pretty good opportunity. In fact, the way they played the map of Miramar, I am extremely positive that this game might actually turn out good, because they were focusing on close quarter combats, which again on Sanhok is going to be very beneficial. They had great positioning up until the right end of the map of Miramar. So I'm hoping on the map of Sanhok, if they do find the better end of the circle, maybe they will be able to, end on a good run. And I want these teams to end on a good run, Arka.
Yes, and that's going to be the wishes from all the fans as well to every single team who's playing out there. But coming back to the practical things of it, right? We have seen that FORCA and FORCAZYN have not been able to perform to their fullest potential, because FORCA had got 18 points previously, whereas FORCAZYN had got around 24 points. And what do you think is kind of going wrong for these two teams?
Honestly, it's the decision making. I feel like they have been engaging in multiple fights right at the start of the game, which has sort of caused a lot of problems, right? You see the likes of WINGOD, you see the likes of maybe ASLAAA or YouTube Skull as well, taking typical examples and their case studies. WINGOD had 2 finishes up until the very last circle, and then they climbed up to 11 finishes just because of positioning. I have always been rooting for the fact that your finishes will come as a byproduct of your positioning. You don't have to go and hunt down teams. I mean, IQOO, they have been successfully doing that, but I think for these underdog teams, there's always going to be a learning curve, and that comes much later. So what you can do right now is just focus on your positioning, play a decent game up front, and then maybe you can try and get those finishes on board.
Let's see whether that's going to be the case. But ladies and gentlemen, this flight path is going to be so different, because for all those teams trying to go to the eastern side of the map, it's going to be a bit more challenging, starting all the way from Hath and ending towards the Bantai region. I mean, now this is the kind of flight path which obviously the fan favorite team will be looking out for. But again, that Ruins region, is there any kind of a drop clash in that region? Because from the beginning of the grind till now, we're able to see that there has been some kind of an early skirmish scenario.
Yeah, you kind of cursed it, Arka. There is no drop collision happening in Ruins, but I'm still waiting if on the other part of the map we do get to find some. But this is the circle that I love the most, the circle that comes down to the trifecta. I call it the trifecta because it is at the intersection point, the junction of the three different islands. You've got the Camp Alpha Island, the Camp Bravo Island, and the mainland. We're going to hold on to that conversation for a while, because I think we do have some sort of a clash building up. It's going to be Team FFC versus RVNC in this initial collision. Ansh already has faced the wrath. A Molotov did come chiming in, but so far, no contact established as of yet, Arka.
Yes, and it's going to be a very important fight for the side of RVNC, right? They've not had such a great day so far, and they'll be looking to obviously end things on a good note. A Molotov tossed in, but it's just that, it was a way too early for him to toss that in. Shots were coming in from the other side as well. FFC does do the initial damage against the side of RVNC, building up a little bit of a pressure. But now we'll have to see how they're going to be challenging it. Yes, it's going to be Cyan doing the first knock against them, and from here on trying to convert those into finishes.
He has to be very careful of Manu's flank. He is in extremely good position, and one shot from that AKM might actually take him down. His helmet is damaged extensively, and his vest as well. It's just a level 1, so should not really be much. But I love the recovery coming in from RVNC, slowly progressing. Good shot coming in from Zero as well. Takes down Yasaroji and finally confirms this as well. FFC, they had the first pick in this fight, but slowly and steadily, the numbers have been dwindling. But Manu, brilliant nade coming in from him. Is it a 1v1?
Oh, it seems like it is. It seems like it is from outside of this compound, trying to make sure that he keeps changing position, predicting the opponent, and he's trying to find the right kind of opening. But it's a shotgun on the other side. He needs to be very, very careful. He might have an AK, but very low on HP. He's got to be Cyan on the other side. So this fight to finish is going to be a very interesting affair, as Manu waiting for the opponents to make that mistake, and also waiting for his teammate to come in a bit more closer. And Oxide himself, a 1v2 scenario is going to be a little bit of a different affair. But Manu, this man was enough, as he does it to perfection, placing that crosshair to that very corner.
Brilliant recovery from FFC, to be honest. They got the first knock, but then instantly RVNC managed to hit back. But the way Manu with the nade was sort of quintessential, and I love the way he paid respect to his opposition as well. It was a 1v1. Could have actually obviously run in with an AKM, tried to clean him up, but he tried to give it time so that Oxide closes in. So in case if he does get knocked out, he has that support, but it seems like he will need that support right now, because Team FORCA, they are slowly chiming in. FORCA officials, the spread is massive. They have that visual on towards Manu as well. And I want to see how do they start to plan this onslaught, because it should not be very difficult to isolate these two players, Manu and Oxide.
I mean, they would have given information, that's for sure, that we are being surrounded at this point of time. Because Abhi's location will obviously be known by the side of Oxide. Whereas Manu on the other side, he's the most vulnerable if you ask me. FORCA, they've all come in closer to this compound. It's got to be a triple threat lock which they bought in. But yes, they're going to be concentrating on putting one player down. One player at a time is what they're concentrating on. Oxide, no throwables whatsoever. He has to close the door right away, but it's going to be way too late as the grenade is going to be tossed in. And the last man standing, Manu. I know there's a shotgun which has been lying around out there, but has he picked it up? Has he got enough bullets in it as well? EK, it's been his strongest forte. Waiting it out. Sahil coming in a bit more closer. Can Manu cut this out?
It's going to be very, very difficult for him. Of course, did manage to find the connection on that first player, but the knock was not confirmed. And there goes Team FFC Esports. I mean, did not really get the opportunity to celebrate a lot. Force officials, brilliant, brilliant execution of this fight. And now they've got their first 2 eliminations. But where do they go from now? This fight happened in between Sami and Bantai, but they have a very good positioning according to the circle, right at the edge. And even if the circle shifts central, I'm pretty sure they can just travel pretty comfortably. But on the other side, we do have some sort of a skirmish building up. It's not just 2 teams. 3 teams in this Heartland region. You've got Team IQOO, you've got Team PCN, and you've got Team MEGATRON's NE. Of course, PCN being in a sandwich situation and just waiting for MEGATRON to make a mistake. But Team IQOO, with the kind of split that they have, I think they will be rooting for this fight to take place so that they can third party and get all the finishes that are lying in front of them.
Yes, that's got to be the case. But Falcon trying to spread his wings in the open. He's got to be punished. And 2 of the players from the opponents down. And this is the time for PNC to push. They were also looking for an opportunity like this. And it seems like everything is falling in place for them. They need to be careful with what they're going to do next. Xerox doesn't realize that there's a player behind him. And does he do the damage? It seems like he gives away his location at the final moment. And he's going to be punished. And as the last man standing inside of this building holds that deadly DBS.
He does hold that deadly DBS. Just 1 man with 4 men trying to climb on top of him, assault him down. It was always extremely difficult. But now PCN, they've dealt with one problem very comfortably. Not a single casualty suffered, and now they know exactly what to expect. Team IQOO lurking in the background, but now they've been spotted. PCN, they will have enough time to recover from this fight as well. But elsewhere, we have Team KARUNAADU Esports, who started things off brilliantly with that chicken dinner. Not a chicken dinner, but a very aggressive game on that map of Erangle. Seems like now they have suffered a massive debacle. And the one that is coming in from is going to be Boss Esports. We talked a lot about them, Arka. And I think they're starting to sort of show their true potential.
Hopefully, both these teams to the center of the circle. There's no necessity for them to burn their resources, nor take this fight. But yes, it's all about telling that, stay away from this territory as I stand here. The northern side of the map, there's a small cluster as well. It's going to be another team trying to, come into the crosses of IQOO. But again, the southern side of the map, the Nakam region, completely unconquered. And I do believe that FORCA will be trying to look forward to go and capture that place.
They might actually do so. FORCAZYN having, the first squad wipe of the day from Sami will find an easy rotation towards the entry of the circle. But I'm actually more concerned about PCN right now, whom we just witnessed decimate Megatron Gaming. But now it's going to be very tough. They will be gate-kept by the likes of Team IQOO, just waiting in the back lines. For now, of course, Boss Esports waiting for any sort of visual. And I think this is a very good position, Arka, because now that you know that the center of the circle is in that intersection, is in that junction of the 3 islands, controlling that junction, controlling that shoreline gives you so much control, because now you can control the rotation of the other teams. And look at this. Speaking of rotation, Team PCN, they are moving in tandem and possibly hoping to take down Team IQOO.
I mean, you need to stick together. You need to have your complete squad if you're pushing in against a team like this. But again, you can't make silly mistakes as well. There it is. S-Power. You show your back to him and he's bound to put you down. And he puts him down ruthlessly. Lack of information, and there it is. Pika also gets taken down, and it's going to be a cakewalk from here on for these two, as it's going to be Knuckle trying to toss in a grenade. No damage whatsoever being dealt, but as I speak, that Knuckle gets taken down, finished off as well, and it's going to be the rest of the team which is going to be coming in and making sure that it's going to be PCN going home with just 4 finishes for themselves.
It was textbook mistakes, Arka. This is what I was trying to say. The fact that you had no information, just trying to charge in against any opposition, that is definitely going to cost you, because I'm pretty sure they had sound cues. I'm pretty sure they had information that all the 4 players of Team IQOO were present in that compound. You had to use utility, you had to use grenades to flush out a couple of players, possibly get a knock, and then start to invade in. But speaking of invasion, it seems like version 9, they have invaded in the compound of last game's winners. 2 back-to-back knocks, and now the game has turned on its face. 3 knocks and just 1 player surviving. WINGOD, they are eliminating version 9 in a snap. That wasn't even 5 seconds.
I mean, I just loved it, right? The splash radius was so perfect that the zone had to do the damage for one of the players, and then eventually they take that big advantage. Not much resources lost and not much resources on the opponents being, used. So they can pack themselves up right now, do the complete farming, make it inside the circle, but they'll have to travel 1,352 meters. And do they have enough first aids to do so?
I'm not really sure. I mean, they will get a lot of crates, and right now, have a look at this. Rex has those 6 first aid kits to utilize. But I think on the map of Sanhok, considering how beautifully Team WINGOD were rotating from circle to circle on Miramar, I was not expecting this late rotation from them on the map of Sanhok. And this might cost them, especially in a circle like this where you will have to cross water bodies. Because you never really know, the hard shifts in the end make it extremely difficult to predict which island the final zone is going to be. And according to that, you will have to dance across the circle. A major shift might just be coming in, ladies and gentlemen. We're expecting the 3rd circle. But now that's a central shift. The BGMI gods, they always confuse me, Arka.
I mean, you asked for a circle which has all 3 islands in it, right? So I do believe that indirectly you're being blessed. Even though it's not been special so far, but still, yes, look at that ruins region, and that corner is where you'd want to place yourself with a circle like this. And at the same time, we're able to see that IQOO making that early rotation to that bridge region. Probably they want to cross over and make sure that the other island is completely empty. KARUNAADU esports to the epicenter as ASLAAA is trying to make it inside of the circle. It's got to be FORCA whom they find in their path.
Yeah, FORCA officials, pardon me for that, FORCAZYN, in fact, have just found out that ASLAAA esports were holding the backlines, and now this is where things get difficult. We've always seen, Arka, that rotating late on a map like Sanhok always costs you. Costs you in a way where you don't really have a lot of space, you don't really have a lot of breathing room. All you can do is just try to go for those panic rotations, the slam-ins, and hope that you're going to win that 4v4 fight. That is one of the reasons why rotating early gives you such a massive advantage. If we do have the map in our screen right now, I could highlight how beautifully KARUNAADU esports are holding that central part, the junction that I just mentioned. Boss esports is well in a great position, but now look at this, star players moving towards Rippers, and they have no information, do they?
I don't think so. They have any information, but Proton now would have given away his footsteps as Austin is trying to cook up a grenade, as Avnish will be in deep troubles if it lands to perfection. And there it is, hefty amount of damage being done, not only to himself but also to the rest of the players. KursGod pushes in, trying to knock the opponents, but they'll be hiding through those trees and making it to safety. The tracing was perfect, but the number of bullets were a little lesser comparatively.
Yeah. I mean, now they are going to thank their stars for surviving that onslaught. That was extremely close. Too close for comfort, but at least our players, they did not lose their star players in this fight. 3 players still up and alive, but where do they go from now? Because they have been pushed. They have been pushed to the exact edge of the circle, and they will have to eliminate that. They will have to kind of give that up and try and go for a rotation towards the Camp Charlie Island. And every single rotation path has been blocked so far. KARUNAADU esports holding that junction. You've got Boss esports and FORCA esports holding that bridge lines as well. And I don't really think they are going to go for a northward rotation. That would be extremely difficult.
I see a small space, a small shoreline between that of Team Soul as well as the side of KARUNAADU esports, right? And if some teams has to hide themselves in that, shorelines, will have a greater advantage for sure. But Painan, this hard compound is now going to be in the hands of Rippers, who need to get a chicken dinner out here. They've got a decent run in the first game. The second one, not as much as expected. But the third one, they need to end the day on a good note.
You know, I really loved the fact that KARUNAADU Esports, who very easily wiped off YouTube Skulls on the map of Erangle, they were suffered similar fate on the map of Miramar.
God.
It was great. But speaking of fate, I think KARUNAADU Esports, they've definitely prayed to the gods of BGMI, especially after that map of Miramar. They're like, please bless us with the circle, and possibly they have the best position inside this map right now.
And speaking about the best position, I'll tell you where could be the best position. On the other side of the island, I can see one big shack out there, right? Or one big barn on the other side, and that is where you would want to hold yourself away from all those commotions. Probably do the third party to pick up as many finishes as possible, and then make it to the other island when necessary. I mean, this is thinking out of the box, but still, let's see who's going to do it. And as far as what I can see, I think SP is probably looking forward for something like that.
Arca, WINGOD has been going for something very different. As soon as the circle shifted, they drifted back into the mainland, used a bridge, and now possibly they are hoping to find an entry from the bootcamp region, but little do they know that that place is already having too many teams. It's very player dense right now. There's FORCA, there's star players, there's Team Rippers. It's gonna be a mammoth collision. I can only expect that WINGOD are completely alien to that information. They have no clue what they have to face up front. On the other side, it seems like Team Rippers, they are planning to cross over, possibly swim to that Camp Charlie Island. It's not going to be easy. Still waiting for KARUNAADU to open their floodgates and start pressing on those triggers. They're going to get so many finishes if they do have that good position and good cover.
Speaking about cover, there's one team which needs it very badly. That's got to be the side of MAD, as it's got to be another player almost getting taken down. And Liability, the only man in front of Pahadi. One with the nature right now, restricting Pahadi from getting a bit more closer. As Snake Eye will be going in for that revival. ASLAAA on the other side, damage from two different teams. He'll be going back into cover, but guess what? Liability is not going to allow that to happen. He's been spraying down persistently, but doesn't get any kind of knocks. But eventually, Asura from the other side says, enough.
Enough is enough for sure. MADSOUL, they suffered a massive fate over there. But I think for ASLAAA, this is a blessing in disguise. Gives them that little bit of a breather to try and get their fallen comrade back up and alive. And maybe from that point on, they will start to dominate. And they do so exist once again. Finds a connection, but has to be wary from their backstab region. This Boss Esports, and they are starting close in. Exist does cook up that nade, but this is not the right place where you can take this fight. Extremely open from multiple directions, and ASLAAA, they're facing the brunt of it. Too many teams to third party and fourth party, and it seems like Boss Esports, they want to chime in on that opportunity. Just waiting for that opportunity to pounce.
There's been a casualty. There's been a casualty against the side of Boss, but still they're not bothered because they do understand this uphill battle has a greater advantage for them. But 4 men standing in the final circle is going to be very much a necessity as the grenade lofted in a far off distance. Harsh realizes that Pahadi is trying to gain information. The grenades are not being tossed at the right corners. Sparky, he can go a little bit to the eastern side, but eventually Imgod gets taken down. Now Sparky in deep troubles as Pahadi is grabbing all the attentions, but somewhere far away it's going to be Mad yet again doing the damage against the side of ASLAAA.
Boss Esports, 2 players down. I'm not really sure how are they planning to hold on, but I think there is a silver lining. Team ASLAAA, they are being onslaughted from behind. Rio is the last one who is still going to survive, and that gives Boss a massive advantage. Can go for this revival, can go for their, surviving their fallen comrades, and it's not going to be easy, but they will manage to do it. Bahari and Rio, they are still alive, but I don't think they're going to trouble Boss Esports much. Still has the high ground advantage, still can decide to capitalize, but right underneath their noses, it seems like one team is going to start to rotate, and that's going to be FORCA, and what a beautiful shot! Right from the first bullet, there was one man being taken down, another one being brought down to extremely low HP, but could not confirm that knock Arca.
Oh my god, Boss, they need to watch out their backs because it's going to be ASLAAA slowly creeping up from one corner. Whereas on the other side, there's been several other crosshairs watching them out. FORCA, they had a decent position, right? And now they want to pick up some finishes. They've seen IQOO from one corner. They see another team. They see ASLAAA from the other. And look at the circle, and look at how KARUNAADU has somehow made it into the circle as well. All they have to do is clear off the side of SP, and it becomes so much more easier for them. It's star players versus KARUNAADU for the center of the circle from the eastern side.
I don't really think it's a battle, to be honest, Arka. The 2-2 split coming in from KARUNAADU should be enough to clean up the likes of star players. They will have to wait and hope for a miracle if star players thinking that they will be able to take down KARUNAADU, but on the other side, it seems like FORCAZYN, they are constantly taking so much damage. Two players are gonna feel the brunt of it. The Molotov knocking down a third one. And now it's all down to FORCAZYN to try and clean up Team ASLAAA. Beautiful timing on Rio. Find the first knock. Now there's just one player left, Bahari, behind that boulder. But he's still trying to close in. He does not care. And that is where he goes down. Boss Esports, they were still lurking in the background. And the third party, the timing of it was absolutely perfect.
Now, FORCA, can he get the revivals through? That's going to be the big question, because the blue is starting to come in closer and they'll have to make it to the center of the circle. SP versus KARUNAADU from one corner takes place. That's going to keep them a little bit busy with IQOO. Even they are trying to clear off as many players as possible before making it inside the circle. And look at that, S-Power. The sprays connect perfectly. The last man standing, he's going to be behind those trees and need to be careful, as it's going to be Manya from inside of the circle trying to come in from that off angle. And Manya is also going to be punished. And it's going to be S-Power from outside of the circle now making it in.
Absolutely. It's going to be a very difficult rotation for S-Power, but I hope that with that vehicle, with that bike, he will manage to move inside. YouTube Skull, are they aware of the fact that S-Power is lurking right in front of them? The Molotov comes in. That's going to be Unique's last breath. Top is also in front of him. Should not be a difficult job for him to clean this man up. YouTube Skull phenomenal when it actually comes to those rotations, but their firepower is nothing when it actually compares against Team IQOO. But look at that nade. The man had the best of locations. The information was there and the strike was precise.
It's perfect. And now it's going to be the carpet bombing against the side of Team YS and SP. A divided attention coming in from the side of KARUNAADU. They need to make sure that they clear off one squad at least. Because Top, every time the single man survives, he's made sure that he does the damage to the opponents so hard that he might grab away the chicken dinner from their pockets.
It is in their pockets already. KARUNAADU Esports finding team star players Adil quite comfortably, and then of course we will have information on Lavish as well. Easy clearance, Adil Jod with 5 finishes. Definitely just running a road roll on this map of Sanhok, of course, but now it's a 1v4. The chicken dinner is there. It is there in their pocket, but now it needs a miracle for Top to actually confirm this. His position will be given out. Easy clearance, and there you have it. KARUNAADU Esports. They started on the map of Erangle. They could not finish the job. They kind of faltered on the map of Miramar, but finally on the map of Sanhok, this team, they are going to rule themselves, reign supreme, and certainly making their case for BGIS, the main stage. I'm pretty sure they've bagged enough points to qualify.
I mean, yes, they did outperform themselves today, right? And you were speaking about their past. They've been a lineup to watch out for. They were one of your favorites as well, and it seems like, you know, they've given a reason to put a smile on your face. And you know, from here on, I would love to see how KARUNAADU Esports is gonna, you know, continue their journey in this lobby, because from here on, it's gonna be a cakewalk for them if they continue the same kind of momentum.
You know, it also comes down to the fact that they capitalized on the advantages that were offered to them.
Yeah.
Right? You understand where the circle was right from the get-go when the first circle dropped. I talked about how this intersection or the junction circle always ends up in that region. And KARUNAADU were very quick to realize that, right? They went up, they got that spot, and they held on to it at till the very end. Now, a lot of teams would try to do something like what WINGOD did, right? Just overcomplicate their rotations, try and go for those risky stuff. But KARUNAADU kept it simple, kept it basic, and this is something which I like. They did get finishes at the very end, of course. All the teams were at their mercy, and I always have said, right, your finishes will come as a byproduct. Your finishes will come as a byproduct of your positioning, and KARUNAADU, they just did exactly that.
Yeah, completely agreed. And also having control of that complete hard compound, right? It is a widespread hard compounds over there through the shorelines. it can be home for more than one team, but still they were spread around, making sure they keep the enemies at bay. And that's going to be one of the most crucial things they did in those final circles. And yet again, the split which you were speaking about, at one point of time I really thought they might become a little bit vulnerable. One knock and the opponents might push in to make it two, and two players might get finished off on an instant. But still, they knew exactly which are the two players who got the best synergies to stay together and use that utilities to perfection.
Exactly, information is the key. I think they had the information of the players from Star Team, right? And the way
Yeah.
they kind of executed them just goes to show that Star players, their location was given out, and they were not really worried about it. Two players from
Yeah.
KARUNAADU, they were outside the circle. They were trying to prevent from any backstabs coming in. Two players inside the circle, securing that circle for themselves. This is textbook style, and we have seen team,
Yeah.
ex troublemakers, that is KARUNAADU Esports, do that quite often. And I'm happy that this team has, over the period of time, they have matured much more, and it seems like now they understand the difference between a bad fight and a good fight, and that decision making has been helping them. A great performance today overall, but it's not just them. I feel another team we got to see a different approach from was Team IQOO. They were certainly not playing to get the chicken dinners. They were playing to get as many finishes on board as they possibly can.
I mean, I guess it was more of a training for Manya to be that assaulter,
Yeah.
because he was always on the front line. He was the
Yeah.
last man surviving. And he was like, you know what? These are the moments where I train myself in a lobby like this. So you guys think about doing whatever you want in S-Power in the final moments. I really was expecting him to, look out for that grenade tossed in. But still, ladies and gentlemen, the MVP of the map of Sanhok has to be from the side of KARUNAADU, BGIS, who's done a decent job, 50% contribution of 5 finishes with a map impact of 9%.
I'm loving the fact that this team is not a one-man show right now. Kanwar was
Yeah.
the man who actually stepped up in the first game. He had more than 50% finish contribution. The second game was not really ideal for them. They got taken down by YouTube Skull. But on the third game, Adil coming in with 5 finishes, 50% contribution again. Just goes to show that every single player, they're equally talented. And why not? They have been inside of BGIS 2023 semi-finals. So they certainly have that experience as well. And using it to perfection, there are your top 4 performers, ladies and gentlemen. Right at the very top, you're going to find Adil. Right next to him, Team ASLAA's Pahari with 4 finishes, 80% finish contribution. That is a lot. I think ASLAA have also improved quite a lot, Arka. I want to know your thoughts before we actually complete the rest of the top performers.
I do believe that, they have woken up a little late. This kind of
Yeah.
performance is what we expected from them from week 1. And week 2, they had a little bit of a pressure over their shoulder. It was kind of visible in the fights they took. But ultimately, yes, once they got eased out in those fights, they started dominating it. And I was expecting them to do a little bit better when it comes to this map itself. But yes, compared to all the other fights they've taken so far in grind, they've done a decent job so far.
Absolutely, but coming back to the top performers, you've got Sparky, you've got Manu, you've got Vicky with 3 finishes each, and each, contributing so much for their team, 75%, 60%. That's a lot, just taking so much responsibility and heavy weight for their side. But point standings is what we have in front of our screens right now. KARUNAADU Esports at the tippity top. You've got 10 finishes and 10 position points. 20 total points is what they have. YouTube Skull with 12 points and IQOO with 10 points respectively. I was expecting a little more from WINDGOD, to be honest, but the fact that they overcomplicated their rotation just didn't really make sense to me. On Miramar, they were focusing on the circles. On Sanhok, they tried to do something very crazy, and that's why they get eliminated at that 7-point mark.
I mean, see, it's a lesson learned the hard way, right? For most of the teams, at least from the next page, these teams will be looking out to correct their mistakes and make sure that once they start from round 1 itself, they have a better chance, they have better strategies as well. And amongst these bottoms, we'll be able to see some disappointments as well, because RVNC, 3 games they've played, and every single time they've been in the bottom 5. And I wonder what's going wrong with them or the players in the bootcamp.
I think the time to wonder is gone, Arka, because all their games inside of BGIS, the grind 2024, are over. The 6 opportunities that they have, there are limited opportunities, and you had to step up. but they have exhausted all of them, and I'm not sure if they have accumulated a lot of points. FFC Esports as well, I kind of had a little bit of an expectation from this team. Could not really step up. 4 finishes is all that they have. PCN Esports as well, 5 finishes. And you look at this, right? These are all the teams who have 0 position points. Just goes to show that their majority of their gameplay was centered around finding teams out in the open and trying to take them down. But that cannot be your game plan moving into a tournament that is so long and so vast in its majority.
Yes, and also let's not forget Rippers. After showing so many signs of light, and suddenly they decimate in the map of Sanhok. A very, open push or a rotation in the open, and then trying to take some fights in the open fields did affect them a lot. And ladies and gentlemen, with this, we'll be looking at the overall standing to see which team stands where. And KARUNAADU Esports, they've done an amazing job. The first week they ended up on a very sad note of 8 points, and now they made a stronger comeback with more than 30 points raked up in week 2, standing on top with 41 points in this week alone.
This is what we call a comeback. This is what we call improvement. In KARUNAADU Esports, they have certainly showcased their potential. 41 points. I'm not really sure if that is going to be enough, if that is going to make the cut, but hopefully this team actually makes it inside of BGIS. Let's just talk about WINGOD Esports for now. 37 points. I think that's a great performance out of the 3 games that they have played. 1 chicken dinner and 20 finish points. I told you, Miramar is where WINGOD excel at, and they're always going to make their majority of their numbers from that map itself. ASLAAA as well, brilliant recovery after that first game. 26 points. Star players with 24. IQOO not really focusing that much. 23 points on them. YouTube Skull with 21. Force Official with 16 and version 9 with 10.
Now, this is where a few teams, they might have to put their heads down for a few days and probably, sleep it out to come back a bit more stronger. RVNC with just 4 points over here. MEGATRON again. It's going to be another team with just a single-digit 4-pointer. Boss Esports, a lot of expectations after getting 33 points in week 1. Now they end up getting just 10 points. And I do believe the strategy was well read by the opponents.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really understand what went wrong with Boss Esports because we did not really get to see the approach from them. For sure, the aggressive stance was there to try and fight at every opportunity which is there. But the fact that they could not really survive those battles makes me question, was the first performance, was the initial performance that we were a big fan of just a fluke, or was it, or is this performance a dip in form? Of course, all of those questions, I mean, shall be answered if this team does make it to the next stage of the competition, of course. But I highly doubt if they have accumulated enough points, Arka, because we have been constantly talking about the cutoff, and I think this is where the conversation of the cutoff really begins. Where do you think is where we draw the line for the top 64 teams?
I mean, somewhere between 70 to 72 or 65 to 72 for sure. I have this number, which has been lingering in my head for a long time. 72 is the number I feel we'll have to watch out for. But still, yes, that's another thing altogether.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a very interesting promo that is coming in right across your screens right about now. We're going to talk about it on the other side of it.
रुक यार, जिगल विगल करके दे दिया. Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है? जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से. बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के. जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से. बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के. जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से. That guy.
BGMI has sort of become an emotion at this point, and people with their individual aspects of the game have sort of written new storylines, especially Snacks with the way he brought in the jiggle trend all across. I still remember it was trending across all platforms, across Instagram, across YouTube, and I feel this video that we just witnessed was an accurate representation of it. But ladies and gentlemen, we just finished the games for Group 1, but the day's action is not over yet. We will actually see which are the teams competing for Group 2, of course, and there are some heavy hitters, there are some big names. There are Enigma Gaming, you've got Galaxy Races, you've got MetalWings, you've got Blind Esports, Team Tamilas, Entity, and much more. But as of now, if you talk about it, I think there are going to be some heavy contenders. Blind Esports being in the top 5 of the overall standings, I think they will stand the heaviest chance of making the most out of it. But I really wonder if there are going to be certain teams like possibly Team Tamilas, possibly Entity, who can capitalize on today's matches and maybe dethrone this team as the very table toppers of their group. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, there's been a small change on the panel. Arca is going to take a leave, and my main man, Necros, is going to be back. And Necros, are you live and are you kicking?
Yo, I am actually kicking up very much right now, because obviously when you talk about the matches that actually happen, I was just watching the map of Sanhok itself. It was a good run, it was a good try by version 9 itself, but right now when we move down to group number 2, a lot of new teams, but again, the last 3 set of matches is what they are here to play up. And I mean, if you just kind of talk about the teams like Enigma Gaming and Blind, they have been doing pretty amazing in their job, what they have done in the past 3 matches that they've played early on. But now it's a time, it's a kind of new opportunity. It's a new set 3 of matches that you need to prove. And again, the last 3 matches in this entire grind.
The last 3 matches, of course, for them, the opportunity is there to kind of, set up a target. But me and Arca had already started the conversation for the cutoff. So I'm going to throw that same question to you and try to understand where do you think that bottom 64th team is going to lie on the overall standings? How many points are you expecting them to have so that we have that rough estimate of what are we looking at?
I mean, I had a kind of number like 64 to 65 is what I expect the cutoff might be in the 64th position. That's a kind of conflicting term I and Arca was having between, because I was telling 65, was telling 72. So I was like, let's just stick with it. But overall, I really believe, I mean, the way the teams they have playing, the way they're stepping up, even we saw WINDGOD coming up again, KARUNAADU Esports. So there will be a lot of other teams as well, those who will be looking forward for some great matchups.
They certainly will be, and I think I kind of agree with your 65 mark, because there's been a lot of teams who've got 30 points from their first 3 games. I'm expecting them to not be as consistent in the next 3, but if they do so, I think they will end up on that 60-point mark. That is where the cutoff might lie, or in fact should lie, but we'll find that out. Of course, we are yet to see the overall standings. We're yet to see the cumulative standings of Group 1. I mean, we did get to see it, but I'm talking about both the weeks combined. But as of now, Group 2, Blind Esports are at the very top. They are inside of the top 5. But then you've got a few contenders who are going to be the closest. The closest will be Enigma and Entity, who are roughly about the 30 to 35 point mark. I want to know from you, do you see that consistency coming in from Enigma and Entity enough to maybe possibly dethrone Blind?
I mean, if you talk about Enigma, they have been good on the finishes. They've got 21 finishes out of the 30 points that they have scored in the first 3 games. For Entity, it is also the same, 23 finishes out of those 35 total points that they have accumulated. But if you kind of talk about the consistency that they want to bring up on the table, I would say that yes, they have the capability, yes, they have the players to step up and face Blind. But again, it comes down to that final factor where you execute your plans inside the match. I mean, if you have, I mean, they've got a good cap, right? First 3 games, after that, a week span of time to just kind of figure out what mistakes that they have done, a fresh week, a fresh day. So they will be looking forward to kind of implement and rectify all the mistakes that they have done in the first 3 games.
Exactly. And, speaking of Team Blind, I think the limelight has to be on them. The spotlight has to be on them, because you talk about Skips and Dark Lord. I feel Skips has turned himself into a clutch master. This man does not fear anything. He has a lot of finishes. I was calculating. I think Dark Lord has the highest in terms of the finishes accumulated. He probably has somewhere around 15 finishes, and then Skips also somewhere around 10. I think Blind, they've played possibly one of the most aggressive games, and I'm really liking the IGL ship and the rotations that RB is bringing on board. One of the most underrated IGLs in the country, and I think with a few good games today, they might actually set a good target, possibly even dethrone IQOO. Who knows?
I mean, they do have the kind of possibility, right? And I was talking about in the early phase of the day as well. If any team who can dethrone IQOO Seoul from that #1 spot, it is blind in my eyes, because they have got that same kind of aggression within themselves. But you know what? We will jump onto it exactly to the conclusions as the Erangle takes the head start.
Erangle does take a head start, ladies and gentlemen, and the big bird is back up in the skies. Of course, we are going to be flying from Lipovka towards Primorsk. So this flight path, I mean, it does tend to be a little southern shifted, but then I don't really think teams are going to have a massive world of trouble. If you have to reach towards Georgopol, maybe you have to take a pit stop somewhere around Gatka, somewhere around Ruins, find that intermediate vehicle and then make your travel later on. But for now, I think majority of the teams are going to avoid that, to just try and get themselves that intermediate spot where they can get some loot for themselves, that early loot, and then try and convert on the later on circles. The first Erangle, in fact, Necro, it was sort of passive in the early stages. We did get to see some drop collisions, but I want to ask you, are you expecting some in this one?
I mean, yes, for sure. And you know, we've got it on the screen already. And it's XHIBIT who wants to go with a head-on battle, but BT, does he just manage to get that finish point? No, it's not. He's got the knockout of Caliber, but still, Keanu is there just for a retaliation epic. From a distance, he got that mini 14 on himself and instantly finds one frag, but the backup arises with an Uzi. Aryan, he can be that game changer, finishes Caliber, but instantly, XHIBIT, they are in some big trouble.
They certainly are, and a drop collision in Lipovka is the thing that we least expect to find. But this is the the start of the flight path, and two teams dropping in. Frequency Esports, we were talking about them off broadcast, Necro, and it seems like they have been doing their homework once again, quite comfortably cleaning up the sides of XHIBIT in spite of not having the best of weaponry or the best of utility as well. Have a look at this. Suraj has that only level 1 helmet, level 1 vest, but he knew the timing on that push was perfect, and that is one of the reasons why he got the better end of it.
Seeming to it, Salty, we have seen, we get another casualty coming up on the screen. It's LASTHOPE Esports, one of the players who came here to loot, but they did not anticipate that there will be a player of blind and got punished eventually. But looking towards the different areas, we've got another team. We expected that there will be drop collisions, and I guess the BGMI gods, they have blessed us with a lot more.
They certainly have. Another fight. This one is towards Primorsk, and right now we have Team Tamilas. This is their usual drop location. They've always been dropping towards Primorsk. Usually when they play the other lobbies, they usually have to face 8-bit esports, but now they have someone different, and it's an undergod team. 2B, 4B. As of now, there is that distance that is maintained, that peaceful treaty is still there, but I wonder for how long that is going to be the case. 2B, 4B do not really show signs of retreat from this fight, and maybe when Team Tamilas look to evade from Primorsk, they will have to venture through 2B, 4B.
Completely agree, Salty. And Team Tamilas has always been a team who doesn't try to involve themselves in some early contention. I mean, they are those peace holders who always like, okay, we might have some early clashes, we might have some early contests coming up, but we'll just complete our loot, we'll get the vehicles, and we'll rotate. If it's between a rotation that we had to take a fight, then we might just take that chance or maybe the decision to take it up. But I really don't think, if 2B, 4B is off with that same mindset, then I believe that peace treaty will be just continuing for a longer period of time. But on the different side, if you check on the Yasna area, exactly, I was talking about this one. Now, this is something that we need to focus on.
Yeah, you've got LASTHOPE Esports. You've also got Execute Esports as well. But Yasna is a big enough city. 2 or 3 teams can peacefully loot around and can go on their respective ways. They don't really have the compulsion to fight. And since they are very much inside the circle as well, so I don't really think this initial battle is going to start off. But intentions have been made clear. Strange was taking in a couple of shots from the distance. Nothing very daring enough that Execute Esports are on the hunt, but look at Unique OP's position. He really wants to take this fight, and Strange possibly has an idea of where he was being shot from. If the rest of the players from XHIBIT Esports also charge up along with Unique, I think this fight will definitely take place. But I'm still very excited about the Primorsk fight as well, Necros, because the circle is very far away from them, and they have to come to a conclusion very soon. Otherwise, both the teams are going to have a very bad time.
Completely agree. But when it comes down to this fight again, Salty, XHIBIT Esports, they haven't had a great start. I mean, they're down in 248 ranking in the overall standings. I mean, just getting only 1 point out of 3 matches. So you can kind of imagine that the position that they are in, it's very vital. They need to at least bag up some points to finish in a good spot. It will be very difficult for them to finish in top 64, but at least a decent spot should be enough to boost up their confidence.
Yeah, it should be. But as of now, speaking of confidence, it seems like none of these teams have the confidence to move forward and take up this fight. Strange also falling back from that advanced position, trying to regroup with his team, versus XHIBIT Esports not making any moves whatsoever. What do you think, Necro? What is going to be the outcome of this one? Is it going to be a stalemate?
I mean, if this goes like this, I'm still wondering. I mean, Unique, he doesn't have any helmet, right? He doesn't have any util, but still he's holding, like, you know, maybe in some moment, one player will step out in that hope. But I really insist, if I was there as a teammate, I would have insisted, Unique, you come back, take the loot, and then try to engage. Because the kind of 2 players or 3 players that are in the split for XHIBIT Esports, they're in actually very good position. But having quick recap of what happened in the areas of Lipovka, we got this start. I mean, that was amazing. That was something that we never expected. But the way Frequency Esports stepped up, it helped them a lot.
Yeah, definitely did. We did get to see some early knocks and collisions, and Blind also suffered similar fate. With 3 players, it might be a little difficult for them, but towards Severny, we have another collision that's happening. Team MG, they've taken a massive hit, but on the other side, they've also managed to hit back strong enough.
Wow.
2 players are going to bite the dust, and Smiley, IGL is going to find another finish for himself. A duel between Rekha and the opposition. The UMP not really singing the songs of death. He will be cleaned up. Team MG. That was a great start.
Indeed it was. And eventually when you talk about a team who is still looking forward, I mean, I have my eyes on them specifically because they have done some good kind of play in the first 3 games that they have done previously.
Yeah.
Total of I mean, how much? 19 points out of these 3 matches with 13 finishes. They had a kind of team who loves to go a little aggressive. A team, I would say, in this entire group, in those underdog sector that has performed brilliantly so far. But as we were talking about this fight of Primorsk, and it seems like Team TAMILAS, they have decided not to engage, but still Maxi, he has not completed his loot. I mean, I still insist to just leave this place right now.
Team TAMILAS usually do that. Take that damage, tank in the damage from the first circle. And also the presence of 2B, 4B might actually hinder them in their pathway. Look at this. The spray did come in, but not a lot of connection found. Team TAMILAS still going to be scrambling for finishes, but I think you mentioned it right. The first step of the action has to be to find their utility, to find their safeguard as well. The helmets and the vests are going to be of crucial importance. Still a little bit of a scrambled situation. 2B, 4B just looking to escape from Primorsk, and I like this decision. They understand that the zone is of the top priority, and maybe tanking that damage is not going to be of any use.
Quick rotations are very necessary sometimes, but as the circle is there, and you mentioned it earlier as well, Solly, right? Because from this position, if you want to enter the circle, at least you need to decide when you have to back off. And that's a very good take. In every fight, you need to know which is the time to kind of back off from that fight so that you can find the majority of the value. But as the next circle will be formed, we might have a better idea of where the teams have to head towards, because we have seen some drastic circle shifts itself. But even Enigma Gaming, they're still in the military base, Salty.
Yeah, they're still in the military base. Team TAMILAS is still towards the Feripay region, and I wonder, Necros, what are these big names thinking? Because they certainly have the experience, which the underdogs or the undergods don't, right? And they understand that maybe the first zone damage is not really something that we should worry about. Rather, we should stock in more utility and healing utility, so that later on in the game, when it's actually required, they have the massive number of nades, smokes, and first aid kits and everything. And I think that is one of the reasons why they are still not really bothered about it. But a team like Team Tamilas, who we've seen, take those early battles sometimes when teams do tend to challenge them, I was very shocked when they did not really make a move against Team 2B4B.
Even with that being said, the spray that was taken by Fox, if I'm not wrong, he did not complete connect a single bullet against 2B4B. It was a clear shot on a buggy. It was crucial, but for now, it seems we have a fight in the contention. BOB Esports against Galaxy Racers. This is going to be interesting. A quick exchange of utilities. Has to push back because there are a lot of damage is being done. But what? How did he jump out?
That was a massive dodge, to be honest. But look at this, Fyro. He still has a heart of gold. Still wants to go for it, and finally runs over the opposition Galaxy Racers. This is a good start from them. Another one. And look at this. No love, Fyro. All of them are just using their vehicles. Galaxy Racers, what are you doing? Of course, Team BOB right now have found no answers to the questions that Galaxy Racers posted in front of them. Sasuke was knocked out, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be an easy revival. But BBE, that definitely was not a fight where they should have given 3 men up.
Have to give credits to Fyro. Man was on a mission. He was on a death race. He decided completely that I'm going to go out. I'm going to get the frags on my vehicle itself. But Clutcher spots the rotation of Entity Gaming. Deals a hefty damage on Pukar. But the distance will favor the side of Entity Gaming. Though Pukar's tire has been busted off, so he needs to change the vehicle as soon as possible. Otherwise, it might be causing a lot of trouble. But overall, Entity, they want to keep themselves in a safer spot, almost close to the death center of the circle.
Yeah, and Entity have done that for a while. I think Team Entity also understand that they have enough points on board that they do not really have to go in all-out aggressive. They can start building on the momentum from the map of Erangle and slowly amp up that pressure. And as of now, they don't really have the compulsion. Just like you said, they are towards the central parts of the circle, and no team is really challenging them. I mean, for sure, there is our esports in the back lines, but then they are towards that Ruzok side, so that's not really their stronghold. Still trying to go for a southward rotation. You've got Team Tamilas right at Puchinki, which is at the edge. And from the north, you've got Team HB also trying to make their way in. But Necro, look at this. The scrambled fight at Yesnaya Polyana is still not taking any conclusion. They're still duking it out, possibly.
That's a kind of Cold War that we don't see often in this kind of format itself. It's a kind of aggressive format where teams tend to take the fight by themselves only. But these two teams, those who haven't performed that brilliantly in the first 3 games, they are still having that second thoughts, which is very obvious because if you have like 5 points or 1 point in the first 3 games, there will be some second thoughts before you even take an initiative to start a fight.
Yeah. Team Enigma on our screens right now, just crossing over the bridge. You know, this team has to be talked about because Team Enigma, they almost suffered a massive debacle. The previous lineups, of course, were not performing brilliantly. Last season when they played, they started off beautifully inside of the grind. Oasis was in that lineup, and he led his team to a great start inside of the competition. But eventually the downfall came, and we did not understand how. Since then, the only player that has been retained has been Infinity, and he's been the part of the squad. He's been the heart and soul of the squad for a very, very long time. LeBron has joined in. Secret has joined in from from Entity Gaming as well. And I think now you've got a very strong core. I feel LeBron as a player is extremely aggressive, and that stance was needed for Team Enigma to actually succeed. And with the addition of their 4th superstar, I think Team Enigma, they're well set for BGIS 2024. Don't you think so, Necros?
Completely agree with you, Salty. And as you mentioned, the addition, Secret as an assaulter, has been brilliant. Even in Entity Gaming when he was there, He's been an integral part of that team as well, and he's still trying to give the values to this team. He's stepping up, finding the values, looking forward to get as many points as possible. Haven't bagged any chicken dinner in this grind so far, but maybe in this 3 games that they will play, Enigma Gaming will be looking forward to bag one.
It was stolen away from them. I still remember that clutch coming in from Dream Team. Shubh, OG and Bindu just working together in a tag team situation. It was a 4v3 for Enigma on the map of Sanhok. I so vividly remember, but then that one stun grenade just completely wiped off their hopes and dreams. Now that I speak of it, I think there has been some amazing underdog teams that have come up. YouTube Skull, we were talking about them. They are certainly one of my favorites. Dream Team Esports, I still want to see them perform. They do not have their matches today, but that is going to be one of the teams I will be looking out for. But now look at this, Blind versus MJ. It's going to be a fight to watch out for. The first knock has been found, and it's Dark Lord. It has to be Dark Lord, isn't it?
He doesn't even care how many players are outside. He was completely determined on getting those finishes. But Wizard, the position he is in, his position is kind of read well by Skips.
Wow.
Has to make a fallback, drops down to almost 10 HP. Has to make a smoke cover for himself, but his team needs to back him up. Because Skips, he just won't let him slip away in that manner. The nade again gives a little bit of chip damage, but the fallback will be made. MG Esports, they had a good start and they won't just let it slip away like this.
They certainly won't, but they are facing Blind up front. And Dark Lord is still there, Skips is still there,
finally.
and Harsh, I'm pretty sure he is waiting to pounce. Dark Lord being a little too aggressive, was not really cautious, takes a lot of damage, but it seems like he still does not care, just like you mentioned. Just trying to close in, but the only position of concern is where Deadshot is. And I guess if Dark Lord hasn't outmarked him, maybe he can be caught blinded.
Good decision by Blind. I mean, to make a fallback from that position when you just kind of assume or have a good read that if we go on and take a head-on fight in this moment, it might be vulnerable for us to win in this manner. But 2v4B also coming from the backyards, it's a big alarming situation. Because if anyhow Blind tries to engage with MG Esports, 2v4B will be looking forward to just make the third party possible as soon as.
You know, Blind as a team, they are expert in terms of third parties. I've been talking about how Skips has constantly managed that anonymous position, that anonymous aura of his. And that is one of the reasons why he bagged majority of the 10 eliminations he had in the first phase of the grind. And now even look at this, right? His position is always separate from the other two. He will try and capitalize when the opposition is least expecting him. Dark Lord, of course, has been their main man, has been the main guy up front, and he has been brilliant. I want to see Harsh really stepping up. As a support player, he's been brilliant, but I know he can do much better than Blind with 3 men. It's going to be very hard for them to convert this chicken dinner, especially since you said there is 2B, 4B in the background. There is R Esports in the background as well. It certainly will be difficult to kind of handle all that pressure with just 3 players.
But just imagine, Salty, if they manage to wipe at least 2 of the teams, like make it the lineup of Canary and you take the side of MG Esports, then 2v4b will be left all alone, then this match could be turning up as a huge one for the side of Blind. But as we talk about the huge factors, it's Galaxy Races. They're taking on a head-on fight for now against Execute Esports. And finally, as the circle has shifted more over in the areas of Yasunaya, the fights are started to break out.
You know, this circle plays a lot with the hearts and minds of players. This circle betrays everyone. Everyone starts to think that Yasunaya is going to be the final position of battle, but then it moves out to the rice fields and makes stuff so much more complicated for these players. Because once you have that hard cover set up, it's actually more difficult to leave that hard cover and get out in the open. And look at that. Like I said, I know, right? These circles are always going to be playing out. Galaxy Races, of course, they're on the right end of it. Possibly can convert this fight for themselves and then go on their rotation. But I think that might just be too late because Entity, they've already started to spread themselves out and capture majority of that map control.
Look at the situation as well. Galaxy Races, They know it would be difficult for them if any team just gets along, but oh my god, Frequency Esports just loses 2 of their players. Now this is very tragic. One end it's Team TAMILAS, from another it's Galaxy Racers, but Team TAMILAS, they will look forward to secure all these finishes in their pocket. But as the position that they are in, it will be difficult for them to even enter the circle if Galaxy Racers, they're keeping it in check. The finishes will be capitalized and Galaxy Racers again reuniting with their teammates in a single compound.
And that was needed. To retreat from the fight and regroup once again for Galaxy Racers, this was very much needed. And let me tell you, I think only a handful of teams from this Yasnaya region will actually make it inside of the final circle, because they will have no option but to fight each other. Clutcher definitely did spot LeBron out in that shack, but no shots were fatal enough to connect and finish up his knock. But as of now, he has been pinned down from both ends. Now, this is the worst situation where a player can be LeBron. He has been marred by both Gamla Boy and Clutcher, and I'm not sure if he's going to survive for long.
I mean, I shouldn't laugh at it because that's a very difficult spot, but look at Modi. His vehicle completely turned over. He's clueless what to do next, but when you look down, MetalWings, they haven't had a very good run so far in this entire grind. They will be looking forward to convert this match because they have got the numbers advantage for themselves, and slowly, sneakily entering the circle. Have to keep a check. Team TAMILAS, they're holding the sniper tower and they need to clear it as fast as possible, because holding out of these edges, it's difficult. You get shots from Yasnaya, you get shots from those hills.
Yeah.
And it will be difficult for them to survive for a longer period of time.
I'm actually very surprised with Team TAMILAS and their positioning. It's very rare that a team like that will hold on to just a single sniper tower. But I mean, they did at the best of their abilities. They did what they possibly could. Finding any sort of cover inside of these rice fields is a boon, and I think Team TAMILAS, they've just found the right one. But the fact that they are being chased down by MetalWings might actually cause a problem. But look at that, the finish feed. Monu will be taken down. In fact, Gonu from Team MetalWings will be taken down. And Team TAMILAS, they're constantly on the prowl. Galaxy Racer will try and take some shots. I don't think it's going to be fatal enough. But for MetalWings, this is a team that has always tried to stay passive. Contrary to their name, I was expecting they will go kind of a little aggressive. But ever since BGIS 2023, I've seen them. They try and play the rotational game. But in this one, I don't think they will find good positioning.
Look at the position that they are in already. It's difficult for them. Even without vehicles, you cannot enter the circle, while Team TAMILAS are keeping it in a check. But for Team TAMILAS, Salty, Galaxy Racers, they had their eyes on for a longer period of time. And now as they have to move out from that particular sniper tower, I really believe it's going to be difficult because the compound advantage still stays with Galaxy Racers. And that's going to give a hefty damage to the side of Team TAMILAS as soon as they try to enter the circle.
Now, I recently had a chat with a very prominent IGL in the community, and I was asking him, what are your preferences when you look for these pit stops when there are open circles? And he said only one thing. You've got to look for a compound from where you can exit from. If you cannot exit a compound, do not try and enter it. And it seems like Team TAMILAS are in the middle of that particular soup. It's boiling hot. I'm not sure if they're going to be healthy for a long time, but speaking of not being healthy, Team MG, they're not going to be healthy right now. Just one player still standing, and Blind are looking to attack them from all directions. Skips is going to be the first one to charge, and Darklord did take a lot of damage, but there's still a lot of man numbers, and Blind, it's going to be an easy walk in the park for them to completely slide over Team MG, and now they have 5 finishers on board Necros.
The luck is definitely on the side of Blind, Salty. I mean, after so many hardships, the circle still favors Blind. Not a big area, but still as much as they can play it through, because they have got 2v4 exactly in the opposite compound they need to take care of. But now, it's MetalWings, those who have come in the close proximity. And it's for sure that Blind, they do have a read about it, that there is another team exactly beside us, and we need to take care of them before they just hop onto us and take a head-on fight.
You know, it's very important for them to do that quickly, because right at the edge of the circle, for Team Blind, they will have to travel 30 meters to kind of find that safe haven. But at least the circle, they do have the close end of it, so no third parties or no backstab coming in. But MetalWings, what are they doing though? I think the approach is to clean up the backstab and then progress forward. But with Team 2B, 4B as well as RE Sports in the backlines, I think this fight can be a very risky one, Necros.
For sure, Salty. But the main fact is Blind, they're lacking on the utils. They don't have a lot more grenades to fight up with. In Konu, they will be looking forward. This is the time. Blind, they need to move out of their comfort zone. The circle has shifted from their end. MetalWings, they will have the privilege to just go a little bit inside the circle and they will be in. But right now, LeBron, he's fighting for his life, and it seems like Team HB, they're just getting all down on their knees as Somma, he just survives, and it's Enigma's registering all the finishes in their name.
Not all, Necros. There were a couple which were stolen by Team Entity from the backline. Shots being connected. Beautiful knock coming in from LeBron. This was the man I was talking about. Always aggressive, always looking out for those opportunities. I mean, nothing special is going to be, found by Enigma Gaming from that particular knock, but it seems like finding those knocks is also going to be very important to try and capture as much resource as you possibly can from the opposition. A huge shift coming in from the circle, and now it's in no man's land. On the other side, there's a duel that has been set up. Team Enigma Gaming versus RE Sports. Two major teams inside of the community are going to be locking horns, and I'm not sure if Team Entity, they are well prepared for this fight. The split is massive, and RE Sports are looking to chime in.
Look at this position, Salty. Harsh, he manages to clutch it out, but compromise escapes. There is nothing more he could do, and Blind, they're on a slither HP that Harsh is surviving on, but the last player standing. Blind, they had a good start. They were having a good run so far, until and unless the circle shifted away from their heads. And now Team Tamilas, they have all their crosshairs locked up on that one single player, which they won't allow to take the entry. But for now, the circle, it is going to favor the side of Team Tamilas to bag up a lot more finishes as they desire, because they are in that kind of corner where you won't be bothered as much by the other teams.
Absolutely. I think they have massive map control for themselves. Just need to focus on retaining that man advantage. MADSOUL has been brought down. On the other side, look at this. RE Sports also making a very wise decision, just letting Team Entity take the brunt of the blue zone and themselves trying to gatekeep them. It was brilliant, but now look at this. 2B, 4B also trying to, establish their authority. Shots have been fired against RE Sports. A couple of players have been knocked down, but I'm still waiting. What is going to be the next move for 2B, 4B? How long are they going to be tanking the blue zone damage? Because at one point, they will have to make their way in. And as soon as they do that, Team Tamilas are going to open fire.
They had their eyes locked up long ago on that one single player. But now Team Tamilas, the position that they are in, it's really, really pretty amazing. If you look at it, they can bag up a lot more finishes. And right now, in front of them, it's going to be RE Sports. Their eyes is completely set on them. But 2B, 4B, in all of these time, both the teams, 2B, 4B, as well as Team Tamilas, they haven't lost any of the players. But okay, that's a kind of approach that I like it.
What? Oh my god, Necros! What is this clear? It's RE Sports. You've got to pay respect.
No way.
I'm not sure if we just witnessed that in front of our eyes, but alright, that is one way to finish your opposition. But now, are they going to be safe enough is the question, because one of their players just got finished off. Look at Rockstar and how much HP he has left for himself. Beautiful nade coming in from Chad. That's going to take down FORCA as well and Necros. It seems like Team RE Sports, they are well prepared for this fight.
Oh my, Canary goes again for that same approach, but this time it's Mankey taking on a head-on battle, but Canary is just better off with it. Mr. Igil has been read nicely, but the final shots are still about to come. Maxi's nade drops down Canary, Jadu also goes down. It's all up to Rockstar, who has to play that final fight.
He has to play that final fight. It's a 1v1. There is no love from Galaxy Races as well, and he's done a beautiful job just hiding in the shadows. This man can destroy the plans of both RE Sports and Team Tamilas. But this nade, I think, might give away his position. 3 teams still live. And if no revival happens, then it's a 1v1v1. MADSOUL still hasn't been found. No love gets another finish for himself. This man already has 6 to his name. But RE Sports, they use this time and try to get back their fallen comrade. Now they're 2. Galaxy Racer, they have 1. Necros. Who do you think is going to get the chicken dinner for this one?
The numbers advantage says it's going to be RE Sports, but if no love the performance he has put up so far right now, If he manages to get this clutch done, this will be an historic moment for the Galaxy Races. Already 13 finishes in total. This is the fight of a lifetime. If Nolov can just manage to clutch it out, he won't forget it in his entire lifetime for sure.
Possibly. Look at this, a brilliant smoke screen being deployed. Nolov's position is still anonymous. The rice fields and the grasses will try and keep him away, will try and keep him anonymous, but as of now the shots begin to take place. The first knock is there, but the trade game comes in from our esports. Dreams have been crushed for the Galaxy Racers, but it seems like our esports, they're not going to stop their run, they're not going to stop their hunt. And what a beautiful, beautiful chicken dinner coming in from them. It all started with that fight against Entity, and then they shifted focus towards Team 2B, 4B. Just running them down, running them over with some vehicles, and from that point on, it seemed like they never really lost control, did they, Necros?
I was still awestruck. I was like, wait, what? They just completely wiped out a team just by running over vehicles over them. So that was something that I haven't seen in the grind so far. 1 or 2 times, yeah, but not an entire team. But overall, our REALESPORTS, they had a good run, a good start for themselves in the Group 2. And that's how you want to take a start in the final start for the final 3 matches. The way they have stepped up, even for Galaxy Races, they're a team, those were still, dwindling about in those bottom positions. They are still looking forward to make a good comeback. And for them, this match is just what they need.
Exactly. You've also got to give credits to performances of the other team. Galaxy Racers had a lot of finishes on their board. Team Blind, I believe, also had a lot of finishes on board as well. And I think this was a very top-heavy game. Like, only a few handful teams just racked up majority of the finishes. But the team that surprised me the most, of course, our esports entity, ENIGMA, they're very experienced. They've done it for a while. But the fact that Galaxy Racers with a new lineup, with this young lineup, they managed to rack up 11 finishes. Nolov got his team the 2nd position, and he himself had 6 finishes on board. I'm very surprised. The scouting mission that Galaxy Racers went on to find these hidden gems has actually brought them some crazy dividends.
For sure. The young players have always got that kind of heat and that aggression within themselves, and they just want one stage or that one match that they can put up all their faiths in. But also kudos to that positioning. I would love to give the credits to the IGL of Galaxy Racers, because just getting the right position in that Yasuna area was real kind of deal that they had to pull off. And when they got the position, everything was quite clear. They need to get the finishes done. In spite of losing a couple of players and still Nolov making it out, going inside the circle, finding a lot more finishes for his team for extra points was really amazing.
It certainly was. But of course, we'll have to find out how many points did REALESPORTS get from this particular match, how many points did Blind get from this particular match. But all of that is going to happen after we talk about the MVP. I don't think it's going to be a mystery. I think Nolov from Galaxy Racers has kind of backed it. He's like, that position is mine, guys, because 6 finishes, that's too much. And here you go. The MVP of the game is going to be Nolov from Galaxy Racers. 6 finishes on board, 10% map impact, and 46% finish contribution. I think this team definitely made a statement with that Erangle performance.
For sure, a team who was just having 15 points for the first 3 games now stepped up and almost got more than 15 points in a single match. It's something that you expect a lot from these kind of teams. But Nolov, the way he stepped up, he handled the situation very calmly, and that was really important. In the final circle, when the 2 teams are fighting among each other and you have got one loophole to create an impact, he just found it out, completely crushed the remaining players of Team TAMILAS to bag up 2 more finishes in his name. That was really something that Galaxy Racers would have been looked for. But right now, when the kind of summary comes up, we've got other 4 players as well. So we'll look forward for the top performers of this particular match.
Absolutely, you've got Some right up next with 4 finishes, but 100% finish contribution. Team ENIGMA, they have to kind of rely on the other players as well. We've been talking about LeBron, we've been talking about Infinity, but somewhere down the line, they do get their position points, but when it actually comes to finishes, they kind of lack the consistency of getting those high finish numbers every single game, and all of their players firing on all cylinders. Moving on, you've got Sasuke from Galaxy Racers with 4 finishes as well. You've got Rockstar from REALESPORTS, 4 finishes on this lad. And then Jadu with 4 finishes as well. Real Esports, I think they've also got a very high finished game, a high finished numbered game. And I wonder, with that chicken dinner, where are they currently heading on the overall standings?
Probably jumping high, Salty. The way the teams have stepped up, Galaxy Racers, Real Esports, they will be looking forward, bagging up 20 points from this match, 10 finishes and 10 placement points. A good deal, a good start for Real Esports from this map of Erangle. Followed by that, we've got Galaxy Racers bagging up 19 total points, 13 finishes out of that. We get to see again after that in the top 3, Team TAMILAS also manages to finish them off with a total of 13 finishes, a total 13 points on board.
Yeah, total of 13 points on board. Blind Esports, I kind of had higher expectations from this team, but that's fine. 9 points to kind of start things off, hoping that this team can amp up the aggression. And I also understand they had to kind of give up on their compound and go out in the open, so it was always difficult to survive the ending circles. 2B4B, a very interesting name that did come up. I felt like their performance was brilliant, but the way they did get taken down by Real Esports was a little weird. Like 4 vehicles coming in and just running over all the players. I kind of expected a little bit of a fight back. 5 points on this team. Enigma Gaming with 5. Frequency Esports with 5. And MG Esports with 4. And like I said, right, Necros, this was a majority top-heavy game. You've got 20, 19 and 13, and then there's been that massive drop.
Yeah. And the second chart, when we flip out, we get to see Entity Gaming only with 3 points. I mean, I had very high expectations from this team. Just 3 points coming up. It's really tragic for their side. Only 1 finish point out of which we see. Then comes LASTHOPE Esports, not having a great start. Lost a couple of players on an early note. Then comes XHIBIT with only 2 points. And then BOB, METALWINGS, XHIBIT. They tried, and for XHIBIT, it was an early exit. Heartbreakers had their heart broken this time, followed by Dream Chasers Esports with all those binary numbers. There's nothing more that they could do in this very first map itself, Salty, but I really expect that they find some way to bounce back in the next couple of matches, specifically for Entity Gaming. They're still in the 26th spot. They were in the 26th spot before the day got started. I don't know where they are right now, but for sure, if this performance continues in the next couple of matches, it will be very difficult for them.
It will certainly be very difficult because from the position where they lost this game, they should not really have done that. I felt like they had a major chunk of map control. They had a really great position where they could have, gone for higher finished numbers. And it's not just Entity Gaming who is sort of disappointed. I feel MetalWings is the one team that we've seen in the past but could not really step up. Execute Esports we've seen in the past, they could not really step up. And I'm really hoping that something like WINDGOD actually happens to them. The first game did not really go in their way. That's fine, but you can start amping up from the map of Miramar, build it up for Sanhok. But ladies and gentlemen, building up, there is some great X that has been built up by Craft just for you guys. I think the powers of that mighty Fire Lion as well as the Ignis Execute is the only thing possibly which can help few teams right now, specifically Execute Esports, specifically MetalWings, because these two teams, they did not really have a great run in the first phase of BGIS, the grind as well. For Entity, I believe they still have another opportunity on the map of Miramar, on the map of Sanhok. What do you think so, Necros?
For sure. I mean, those two maps, specifically I would talk about the map of Miramar, would be very important because the way they have not got a lot more points at this map of Erangle, Miramar is the kind of map that they will be looking forward, because in Sanhok, Entity usually have the drop location in the area of Talks. So from there to rotate all coming in the central position, it will be very difficult, but we'll quickly have a look on the teams of this matchup. It will be similar from the Group 2 as what we have witnessed. And again, this is the situation that we look forward for a lot more things, because Galaxy Racers, the way they have started their angle, they will be looking forward to continue it in this map of Miramar itself. But followed by that, Enigma Gaming, again, they will be also looking forward to put forth some better competition. But as we speak, as the map has changed, I've got my old friend back with me on the desk. Welcome, Arka. How are you doing?
I've been doing good, man. And that final circle, oh my god, it had me on the edge of my seat, because every single knock which came from each and every team, I was expecting the other team to take away the chicken dinner. But yes, I'm doing good.
Which team were you predicting? Which team? I would really like to know about it.
I really thought that, our esports would grab that away. Obviously, because they had some vehicles around them. They had information about both the teams being, across that road, which was the mudways, which was over there. So I do believe that, our esports played it to perfection. Actually, the changing point of that whole fight was when Canary just moved forward with that vehicle and took that knock against Maxi. And that was the turning point, if you ask me.
Yeah, that was indeed. And overall, the final fight, I would say that still No Love had a very huge impact for the win of Real Esports. If Real Esports stepped up, they were getting those frags. They got the opening, or I would say the breathing time, only because No Love came into the question with those nades. Otherwise, Team Tamilas, they would have got the revivals done, and the backlash would be just pouring in over their heads, because the man advantage would have stayed with Team Tamilas.
I mean, we still can't say that as well, because Team Tamilas, yes, after the knock happened from Canary, who rushed in forward, it became a 2v2 situation, right? And it was all about our esports initially going for that knock, and they also had taken a knock, so both of them had gone in for that revival. So obviously it was an even Steven fight. But still, our esports, the way they were trying, they had those smokes in their hand, and I do believe Team Tamilas lacked those throwables because they had exhausted most of it.
Yeah, I mean, while entering the circle, I really thought that the circle would go more towards the side of blind or 2v4b where they were holding. I thought that Galaxy Races will be having a good advantage on taking down Team Tamilas, but it just went on a reversed manner. Team Tamilas had the advantage, and they took this kind of step up to initiate and getting all those finishes in their favor. That was really quick and good. But again, for Execute Esports and all, they couldn't manage to get a lot more points, specifically for the early demise of, if you just talk about XHIBIT Esports, it took an early exit. That was really tragic for them.
Yeah, completely agreed. But at the same time, since you brought in the topic of blind being restricted by another team which came on the shorelines, that is the Galaxy Racers, right? If Galaxy Racers had actually challenged blind rather than holding those shorelines or the pit in front of the road, the story would have been so much different.
For sure. I mean, the way they were looking for... I mean, still, I would say Galaxy Racers, the hold that they had, because two teams, they were in the question. They were trying. LASTHOPE Esports were there in the compound beside them. Then again, Execute Esports coming up with a push. Holding all of the teams and still managing to survive was really, really nice play. And the positioning was really perfect for the Galaxy Racers to grab so many finishes in this particular map. But itself, the next thought that I come in my mind is the map of Miramar. We have already witnessed one in today's day. Another one is coming up, but it's a different set of groups. What expectations do you have, Arka?
I would love to see Team Entity grab this chicken dinner. It's been their strongest forte when it comes to the map of Miramar. Yes, Enigma has got LeBron, who always tends to survive until the final moments, somehow, pull his team into the top 4 in case they get finished off in the early phases of the game. But yes, I would love to see, MetalWings, Enigma, as well as Entity in the final circle, if that's possible.
Okay, MetalWings coming into the question. I mean, why not? The way they have kind of performed this match, the positioning that they had was really brilliant. So yeah, that makes them one of the contenders of taking the chicken. But I also had my pick over NTD Gaming, because for Sanhok, it's going to be difficult for them to bag up a lot of points as they take the drop almost in the extremities of the map. So it's difficult for them to come in and enter the circle while getting a lot more finishes. So I really believe Miramar should be also their pick to bag up at least 10 or 15 plus points.
Now, let's see whether that's going to be the case, because the strongest forte in the map of Sanhok will again fall into the hands of MetalWings, who have always been in the top 2 whenever given a chance. So I would love to see how Entity is going to play Miramar first, and depending on that performance, I do believe they might have a different mindset and a different approach when it comes to the Sanhok map of Sanhok. But still, we cannot put aside the team R Esports, Real Esports, the way they played the previous map, it seems like the assaulters are doing their job right. The firepower is up to the mark, but it's just that, the mid-range fights is something which comes into picture. And I don't know how strong R Esports will be able to take those mid-range fights.
Well, all the questions that are in our heads will be answered as we jump in to the map of Miramar, the map of Golden Sand that all awaits us for the second match for group number 2. And let's see, where does the big bluebird take us?
Oh, the big bluebirds have different plans altogether, starting off from the northern side of the map this time, keeping everything to the eastern end of things. It's starting off all the way from probably Torre Hemura, and it's heading towards the El Pozo region. And this northern flight path is going to be so much different for all the teams out there, because Chumacera, Los Leones, Porto, let it be Prison, these are the places which will be a little tough for those early jumpers to access. But again, the spawn regions is going to be the hotspot for the first initial knocks.
You know what, Arka, there is a big fun fact coming in. Blind as well as Entity, they kind of share the same drop of El Pozo, but in a kind of recent past tournaments on a domestic league, I've seen Blind taking the drop of Partona and Minas del Sul, and for them to go even to that place, it's real difficult. And in this kind of competition, or in this kind of map where you are seeking for points, I really don't think that Entity and Blind, they will be looking forward, at least Blind would be looking forward to engage themselves with Entity in an early contest. But it seems like Entity, they will be heading for El Pozo, but alongside them, Blind are also taking this risk.
I like this. I like this drama. I like this entertainment. Now, this time, things are going to be so much different, because it's not just 2 teams I see jumping off towards the El Pozo region. I see a total of 3 teams, where Team HB as well wants to have a part of the trailer park. And in case they do that early looting, they have an opportunity to come in and third party. Let me also remind you this, my friend. El Pozo is not a small place. It can have 2 teams at 2 different corners, and they can loot and make sure that they head into the circle in case it happens on the opposite side of things. But still, MG, I like their thinking. They understood this is not how we play the game. They stepped away from that big ruckus which was going to take place. But the circle yet again favoring the Los Leones region. The early rotators are surely going to have some good fun.
Oh, for sure. But for now, again, BOB Esports, they have a little bit of contention with 2v4b right now, though they still haven't probably given up their positions. 3 players in 3 different splits. Not an easy task for them to wipe out a team who is still in a good form. 2v4b, they managed to survive for a longer period of time in this previous map of Erangle, but again, it's a different map. It has got different plays that you need to make. And for BOB, this is a good opportunity to finally come and step forward and have a good start if they manage to wipe out 2v4b. Again, it's an initial fight, so I don't expect a lot of utils or ammunitions on either of the sides. But for 2v4b, they have the privilege to loot a lot more compounds as compared to BOB.
Is that the case, actually? Because all it matters is who's going to stay silent and strike when the time is right. No matter what kind of loot you carry, if the opponents have more access of your information, then it's going to be a different story altogether. But look at what's happening over here. Team Tamilas, they're going to take that long road and they're going to head down south, making Prison as one of their drop locations. And they'll have hefty amount of loot if they're choosing to do so. But wait, am I looking at Los Leones at this point of time?
Yes, sir. And they're heading for it. Why not? When you have got an info that the flight path was favoring the the northern side, there is a very good chance that there will be hardly one team, or maybe not like that even. And Team Tamilas, they took that kind of chance. They had their early rotations done. Quickly trying to grab the dead center of the circle has always been the move every time Team Tamilas had got an opportunity like that. And yes, they've got the entire Los Leones in their name, as there is no other team maybe taking on a competition or maybe trying to come in as quickly as what Team Tamilas have done.
As I said, the early rotators are bound to have some advantage when it comes to a circle like this. But our esports, the stars of the previous game, every single move they took in the previous game was worth, analyzing, understanding, because I do understand that there are going to be a lot of people watching here and learning how to play that in-game qualifiers, which has already started off. So let's see, in case you're able to understand the gameplay of RE Sports, they only take fights when necessary. They make sure that they have the control of the circle. They come from one corner, clear their backlines, and then concentrate on picking those finishes. And if you're sticking to these textbook basics, I do believe that you can replicate a really good chicken dinner in all the games you play.
For sure, and this is the time, for the players, for the aspiring players, those who have participated in the BGIS 2024, in the grind matches, you get to see all those experienced teams play. So it's a very good example for you to kind of analyze how you should actually play in your in-game qualifiers as well. There you also need to get a lot more finishes in your name so that you can rank up your chances to qualify for the round 1 itself. And I really believe there are a lot of teams those are still like them. For NTT and every other player, those who are playing in the grind, they've also been in that stage. From there, they have come up to being the pro players in this very beloved game of BGMI. So we might be seeing some more aspiring players this time, and make sure you play with all the 4 registered players.
Yes, that's going to be important. It's like having the best foot forward, right? Somewhere far away, it seems like somebody is having a bit of a trouble. LH, one player down on his knees. I did miss out the finish feed, when you were explaining about the way games need to be played, but all of this is happening towards the side of Hacienda del Patron. Using a two-wheeler, yeah. Carry on, my friend.
Coming into the this situations when MetalWings came, I really thought, okay, which team is it? Then I saw that, MetalWings were there in the close proximity, might be looking forward to get those frags done. But for now, LH, they have kind of patched themselves up. The player who got down got the revival, but will MetalWings continue in engaging this fight? That's a big question.
I would love them. I would love to see them commit to this fight, to be frank, because they're very close to the circle. They have nobody close towards them, and those early pickings of 1 or 2 finishes will be more than enough for them as of now. And look at the way they're rotating around the circle, trying to find every single angle out there. But the only problem which comes in with this kind of a rotation is if you get knocked out, it's going to take a lot of time for your teammates to come in closer to get your revival through.
Even for the circle archer, look at that. Galaxy Races safely there in the areas of Impala. There is no other team to contest. But yes, the rotations, they are on the way. We see XHIBIT, we see 2B, 4B coming up from this particular area of the eastern side. While on the screen we have MetalWings still contesting. I think there's a situation and it's not likely to be favoring MetalWings at this point.
Let's see whether that's the case. It's not going to be much of a fall damage, if you ask me. Just needs to boost himself and then go for that leap of faith. Whereas on the other side, 2B, 4B, this is one of those teams, I was really looking forward to today, because they were the Wounded Lions. They had just got 13 points from week 1. They showed some glimmers of success in the fights they had taken previously. And there it is. The jump does come in, and eventually he's ready to take the fight. That it's going to be so hard for Aryan to actually take this, because LH, they were waiting for an opportunity. And this is what I was saying. If they find one player off guard and they're just going to rush, pick up that finish, and that kind of a formation, until and unless you know that you can evade from the fight, you do not have to take it.
I really feel like, Arkai, this is probably the biggest mistake that he has done. If you are taking a jump, you know that you're in a kind of position which is not favorable to you, and the jump might cost you your life and one loss for your team. So at least you should have got the backup. You should have got the teammates backing you up. So you can take the jump. We're here to cover you. You just can jump out and then come back again, climb up the ridge. But there was literally not a single player from the side of MetalWings to cover him up, and that's why they have faced this consequence.
Obviously, right? The pressure, it's the grind. You can't just lose more than a player. The opponents do understand that, once he's fallen down and the damage is being taken, they're just going to attract more attention because the opponents are however going to push. So you need to have proper assaulters, some confidence in your heart. But yes, the circle. These are the kinds of circle which actually pulls away the confidence from your heart. As Picaro Hill is the only region left out right now, and Hellich can easily make that their home.
Talking about home, Arca, look at POB Esports. What are they still doing in Campo Militar? I still don't know. Maybe a late rotation, that's fine. But wouldn't that be way too late rotation? That's a big question that I have in my mind. But for now, Execute Esports, they have their eyes on Enigma as they're rotating all in front of them. There's a lot of distance that they need to cover though. But still, if they can find at least 1 or 2 frags, it would have been good. But still, Enigma Gaming, the way they're rotating, the way they are planning out their strategy, it seems to be pretty decent from comparison to the map of Erangle.
Let's see. ECE. They need to make a statement here, right? And look at his loadout. Packed. 30 bar, 340 bullets. He can push those triggers whenever required just to keep the opponents at bay. But what's more important is the latter stages of the game. Our esports making Los Leones one side of the urban Los Leones is in their control. But again, this next circle, the big shift, that is what's going to decide whether you're in the right position or is it that fate has a different song to sing.
For sure. And now the position that they are in, I mean, look at this. Dream Chaser Esports, they didn't had a great one in the previous map of Erangle. Now as the Miramar leaps in, they haven't got any single finish point for themselves as of now and haven't lost any player. That's good for them because keeping your all 4 players alive till the very end stage is very, very much required. We have seen numerous amount of times when you have all the 4 players intact. Let's completely take an example of WINDGOD's match that we witnessed today, the first Miramar. The way they have stepped in, the way they found the values was incredible. It was done only because they had 4 players.
Agreed. And let's not forget even the side of our esports in the previous game. In the final circles, they did have a man advantage, even though they pushed in to gain information. But it's all about you staying alive. But yeah, we'll have to see how many points Blind Esports is going to take from this one. And let me remind you this, Dark Lord was the solo man with 16 finishes, where the rest of the teams in the group were looking lesser than 16 points, and the expectations is going to be in its pinnacle as POB now making it inside of the circle, trying to make it inside of the circle.
It's a long way that they need to travel. I mean, that's a very, very big rotation and a journey that they are already on. But the way they have started the rotation from the area of El Azhar and that, they will be looking forward to grab the spots of Minas Generalas. That's what I predict or I expect them to. But over those areas, you also see MetalWings, they were also there. Execute Esports were also there. But for now, on our screen, we've got MG Esports. I mean, I had high hopes from them. And they did manage to find somewhat of good points in the previous match, on the previous map of Erangle. But right now, it's a new map. It's the map of Golden Sand, as I call it. And the position that they are in can be favored. I mean, look at the kind of cluster that is happening in the areas of Los Leones.
It's inevitable, right? We can see Enigma trying to push those shots out there. But I don't think so they're going to gain any kind of knocks or finishes out of it. Probably it's all about keeping everybody at bay. Strike fear in the hearts of the opponents. Strike their heart too hard so that they don't come closer to you. And Team Tamilas are also looking for something similar against the side of MG Sports.
To create a pressure on your opponents has been very much useful for a lot of teams when you know that the opponent feels or have their own second thoughts whether or not they should engage against yourself or your team. That's where I really believe that's where you kind of win 50% of the entirety of the fight. and the other one just goes up with the picks that you kind of able to achieve for yourself. But this position that Team Tamilas they are in should be very, very much valuable. I mean, they're on the edges of Los Leones compounds. They've got the height advantage, and they will have a good intel about all the surroundings that they have. The team's rotations or the team's holding in, they will have a vivid range of aspects which they can explore. But for now, Entity, again, still a steady and a slow-paced start in the map of Miramar as we are seeing compared to what we saw earlier.
You were speaking, right? Team Tamilas holding that high ground and having a greater opportunity. But what if the circle shifts away from them? Just what if? I'm not sure. But this is going to be coming in. No, it's going to favor them as well. Lady Luck still on their side. Now, this is the kind of circle where you would want to be in the urban region of that Los Leones area. And a quick rotation coming in from the side of GXR as well as Team HB. Look at them. Going to the southern side of the map, making sure they hold to the very center. Gives them a greater advantage. Team Tamilas as well are going to be quick on their feet. And immediately moving to the very center of the circle itself.
They're not here to compromise for a single moment, and I'm really, really happy to see. But look at Enigma Gaming. I mean, we were seeing Galaxy races, they were having quick rotations, but Enigma Gaming, I guess they have some kind of more speed boost than GXR as they're just moving calmly and slowly. But if that continues, we might be seeing a rotational clash happening between both of these teams. But as we speak of clash, it's REALESPORTS take on XHIBIT. Samir finds the first one, and that's the first casualty for XHIBIT Esports in this compounds of Los Leones.
100%. This is where our esports, they're being clever. They're tossing and eliminating all corners from which they can get attacked from. But least did they realize this out of syllabus question. Team Tamilas from the backlines attacking them, making them a little bit vulnerable. For sure, they become the patty in the sandwich. How will they survive this? Devi gets a lot of shots, but still somehow survives through those smokes. Will be giving this too valuable, very, very valuable revival.
Fortune favors the brave, Arca, and always it has been like that. And Canvi took a risk, but overall Team Tamilas, the kind of position that they are in, I really don't think that they will be looking forward to come up front and take the battle. They are just looking forward if they can find some long-range finishes from this spot, because Maxi, oh my god, this tower is what you desire in the entirety of Los Leones. And just imagine, Arca, if the final circle ends in this area, Team Tamilas would be the kings.
I do agree, but again, let's not forget that they can taste their own medicine as well. A knock comes in. For example, if Maxi gets knocked out, he'll have to fall down and a lot of crosshairs will be waiting for him to move from this location. He'll have to stay as silent as possible and only strike when he knows he's going to put the player down.
That's why I believe Mr. Igil is also there alongside him. That if anyhow, if it's Mr. Igil or it's Maxi who's getting some damages or being knocked out from a distant area, so that he can be revived. But BOB, who has finally managed to enter the circle, now will have to face some troubles coming up from the side of Enigma Gaming. I mean, they've just got one finish in their bag, still a long way to go, and as for now, Enigma Gaming, they will be looking forward to grab a lot more points, but execute esports, this is harsh for them.
Oh my god, the rotation going so wrong for them. Obviously, right, those dunes, you cannot traverse with a vehicle like that. Again, another lesson learned the hard way. Being a little more persistent could have been different, but look at the finish fade. Maxi falls down to his own knock. And it's going to be a very, very hard one. Enigma from far away has also started to target the side of BOB as a knock comes through. And in the open, they're going in for a revival. From which angle did they get shot at? That's the big question.
Oh, Dark Lord. He goes all in. But still, that kind of anticipation remains. It's none other than Dream Chaser Esports who wipes off Blind Esports from this map of Miramar. Now, this is a tragic exit that Blind never expected with only one finish, Arca. Oh my god.
I mean, this is what I call reading through the lines. They knew the exact rotation of Blind and they targeted them when the time was right. They've got the right kind of guns as well for the mid-range. And it's very hard for us to see DMRs, right? Especially in a competitive lobby who will be looking forward for that close-range battles. But yes, it's time for them to shift. To get those finishes in mid-range and making sure you make your opponents vulnerable.
I've missed this DMR action for a long time, but for now, Frequency Esports, Suraj has dealt a lot of damage, but there is no stopping for Entity. He is rated well. Suraj will be punished, but the finish, I don't know who is going to take it. Kamla Boy makes sure that it's in the favor of Entity as they register there first. But they're in the compounds of Los Leones, still having a little bit of area over this place. But for now, they've got another team in the question coming around in the surroundings. It's going to be LH.
They need to be careful, right? Trust me when I say this, in case Entity extends from this building, there are some snipers not far away in the name of Team TAMILAS who will be looking forward for those, small ants running out in the open. But somewhere far away, MG versus the side of Team HB. Throwables being utilized. Cobra is gonna thank his stars, but that did not land anywhere close to him. MG realized they're making a mistake, staying out in the open. And it's better they get away from this position.
I really hope that Team Heartbreakers doesn't break their own heart this time, because in the map of Erangle, that was a different story. They got completely decimated. There was nothing that they can retaliate with. But now they have the position, they have the kind of angle that they require. But again, as you mentioned, I really believe MG Esports, this is not the right position where you should take a fight. I know it's tough. The circle is completely clustered. There is 53 players remaining in this very small circle. But for you to have a safer spot, you need to be inside those hard compounds, which is very, very much necessary at this point.
Completely agreed. But this part of Los Leones where there's so much of hard compound around, I think it's better you find yourself a spot. But again, that comes with a big cost of betting whether the circle is going to be forming in towards you or is it going to be landing in someone else's pockets. But those corners, it's going to be a very, risky place for you to stay. Once you try to make it inside the circle, you're going to be shot at, bound to be shot at. And Enigma, especially Secret, that one man leaving the boot camp of Entity, now becoming a greater firepower for the side of Enigma. And you can see this man coming out in the open, challenging the opponents in their faces.
Dream Chasers will have a good start. I mean, wiping out Blind Esports is definitely something that will boost their confidence a lot. And in front of them, it's Enigma Gaming having the topographic advantage for themselves. It's really important for them to have a good fight. And you just look at Wrecker's HP. He's barely breathing. Oh, but this time this nades makes a connection. Wrecker goes down and Flamey, he's also had some chip damage over that particular area.
Oh, no.
But LeBron, he gets damage from his own teammate's nade. And finally, the knock came in. Dream Chaser Esports, I don't know that they have been eliminated for now. But Enigma, they need to complete the revivals as Galaxy races. They're exactly over their heads.
I mean, Secret, if he had not been quick in his toes, probably LeBron would have got finished off. But that doesn't end the troubles for the side of Enigma, as it's going to be GXR from the other angle, doing everything perfect when it comes to the throwables. They're putting an end for the side of Enigma. Now, Secret will have another job to do, that is getting Infinity back on his feet. And all of this needs to happen within 40 seconds, because the next circle will be an easy one to tackle.
For sure, Arka. And now as you move up, Infinity is actually struggling, but NTT, this time they've got some different intentions. Look at the finish feed. Multiple opportunities, multiple finishes being completed by them. But XHIBIT, how are they going to retaliate? It's Real Esports going up, stepping up. They've lost one of their players, but that doesn't matter. That doesn't slow them up.
No, it doesn't. Yes, Entity pushing in towards HB, finishing them off as Canary again getting a perfect knock. Just waiting for that solo man to come out in the open somehow. He's got that shotgun but misses the first few, due to which he's got to be punished ruthlessly. As it's going to be just 3 men standing for the side of our esports or real esports. And they'll have to make sure that they hold those ground strong. Enigma, 3 men back on their feet. And somewhere far away, it's Team TAMILAS now taking the broth.
Not only that, Arka, there is another team. It's LH versus 2B4B that we are seeing right now. Now, as the circle shifts, there will be a lot of contentions. There will be a lot of eliminations coming up. But for now, the nades have been cooked up. Still not finding any more values out there. Ooh. But LH, what will they do? They have to enter the circle while 2B4B, they were prepared, but one goes down. Jadoo finds another one. The retaliation is walking up. But now this entire place is just becoming a death trap for the players of Last Hope right now, as both of the players will be revived, but for how long? Oh my god, no way, Jadoo! He gets a double out of that!
A beautiful jiggle coming in from there, the third one also, but eventually, I don't know what happened in that corner. I am sure the Defin did do the damage and eventually get finished off. I really don't know how he got finished off. I think it's the play zone. Yes, it's the play zone who puts an end to him. But he's done the deed right. Whereas far away entity yet again. The Hungry Wolves are looking forward for another few finishes. This time it's in the name of FE. Perfect use of the first person perspective. Will be getting that. And the player is still gonna be down on his knees.
6 finishes already backed up for NTT Gaming as they move up forward. Frequency Esports. There is literally no retaliation. There is literally no answers. Aryan is all left alone. He might just be getting one, but he's just that good. As Frequency Esports also takes an exit while NTT backs up 8 finishes in their name. The circle control still stays with Galaxy Racers as they look forward to back up a chicken this time.
Position which Entity are trying to hold might be a little bit troublesome in case Galaxy Racers think of finishing that corner of the map, but Team TAMILAS on the other side making waves, making sure that they finish off anybody walking in closer towards them, because they're far away from the circle. Coming out in the open might be very, very troublesome, so they rely on those finish points. It's GXR, they need to be careful. Sasuke does the damage, comes back to cover.
Perfect example of how you should actually utilize the opportunities, but Infinity gets a retaliation. He's dropped down 2 of the players of Galaxy Racers while Chase... Oh, that was close, Clutcher. He survives. And the revivals will be done while BOB, they're in the close proximity, but Galaxy Racers, the height advantage that they have got, even the circle advantage. Look at Firo's position, Arka.
Oh, that's important, right? I don't know how Firo is going to be holding that position, because Entity would love to climb up that hill. Kuneri still alive, the slithering snake from the map of Miramar. The rattlesnake needs to be careful as well, because Team TAMILAS are not far away. And they tend to push in together. BOB from the other corner. Yes, 2 teams in greater advantage. Obviously, one is going to be GXR Firo, and then it's going to be Kuneri. And this is what I was speaking about. If GXR decide to clear off the side of Team Entity, they can come in from 2 different angles, and No Love really wants to give some love in the name of bullets.
On the other hand, Firo has to do a big job, but Canary, he finished one and he's still surviving. Team TAMILAS, little did they expect that there would be one player just seeking around. Now this is a big contention, it's a big duel. S12K versus DBS, Fox versus Canary. It's a crucial fight indeed, but look at Galaxy Racer's position as well. They've advanced, they have a good read of BOB. And if they wipe out BOB, the entire circle control will fall in their hands.
This is their game to lose, right? Whereas, I see Pukar slowly rotating from the other side. Probably he might come in behind of Canary if that is the case. But if Pukar can climb that hill somehow, the story can be different. And BOB have their own troubles as Mr. 360 gets taken down. And Clutcher is trying to push forward to see where the other player is. Eventually will be falling for the play zone, will be the last man of BOB. GXR, now they'll be looking forward for the only circle in front of them. And Canary is still alive as Fox OP will push at the final moment to give away his finish.
I told you, Arka, fortune favors the brave, and this is what it's going to do. But Galaxy Races, 2 of the players are down, and it all comes down to Firo. He needs to pull off a clutch of his lifetime once again. If NTD manages to climb up, this is going to be difficult. Still, there are players alive. Firo and Sasuke has to pull off a great game at Pokar. He has been knocked out and might be confirmed as well. But there is no nades, no Molotovs left on Firo.
Sasuke has got one and he tosses it in a no man's land. They need to be careful. But who's holding the circle? Who's still holding the circle? Fox OP, I don't know how many first aid he's got on himself, but by the moment I can understand that's the last of it what he had. Canary, all he has to do is take him down, but he was busy, and finally he gets it in time, puts him down, and he's going to be saying goodbye from the lobby with just one finish in his name.
The final fight arrives. NTT versus Galaxy Races. The height advantage still stays with Galaxy Races, while NTT, they have the numbers advantage, and they are also lucky as Galaxy Races, they don't have a single util except smokes to work out with. If they had nades or Molotovs, NTT would have been doomed in that position. But I really expect Arca, this would be going down to an heal battle.
Oh yes, look at Pokar. He's all stacked up and ready. He's got 14 first aids in his name. Right? What GXR right now are gonna do? They've got 4 in total, counting both of them. And Sasuke has already handed over 1 into the name of Firo. No, they make it just 3 right now. And Firo is going to go for that heal battle and make sure Sasuke is just going to deviate that final man trying to do it. Somraj, in case he gets this Molotov to perfection, the story can be completely opposite. There it is. Smokes tossed in, making sure the vision of the opponents is completely covered. Bandages is it which is being thrown right now?
Somraj's nade might make connection if it just pops up in the same spot where he tends to be. But 10 finishes on the name of Entity Gaming. This is something that they have been looking forward to, and that's why they have denied the fact that they want to climb up on these mountains. Well, Sasuke's position, Arca, he has to play the bigger game. He has to be a part of that bigger picture.
For that, he needs to save his bullets, right? He's hardly got 20, 40 bar 15. And that's going to be the story of one gun. He's got the Scarrel, I do understand. But needs to be careful. Firo, completely boosted. Ready for the 3 first aid he's got. But the big advantage what he's got is he's holding the center of the circle. Whereas Pokar on the other side, he needs to be very, very careful. If he misses one time or the timing goes off even once, then that's the end of the story.
They'll make sure that Pokar has been completely guarded, right, Arca? They just don't want to have him exposed. That's why he's already sitting in a corner.
Imagine Pokar gets knocked out now.
Oh my god.
Just a saying.
Just don't.
Yes. Yeah. A nail-biting situation. I know you're watching and you're wondering who's going to take this home. And me and Necros are just going to, place our bets. Right now, I'm going to place it on GXR. And what do you have to say?
On Pokar. NTT Pokar it is. 14 first aids. If that doesn't win you this match, from this situation, I don't know what.
But the brunt of the blue, right? I'm just worried about that.
Oh man, look at Sasuke.
Oh yes, he's got to enjoy the game, right? At the end of the day, it comes down to that. You need to enjoy the game. And he's going to be screaming. And these are the kind of things, right? And look at this. A perfect example as to why you need that X-suit. Why you need that Lion Companion. It looks so cool. Oh my god, it's time, ladies and gentlemen. He's trying to push, but Sasuke, what a mistake he has done over here. Firo, do not go in for that revival, but rather concentrate on going in for the heal battle. And I don't know whether Firo has clicked at the right time. As Pokar has gone in for the second one. Firo has already finished off with one. This is going to be till the finish. And Entity this time is going to pull it off. A perfect one coming in from their side. They knew they had 14. That confidence was there from their side. And they'll be taking this nail-biting chicken dinner in their name. Yes, you place your bets on the right corner, my friend.
Overall, when you just talk about this was the match at least I and Salty anticipated. This is going to be Entity's game. This is the map where they have the highest number of points that they've scored so far in their entire, I would say, streak of tournaments, a lot. Yeah. And this is where they have backed up the chicken in a much needed one after not a great start that they had in Erangle. This Miramar came up in a fruitful way and they will be pretty happy with it.
I mean, I saw this coming, right? I already told you Entity has to be the best pick when it comes to the map of Miramar, as it is their strongest forte. But replicating this again in the next map is going to be that a big thing which I would love to see from them. 35 pointers is what they had in week 1. And with other teams picking up 20 points in a single game, I think they'll have to look forward for another 35 to 40 pointers in the overall performance of second week to be having that good position in the top 16.
For sure, Arka, and I believe a lot of teams will be looking forward to it. But I'm a little upset with Blind Esports. I mean, the way they have started off with the Erangle, they couldn't manage to get the chicken dinner for themselves. But still, a lot of finishes that they have bagged up. But this match, only one finish point, and that's only 1 point that they will be walking away with from this map of Miramar. And though they were in the top 16, though they were in the top 8, I would say, in the overall standings before the start of the day, I still feel like all the 3 matches matter a lot, no matter which position you finished in the past 3 games. Again, Blind Esports not having so many points for now, they will be looking forward for the map of Sanhok to bring up their charm.
I would like to go back to the fight which took place over there and what might have gone wrong. Right? I don't know how many bandages which was held by both these players, but this is a small tip for those who are viewing right now. Make sure that you do not have bandages in your backpack when you're going for a heal battle, because as soon as you punch in yourself with the first aid, the next obvious thing which is going to be shown up by the game is going to be the bandages, and by the time you shift back to the first aid, you might be losing that small window. And I do believe Pukar's experience might have helped him overcome that. This is could be scenario which I'm speaking about, but in case you're placed in a heal battle like that, guys, make sure that you do not have bandages in your backpack.
For sure. I mean, that always is a kind of good info that you get from Arca, and that's really a good tip. When you're playing the in-game qualifiers, that's a separate thing. But when it comes down to round 1, you also need to make sure the competition level stays up high. You need to know that the stakes are very high. To being the India's top best 16 teams is a big bragging right that you want to carry it forward for the upcoming tournaments as well. And for there, a lot of teams, I mean, thousands and not thousands, probably lakhs of teams have registered already for the BGIS 2024, and now everything will be sorted out in manner after the IGQ.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward, and we as casters are looking forward to see you guys come and play over there. Make waves, as an opportunity like this doesn't come at your doorstep every single time, until and unless it's the game of BGMI. But yes, the MVP of the game is going to be crucial, because we were so immersed in the heal battle. We forgot completely, but rather did not see who is the person who took that MVP. But on our screens right now, it's going to be Gamla Boy, who's got 4 finishes coming in from the side of Team Entity. Obviously, because the amount of finishes being held by this team was more than 10.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the way Gamla, the entire team of Entity Gaming actually stepped up pretty well, right? You cannot just say about Gamla, but yes, he had the major contribution. He has the 36% of contribution in all the finishes that Entity Gaming accumulated for themselves. But on the other side, the other players like Pokar, Samraj, Troy, they also stepped up. They also got pretty good, amazing frags for themselves. But Gamla Boy has been that one player, right, for a longer period of time. He has stuck with Samraj, and they have been continuing from Skylights Gaming itself. They were phenomenal right now. Still now, I do have high expectations that we might see Entity finishing in the top 8 by the end of the day.
Let's see whether that's going to be the case. But Canary again coming into the top 2, showing that he's one of the assaulters to watch out for in the whole of Grind. And following him is going to be Fox OP from the side of Team Tamilas. I was expecting somebody like Maxi or Mr. IGL to be over here. But yes, if someone from your team is stepping up, that's more than enough.
That's very important, right, Arka? If one of your players from team starts to pop off and finds a lot more value, automatically the team morale gets boosted up. That this player is finding so many values and he's finding so many finishes for our team. We also need to kind of put our contribution and at least help him out, if not taking individual frags alone. So that's a kind of thing that I really believe that rotates around the mindset of the people. But quickly talking about the point standings, entity will be bagging out 21 points from this particular match.
Oh yes, the importance of having a balance between the finish points and the possession points in front of our screens. 21 points, and I do believe they're going to be very happy with this performance and looking forward to replicate the same when it comes to the map of Sanhok. But Real Esports, yet again, being as consistent as possible, coming into the top 3, getting 10 points for themselves. Galaxy Racers, you'll have to thank their stars for holding that high ground and the circle shifting in towards them. But Team Tamilas, if it wasn't for that R Esports final finish, they would have had another point in their pocket.
For sure, man. But other teams, if we talk about Enigma Gaming, I still had high hopes. 2B4B also this time finishing in the top 7 with only 6 points. But LASTHOPE Esports, again, they tried to go up with a good run but only could get 4 points from this entire map of Miramar. But quickly switching over to the second page, Heartbreakers, this time at least they got 4 points, but not a single position points for themselves. And still, I would say, even for Dream Chasers, after having a good start, after wiping out Blind, they couldn't manage to reach the finish line by the end of this map.
Agreed. But MetalWings, they're going to be one of the other disappointment of the lobby, because as I said, they had a great potential of somehow coming in. But let's not forget their strongest forte was Sanhok the previous time they played. So let's see how well they'll be able to perform in that map. But Blind Esports, MG, these are the two teams we expected to do much, much better when it comes to the map of Miramar. Because, consistency has to be the key for all these teams to put ample amount of points. Because it's all about you aiming for the stars and being there within the top 16.
The hopes are always high, because why we are pushing up for the top 16 is because the top 16 teams after the end of the grind will be directly advancing to the BGIS 2024 round 4, which kind of makes it much closer and much easier. I would say, I won't say easier because easier wouldn't be that accurate word, but overall it will help you to kind of cut down the steps that you need to reach the grand final, and which is very, very much helpful.
Yeah, completely agreed. And at the same time, it's important for us to see what's going to happen next. But ladies and gentlemen, we've got a special promo coming your way. I want you guys to enjoy this, and we'll be speaking about it on the other side of things.
रुक यार, जिगल करके दे दिया. Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है? जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से. बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के. जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से. बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के. जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से.
I mean, I still remember those days, right? And it was so tough for me to take down players who used to jiggle in front of me. And I used to be so frustrated until the DBS came into the picture, and then it was so easy. All it took was one bullet. But still, in the recent days, if you are able to jiggle perfectly, I am 100% sure you can counter the DBS right now.
For sure, we have seen it, right? We have seen it a lot of times. DB is being countered by UMP, and maybe new weapons, even P90 coming into the picture. It will help you if you take it. We have seen it in the action in the previous weeks itself. But overall, it's a kind of meta. Slowly and gradually, the only DBS factor is just shifting away, Arka.
Yeah, and ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to step into the final map. And this is going to be a very, very interesting one for this group, as they'll be fighting it out for one last time. But yes, since this is going to be the final map, I would like to, bring a little bit of a switcheroo. I would love Necros to sit this out, because Salty, I need that energy which you bring in for the final map, because this is going to be a fight to finish.
This certainly will be a fight to finish, and you wanted energy, you have it. But I think it's not the desk that needs energy. Some of the teams are certainly in a position where they need that extra bit of energy to push themselves further on the overall standings. And I'm specifically talking about one very big name, possibly the favorites from this group. I'm talking about Blind. And today has been a debacle, Arca. I mean, you saw the map of Miramar, you saw the map of Erangle. I want to know from you what exactly is going wrong, because one bad game, it's understandable. Entity also had that one bad game. Enigma also had that one bad game. But then you do tend to come back. But multiple bad games on a trot, especially after you've played such an amazing week initially, I don't understand what's happening.
I guess it's the pressure. I guess it's because, you have that one bad game and then you realize that plan A is not going well. And your shift to plan B is not as smooth as you're expecting it to be.
Yep.
So with that kind of a mindset, it's not going to be easy. But when you have nothing to lose, if you have a mindset that this is going to be the final map, have nothing to lose, I've already had a bad day, let me see how many finishes I can rake up, and they go all out wild, I do believe with the firepower confidence, you will be able to put up at least 10 points.
Out of the two things that you've just mentioned, firepower and confidence, I think Blind, they do have the firepower. They have Skips in their lineup. They have Dark Lord in their lineup. Both have been scintillating so far. They've got Harsh and they've got Adi as well. I blindly trust Adi with his IGL, with his rotations as well. And I think on the map of Sanhok, that's going to be very crucial. But for now, I'm not really sure about the other factor that you just mentioned. Where exactly is the confidence that Blind always used to show up? 4 points the first game, 1 point in the next game. It seems like their dreams of possibly toppling Team IQOO Seoul has not only been crushed, now it's definitely out of reach.
100%, but I really like your pun. You blindly believe that Blind can play in a certain way. But yes, all of that is going to happen in the map of Sanhok. But answering your question, I do believe they're taking it a little lightly. They're not sticking to their true plan. In the previous game, it was all about them holding the centers, trying to execute and make sure you convert those knocks into finishes as quickly as possible. Sticking together as a team was one of the primary things they were doing. But now the splits are going wrong, and eventually one gets taken down. The revival is not coming through immediately. The knocks are not getting converted into finishes. So probably these small things is where they'll have to correct themselves.
Exactly, and it's not just Blind as well. I feel I had very high expectations from Team Tamilas, because in the recent tournaments, not in the officials, but everywhere else, right, Team Tamilas, they've been a force to be reckoned with. And especially Mr. IGL, his performance has been kind of making waves every single where that this man, not just as an IGL, but also as someone who leads from the front, gets a lot of finishes up on board and also helps the team in ways that we cannot imagine. Now those performances are sort of very shy, depending too much on FORCAZYN and his brilliance. I'm not really sure what they will be able to achieve in this map of Sanhok, but we are going to find it out, ladies and gentlemen, as we dive deep into this game. The Big Bird is back up in the skies and the flight path is in front of our screens. Your pilot, of course, is going to be me, Salty, as well as Arca. And where are we heading, Arca, for this one?
Oh, to the northern region of Sanhok, but this is going to be a bit challenging. Just imagine the flight path is on the northern side and suddenly you find the circle favoring Camp Charlie region, and it's going to be a very, very unique kind of a circle. But yes, with this kind of a map, you can fly, make your way to your respective drop location until and unless you have somebody accompanying you for those early skirmishes.
Speaking of early skirmishes, we definitely might actually have one, especially with XHIBIT Esports and Galaxy Races dropping in at Paradise Resort. Also at Bootcamp, we do have another skirmish. MetalWings and Dream Chasers just duking it out, and MetalWings are going to be the first ones to fall, but instant trade happening. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and Goku OP. Wait, what exactly is he doing? There was MetalWings completely open, but the shotgun, yes, 12k, sings the songs of death. 2 players being brought down. This is too early to collide, but look at this. Dream Chasers, they confirm the likes of MetalWings in a snap, and Goku just really turning the tides of the teams out there, just turning himself into Goku from the anime itself.
Oh yes, he did go Super Saiyan with a snap of a finger. He just finished off whoever were there, but that doesn't bring end for the troubles of DC. There's another team who's trying to push up this time, and I do believe that it's going to be a stronger challenge for them with that man disadvantage. And the more time Team 13 is going to take, that's going to be Team XHIBIT, the better chances for DC to, kind of spread around the map and gain information about the opponents.
I mean, they certainly have information about XHIBIT coming in. We saw the utility flying in. I'm pretty sure Dream Chasers as well, they have got that piece of information. It's all about finding out where exactly the 4 players of XHIBIT are. Cyano has been sort of away from his teammate. Now Spoiled Brat is also joining alongside with him. And I think these flanks are really going to cause problems for Dream Chasers as of yet. I love the fact that they are taking it slow. They're not really rushing into this fight. But ladies and gentlemen, let's just have a look at the replay. Beautiful, beautiful execution of this fight. We possibly thought that for a second Goku missed his golden chance, but then why do you need an opportunity when you are so skilled that with the shotgun you just wipe off the opposition like it's snatching a candy from a kid?
I mean, yeah, it's every man for himself right now. Let it be a candy or the chicken dinner.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to have a piece of it, right? But yes, coming back, bootcamp is still going to be busy. It's the first stage, and bootcamp is still going to be, one of those places the other teams also will have to watch out for. The longer they extend this fight, the chances of a third party coming in is also greater.
Oh, for sure. I mean, look at the map, look at the circle. Just completely favoring the mainland, completely different from what we observed in the first game of Sanhok. And this is where things get interesting, because I believe that teams were so much conditioned that the circle is going to form in that junction region that majority of them decided to land in those northwestern island and the southwestern island. Now, making their way towards the mainland is going to be a huge task. And just like you mentioned, I think the fight in the boot camp, if it does prolong itself, I think there might be multiple third parties. You've got REALESPORTS also approaching them. You've got, if I'm not mistaken, another team, the likes of Team TAMILAS, also approaching them. So this is going to be pretty interesting on how does Dream Chasers handle this pressure.
I mean, they can't fall back from this fight. As you can see, there are 2 barns behind them in the mini-map. They can just go back, get ample amount of loot, nobody to backstab them, just run away from this position, get vehicles and head back. But it seems like, they say that this is our best forte. We know this place well, so it's better we take the fight rather than being backstabbed in the open. And both ways, they have a greater advantage, right? So let's see what the IGL will look forward for as our esports. As you correctly pointed out, they're trying to come in inch and inch closer towards that bootcamp region. Probably will look forward to, cross over Paradise Resort and make the northern eastern side of the map their home.
It depends on what exactly their approach is, because if the bootcamp fight does prolong, then our esports, they'll have a great visual from top of the hill that's right south of bootcamp, and they might look to third party that fight. As of now, we do have a standoff between Galaxy Racers and Execute Esports in Paradise Resort. I thought that this was going to be a drop collision, and it sort of is, but then there's no collision involved. It's just 2 teams dropping in the same location. A virtual peace treaty that has been signed. Execute Esports, they are very well spread out, but Galaxy Racers, I think they're waiting to kind of abstain information away from Execute Esports. 1 player out in the open. I think that is when they'll start to pounce.
I just want to, wait for the next piece of action to take place. And before I say that, somebody is busy cooking up the other. As DC right now, the finish comes in their way. Bootcamp is still going to be the place you would want to stay. As Galaxy Racer Sasuke over here, I mean, he's got that information that there is a team nearby, but I really love the way the opponents are converging towards them.
It's very surprising that Sanhok has had a slow start. I never imagined that Sanhok would have a slow start, and I think it's primarily because of the circle. Every time the circle ends up on those junction areas, you would have teams scrambling and, really fighting for those early rotation, and that's when the fight happens. But if it is on the mainland, then the teams are rather settled in. It's almost similar to a Erangle or a Miramar, but with the new zone meta, at least one thing is for certain: you cannot tank the blue zone damage from the map of Sanhok for long.
Agreed. And again, oh my god, what a perfect nade it would have been if it was timed to perfection. But eventually, that was the perfect cover fire coming in from the opposite side as well. And this time, this grenade could be getting that confirmation as well, as the push is going to be inevitable. As Sanhok is going to be pushing in from the windows. And they're making sure that they take one player at a time. Goku, can he go Super Saiyan yet again? He doesn't have the shotgun this time around. And he's going to be showing his back. And punished is going to be his name.
Dream Chasers really just gave into this fight. I kind of love the way how XHIBIT used information and used information overload as one of their tactics. Just trying to charge in from multiple directions, not giving them a lot of visual openings so that they can try and hit back. And Dream Chasers, they were just waiting for their opportunity to pounce, but that opportunity never came. At least that fight in bootcamp has been settled. Majority of the teams have migrated towards the mainland already. I would love to have a look at the map right now, because majority of the teams, it seems like they are, inside of their settlements on the mainland, that they do not have the compulsion to fight, and that's one of the reasons why we do have this peace. Speaking of peace, it seems like Blind have also found a prey for themselves. It's Team MG. Spray does come in, but for this team especially, this game is so important, Narka.
Completely agreed. Completely agreed. And also, somewhere far away, I'm able to see that Team HB is ruthlessly getting taken down. More than one player were already down on their knees. Probably that could be the end of the story for them. But yes, you were wanting to look at the map. Yes, most of the teams are trying to hold the epicenter of this circle. A little bit of a, shift towards that Camp Bravo region can be fatal for teams like Team XHIBIT and LH. Team TAMILAS now trying to make it inside the circle. They can pick on the side of ENIGMA, who might get taken down as Canary gets taken down, and this is going to be the moment for MG to shine. Two players down on their knees, but Smiley needs to be a little bit careful as Molotov is going to be tossed in towards him.
Exactly, but his comrade Wizard WNL is finally going to arrive. Now this was much needed backup. ESPORTS still holding the insides of the compound, but no utility has flushed in. Wizard finally cooking up that nade. Is going to find something. Another knockout has been found, but Jadoo is still up and alive and he's kicking. Will he find that knock on towards Smiley is going to be the question. MG, they're trying their very best, but no, wait, what just happened? That was a blunder.
He was sitting on the opposite side and was expecting him to be on the other, and eventually gets taken down. ESPORTS, they've dug their own grave because Samir naded himself amongst all that commotion, and eventually they're left out with a 2v2 scenario as Samir is still down on his knees. LH are closing inch by inch. They understand the third party scenario is going to favor them, give them much finishes.
It certainly will, but as of now, I think Rockstar, his focus is pinned out on MG as of now. Wizard is still there, and I think he has not had the information that Last Hope has arrived in this one. Strange out in the open is going to get caught out, and Rockstar is going to find that pick for himself. This was a brilliant picking, but this is just one finish. He needs to do a lot more to take down this entire team of Last Hope Esports, and now they are going to be wary. They're not going to give in free picks to Rockstar as of yet, but I like the respect that has been given. To try and be a little casual about this fight, you will get punished.
I mean, RE right now needs to be very careful in what they're going to do next, right? Because Rockstar, the most vulnerable position a player could ever be when he's trying to play for possession points. The next zone, that's the only thing which can save him. In case it shifts away from this location, then teams will look forward to, evade from this fight and go into the circle, giving him an opportunity. But guess what? The fate has a different story for him, and it's going to fall right at Paradise Resort, where he's still going to be present. and BBs from the eastern side, or BOB. Now they have a greater advantage of taking that rotation towards the northern side of the map, as Mock is going to be completely empty, and Team Tamilas have done a great job finishing off the side of Enigma before entering the center of the circle.
Enigma is still alive.
Or probably evaded Enigma from coming in from that corner, as they took down one player of Enigma.
Yeah, Team Tamilas, they were gatekeeping them, but for Enigma, I think this is such a massive shift. They thought that they're going to go all around the way through Camp Alpha, through Camp Charlie, and then maybe make their way towards the mainland. But now, since the circle shift back towards the north, they will have had a change of plans. Just coming back, Team Tamilas as well, they have sort of given up the gatekeeping position. But on the other side, Frequency Esports, Krishna Jod out of nowhere. This lad has had 5 finishes. We did not get to see that. Now I am missing out on some action. Meanwhile, the standoff. Rockstar and MG, Smiley and Wizard, each holding a single compound for themselves. And I think this is a neighborly love. They don't really want to disturb each other.
I mean, an unnecessary one if you ask me, elongating this fight so much. Rather, they can just group with one another and take that push. End things for Rockstar, as Rockstar has got just 38 bullets in his mag right now. But the shotgun obviously is going to carry another 10-15, and there it is. Finally, they understand the importance of moving away from this location, and they're looking forward for it. But somewhere far away, blind, it seems like Dark Lord wants to spread some eclipse over this map, get some finishes in his name. But how much has he raked up so far?
That certainly is a question, but you can really feel for Team BOB right now, just sandwiched between Blind and Team Entity. Two of the most ruthless teams in the competition right now. Of course, Blind has sort of slumbered down as of yet in terms of aggression, but I'm pretty sure if they get going, if they do get a good start in this map of Sanhok, it wouldn't really take long for them to find great footing and find great numbers on this map. Team Entity going for a very, very wide rotation. And there you go, there you find the scooter. I really love the scooter, you know.
Yeah.
Have you ever ridden a scooter?
Yeah, I have. Have ridden a scooter. And
it was never there in my days.
I mean, it's still available if you have the right contacts.
Oh.
And it's
Inside
not an
the
easy
game
one.
It is.
Oh yes, inside the game it is. It gives you the same amount of happiness as well. But coming back into the game, what's more important for us to focus is I would love to tune into the frequency. Team Frequency, because they're doing a crazy job. 6 finishes with all 4 men standing even before stage 3. Now, in case they hold the center of the circle, just imagine how much more music they can play.
Oh, for sure. And I'm waiting for that resonance. Of all the players just syncing up together, having good coordination and team communication. And they need that, especially with Team Enigma just knocking on their doors. But oh my god, what is happening with Team Enigma? Fate has written different stories for them. Every single time this team approaches the circle, it just seems like it goes away from them. Once again, we see a hard shift straight towards Blind, and Blind are going to be extremely happy about it. If they do manage to get the better off of BOB, I'm pretty sure Blind will not have any troubles whatsoever securing this game.
I mean, 2B, 4B right now, let go of a compound which will be easily taken by Entity. And that's going to be a blessing for them, if you ask me. Because from there, they can do so much damage to the other teams that they're just going to pray that they did not arrive from that corner. But again, Enigma, no finishes whatsoever. They've lost LeBron, the only survivor who's always been there for the team, no matter what map it is. So they'll have to stick together, be careful in every single move. So they're concentrating on getting as many first hits as possible.
But those days are gone, Arca. The fact that you can actually go in for a heal battle, so I'm pretty sure Enigma, they will have to step inside the battlegrounds extremely quick. They don't really have a lot of time left, neither do they have a lot of opportunities. You have to constantly remind yourself this is the last game of BGIS The Grind 2024 for you. And it doesn't really seem like Enigma have done well enough to secure this spot in a very nice position on the overall standings. They're still reeling somewhere in the mid-table, and I'm hoping that this game turns out good for them. The late rotation, will it work out or no? Time is going to tell us. But Entity on the other side, that wide rotation actually paid them dividends. They found a good corner of the zone. And currently, they're still scouting for information. No one to be found.
What bothers me a little bit more is Gambler Boy with just a level 1 helmet.
Huh.
You know, I was really expecting him to have a good farming, because they've not got into fights. And they had all the times until now to, you know, get as many first aids as possible or get their farming done to perfection. But Enigma, it is coming from the Paradise Resort. They need to be careful because there's one team inside of it in the name of ECE.
Very surprisingly, Execute Esports have a 2-2 split for themselves. 2 players inside of Paradise Resort, 2 players just on the outskirts of it. And the duel against Team Tamilas, it's still going on. Team Enigma will finally have an opposition in their radar. Shots being taken, but it wasn't really Team Enigma who got the knock. It was Frequency Esports. Suraj connected the knock on towards a pick. And I'm not really sure why Team Exhibit Esports are not moving out of the sandwich situation. Team Enigma on the other side, they will try and push up, and that is exactly what they do. Nades being lobbed in. Infinity and Some up against Spoiled Brat and Cyano.
Oh, look at who's going to be supporting them from the other corner. It's going to be Frequency. We have tuned into the right channel, if you ask me. But what's more important is Enigma aware that Frequency will now look forward to clear off another squad and come in closer. Caliber doesn't find the right one for his name. And there's another grenade tossed into perfection. And this time it's going to be Krishna putting an end for the complete squad. And they'll be looking forward to make it inside the circle with nobody to backstab them as of now. But Enigma might creep in if given an opportunity.
They possibly might, but Frequency Esports, they have an open ground right now to try and enter the circle. It's going to be a straight rotation, but if they do not do so, I think that is when Team Enigma will come in from the back lines. In fact, it's not Enigma. Currently, it's Team MG who is stopping them dead on their tracks, and a lot of damage has been dealt. Aryan and Suraj are on their knees. BT has been brought down to quite low HP, and Krishna Jord is the only one who is still standing tall and through the smoke. Wait, what? Enigma? This is insane.
I don't understand how Enigma thought that they could just cross over without getting shot at. In that process, they've lost a player as well. And I don't know for how long they're going to stay alive as Dark Lord yet again singing the songs of death in the name for Entity as of now. As Harsh is going to be joining hands with him. But FE, Frequency, 12 finishes so far. And looking forward to get some more in their name. As in front of them is going to be the Wounded Lions. And that's going to be Enigma.
They certainly are wounded quite a lot. And I don't think they have a lot of manpower to kind of deal with this pressure as well. Somai might be the last player who is still standing. But on the other side, Execute Esports, you've got to talk about them. Gatekeep Team Tamilas beautifully, and now Manti is the final player who is still trying to survive. Not really a lot of first aid kits on that backpack. He only has 3, and like we've said, the zone damage is way too much. Execute Esports on the other side, they have found their radar on Frequency Esports. Shots being connected, shots being found. The knockout has been found as well. And this man, Unikopi, he is relentless right now, Arka.
Yes, he's been performing phenomenal from the beginning. But it's just that, you know, he's not able to convert those knocks into finishes. But ECE, they're going to lose their patience trying to rush in. It's got to be 2B, 4B as they rush in, walking into the crosshairs of the opponent.
What?
And eventually they get finished off. Are you serious right now?
I have no clue what just happened. Wizard from MG just cleans up the entire squad of 2B, 4B, and this wasn't really expected. Manti on the other side still trying to survive, still trying to get himself those additional position points, but it's not going to help him. As soon as he pops up this last first aid kit, it is done for him. He will have to run real quick, possibly try and get himself a finish point, spoil the game, and he actually does that, finds a knock on towards Execute Esports, but they are going to clean him up. They will find a revival for themselves on the other side. Blind has been finished off as well. The nade did connect on Frequency, but the way Frequency hit back, that was a knockout blow.
14 finishes from one side, 9 from the other.
What?
Entity, Pukar will be the last man standing. Yet again, But has he got enough first aids to pull off another heal battle? Or is he gonna go in for the fight? As ECE exactly know where his location is. And he needs to be careful before stepping out of cover. But FE, 14 finishes and they're trying to make it 19 now.
They will try to. They have information. They have information about everyone. They spotted Krishna Jordas charging towards Unique. It's going to be a DBS versus DBS action. The shotgun strikes and Krishna Jord finds another one. And there goes another one. He actually finds Night OG as well. The man is on 5 HP, but he does not stop. Execute Esports have been cleaned up. Frequency. They are on a roll. Krishna Jord is on a roll. This man finished up with how many? More than 10 eliminations? Possibly the record for the highest number of finishes in this tournament has been broken already. And Frequency Esports, what a performance this was.
I just loved every bit of it, right? The aggression pumped up. And this is what I say when things are not going right. All you're gonna do is play like you have nothing to lose. And that is what Frequency exactly did over here. They knew that after this, they might not be able to put any kind of points on the board. And they were like, you know what? Let's choose violence. Let's pick up as many finishes as possible. Let the chicken dinner come on its own.
Yeah, of course. I mean, when you have a single player who gets more than 10 eliminations for you, you know that the chicken dinner is in your grasp, but it's probably half digested already in your stomach. And the fact that Krishna Jord, he individually managed to go out there, take down the entirety of Execute Esports, especially the last 2 knocks at 5 HP possibly. I'm not sure how he managed to do that, but the DBS for his was so precise, every single shot connected to the head. And that's how Frequency Esports just managed to roll every single team in the competition. This was a massive game for them.
I mean, he has to thank Pukar, right? Because from the other corner, Pukar started to damage, the last player of ECE, and then eventually it became a cakewalk for him. And I'm sure that Pukar would have registered that final finish as well, making it much more easier. But ultimately, all that story is already gone by, and now we'll be looking at the points table because this is one group. The 2 groups who have already played today, they can't do anything but keep their fingers crossed, expect themselves to be in the top 64.
Exactly. I mean, if you talk about Team Entity, for sure, I mean, this was a decent game at max because they needed a lot more than this performance. Sure, they got the position points, but I'm not really sure if they have enough finish points on board. Yeah. The same goes for Team Enigma as well. They did try their level best to try and find different routes for entry inside the circle, but they were stopped at every single attempt. Initially, they were stopped by Team Tamilas. Later on, they were kind of tricked by the circle itself. And then finally, they were stopped by the likes of Frequency and Execute Esports as well. So it was extremely hard for Team Enigma. But I understand where their troubles came from. I think this game was never really written in the stars for them. And now, like you said, they've only got to sit back and pray because the matches for this group is done. They've played 6 games and now it's all about how the other teams perform, and that is going to decide your fate, whether you're going to be inside that top 64 or not.
I completely agreed. And also Blind, right? The way Blind have played this game is also beautiful. But with that chicken dinner, the story could have been a little bit different after so much of hard work when it comes to the previous week and kind of having a decent run. They were expecting to end this week in a high note.
They certainly were, right? I mean, especially after the first week's performance, I thought the confidence is going to be
49 points.
Blind. 49 points. They were inside the top 5. If I'm not mistaken, did they get a chicken dinner for themselves? They possibly got one.
They did get one last week.
Yeah, 1 chicken dinner, but 49 points. They had crazy high finish numbers. Dark Lord was firing on all cylinders. Skips was firing on all cylinders. They were possibly in the top performers of that week itself. But all of a sudden, this downhill curve, I think that might be the result of the reshuffle, the lobby, and the unexpectedness possibly played with their minds. They were not feeling confident with their rotations. They were not their same aggressive self. And I think that is going to come back and hurt them. But enough points were secured in the first phase. And I think Blind, they don't really have to worry about anything. They will just have to get back in form. But for now, speaking of form, who do you think was the MVP? Do you have any doubts? Krishna
no,
Jord.
I do not have any
Krishna
doubt.
Jord. 11
Oh
finishes.
My God. I mean, this is the highest map impact I have ever seen so far. 18% coming in from a single man, 67 finish contribution. If this is just 60%, the rest of the team has also done a decent job. A total of 11 finishes being raked up by this solo man. And probably until now, this is the highest number of finishes by an individual in the grind so far.
Yeah, for sure. And this was a crazy performance, especially with the way he took onus, he took a responsibility and cleaned up teams on his own, not even just players, teams on his own. This definitely was one of the standout performances, and he will remember it for a while. 11 finishers on him. You've got XHIBIT Esports' Knight OG with 6 finishers right next to him. The difference is massive, and it has been overshadowed, but you cannot kind of, underestimate the performance that Knight also brought up. I think XHIBIT Esports, for them, this game was also very important. For MG, it was sort of a comeback situation. Smiley and Wizard kind of stitched together a partnership, 7 finishes shared between them, and then you've got Blind. I think Blind did try their level best coming in from the edges of the circle. They were constantly being troubled by Entity. They were constantly being troubled by BOB as well, but still managed to hold on to the position. 4 finishes on Harsh. And I think the point standings is going to reveal if Team Blind are going to be happy with their performance or no.
I mean, do they have a choice is the bigger question.
Yeah.
Because they were given an opportunity and they have made the best use of whatever was thrown towards them. 11 points is what they've raked up, right? Since they've done the hard work in week 1, I don't think so they're going to be much disappointed when it comes to week 2 as well. But the cutoff is something which is going to be the most crucial thing. Frequency, 27 points in a single game will take that huge leap. And let me tell you this, in the previous week, the highest points they raked up was just 10, I believe, or probably even lesser than that, because their total number of points was just 10.
Yeah, this was a sudden climb, and I think this was needed, especially with the way Frequency Esports were sort of reeling down at the bottom. They kind of resurrected back on the overall standings, and now possibly they stand a chance. For Blind, for XHIBIT Esports as well, I'm not even sure for XHIBIT Esports, their first week performance was not really great. 15 points in this one, maybe they do stand a chance, but for Blind, I think things are sorted. 49 on the first week, 11 in this one. They've crossed the 60-point mark, and I think if you have crossed 60 points, you will be in top 64 no matter what.
Let's see whether that's the case, as Team Tamilas, they would have felt a little bit of a disappointment after such kind of a rotation, still unable to execute something more than 5 points throughout the day. They've got an average of 7 points in all 3 games, 21 points coming in from their side, but have they done enough? As we look at the disappointments of the previous map, XHIBIT, I was expecting a little bit better from them after their performance coming in from the side of from the map of Miramar.
Yeah, for sure, and even Real Esports, as a matter of fact. I think the map of Miramar was brilliant. The way they the map of Erangle was also pretty fantastic from this side. So it's very surprising that on the map of Sanhok they could not use that momentum, but 2 points after 2 good games, I think they are going to be pleasantly happy. Dream Chaser Esports, 4 points, and that's basically it. MetalWings, this season has not been the same for them. They are basically a very shallow shadow of their prime self that was there in BGIS 2023. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, enough of theory crafting. I think it's time where we actually move on to the overall standings and find out how many points did these teams accumulate over the last 3 games that they have played. At the very top, you've got Team Entity with 33 points, Frequency Esports with 33 points, Real Esports with 32 points, and Galaxy Racers with 30. It's been cutthroat competition, Arka.
Oh yes, obviously, right. Each of these teams performed in one map or the other. Team Tamilas comes up with 26 valuable points. Blind with 21. XHIBIT Esports comes up with 17. And 2B, 4B. These are the teams who were trying to do their best to survive until the final moments and then try to pick up those finishes. And ultimately, they'll be rewarded with both position points and finish points. But, for me, the outstanding team because of their performance in just one map has to be Frequency. Look at that, 22 finishes throughout the day and 10 comes from a single man in a single map.
Exactly, 17 finishes on that last game. They only could secure the next 6 points out of the other 2 games that they have played so far. But kudos to Real Esports for actually finding their groove in this one. Enigma Gaming on the other side, the things have not really been the same for them. The first week they played, they bagged more than 30 points. The second week that they play, they only get stopped at 15 points. And now there's that big question mark. 45 points, is that going to be enough? I am not really sure. And like I said, a lot of these teams, they'll have to sit back and try and pray for qualification. MG Esports, a similar kind of a story. 11 finish points, just 1 position point. 12 total points is what they have. Dream Chasers Esports with 8. BOB with 7. And then you've got it dwindling downwards. XHIBIT, the least that they have managed in the group, just 4 points for them along with Heartbreakers, Arka.
Now, these are the teams who need to again come back from the scratch, play from round 1, make sure that, you know, they have that capability of climbing the ladder. And, you know, with no hard work done right now, all they carry is experience. And they'll have to understand how to, you know, execute the circles, how they're going to be coming in and making sure they have an average of 10 to 12 points in each game. Or if things are not going fine, how they can play like how Frequency played in the last map of the day itself.
Absolutely. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, something which is very important and has to be conveyed right now, that the in-game qualifiers for BGIS, where you can also participate, has started already. Just in case if you have not registered, you can't really do so. You'll have to wait for the next edition. But if you have registered, gather all your main squad players you're playing for and play 15 classic matches. Your top 10 will be calculated, and then maybe you stand a chance of playing inside of BGIS, and we stand a chance to actually cast your games. Just make sure you do not play with your substitute players. Those matches will not be counted. You do not exit your games once you enter into the flight path as well. And with that being said, I think just try and get yourself as many finishes, because that is the new meta. That is going to be the important key.
Now, there's one more point which you forgot, and I do understand it's common. You cannot play events. You need to play normal games. And if you are trying to, you know, grind in the events, playing 15 matches, it's not going to be counted. Just make sure you play normal games.
Yep. Classic matches, you can play any maps whatsoever. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, this week it's going to be a blockbuster, just like I said, because so many teams are going to play their last set of games. I've had a ball, and I'm pretty sure, Aka, you've had fun with me as well. We saw Group 1 and Group 2 duke it out, and of course, there were certain teams who definitely have surprised us. Tomorrow, the action is going to continue, and I'm going to hope that there are going to be more teams who are going to surprise us. Are you going to be watching? I hope you do. For now, it's going to be a good night, and bye-bye.
राइट 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 लेफ्ट 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 अरे यार रेलवे ट्रैक की तरफ ले लेफ्ट 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 झाड़ी के पीछे चले झाड़ी के पीछे अरे यार राइट जल्दी जल्दी उतर उतर चल फिनिश कर दे उसको रुकना मत
Action redefined, even on the go. Download Bullet Echo today.
रुक रुक यार, जिगल विगल करके दे दिया. Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है? जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस है. बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के. जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस है. बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के. जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस है.